and Modern Life with Alan W. Watt. Produced by KQED San Francisco for the Educational Television and Radio Center. Alan Watt is a scholar, lecturer, and the author of many widely read books on comparative philosophy and religion.
It was as a result of looking at paintings like this that I first became interested in Eastern philosophy. That was many years ago when I was a boy, only about 14 years old. And the thing that grasped me and excited me about this vision of the world was the astonishing sympathy and feeling for the world of nature. Think, for example, of a painting like this, which is called Mountain After Rain. A painting by the Chinese artist Gao Kogong, showing the mist and clouds drifting away after a wet night pouring rain. And it's fascinating for us to think that pictures of this kind are not what we would call just landscape paintings. They are also icons. That is to say, they are a religious and philosophical kind of painting. We are used, of course, in thinking of iconographic or religious paintings, of thinking of pictures of human figures, of angels and saints and divine beings. But when the mind of the Chinese expresses its religious feelings, it expresses it in the objects of nature. And their feeling for nature is in one very important respect strangely different from ours. And that is as a result of the sensation that the human being is not someone who stands apart from nature and looks at it from an entirely outside position. But the human being has himself the feeling of belonging right in nature. And this is very startlingly illustrated. If you look at another painting, this one by the great Song Dynasty painter Ma Yuan, called Poet Drinking by Moonlight. You would think it was just a landscape painting and puzzle find the poet. But if you look very closely in the bottom part of the painting, you will see him right there, drinking a cup of wine, sitting at a table with his boy attendant beside him. I suppose that's the equivalent of what would be a graduate student or a professor of English literature in these days. But that tiny man lost in the landscape is representative and symbolic of the whole attitude of the Chinese mind and the Chinese philosophy to the harmony of man and nature. Man not dominating nature, but fitting into it and feeling perfectly at home. But you know, our attitude is very strangely different. And we constantly use a phrase which in the ears of Chinese people sounds very peculiar indeed. We speak constantly of the conquest of nature, the conquest of states, the conquest of mountains like Everest. And they would say to us, well, what's the matter with you? Why must you be in such a fight all the time with your environment? Aren't you grateful to the mountain that it itself lifted you up when you got to the top of it? Aren't you grateful to space that it opens itself out for you so that you can travel through it? Why do you think all the time of getting into a fight? But that is indeed, isn't it, our dominant feeling. That we are using science and technology, the powers of electricity and steel, to carry on a fight with our external world and to beat our surroundings into submission with bulldozers. And it's also the same with our attitude to our own nature, because we've been brought up in a religio-philosophical tradition which has taught us to a great extent to mistrust ourselves. That is to say, it has taught us as reasoning and willing beings to mistrust our animal and instinctual nature. We have inherited a doctrine of original sin, which tells us not to be too friendly, to be very cautious with our own human nature. And this is something which is all very well, for we have indeed achieved marvelous things by technological interference through the alteration of nature. But if this thing is carried beyond a certain point, it gets us into very serious trouble indeed, as a result of what I would call the law of diminishing returns. Now it's something like this, to illustrate it in a very simple way. Supposing you start mistrusting your own senses. Supposing you're the sort of person who, when you go out for a walk in the morning, you're going down to the market and you wonder, did I turn off the gas stove? And you've only gone a few paces from your house and you think you must go back and take a look in the kitchen and see if you really did turn it off. So back you go and you open the back door and look in the kitchen. Yes, you did turn it off. You close the back door and off you go again. And then a few paces out you think, I wonder if I really saw correctly. Did I look carefully enough? And if at that point you break down and go back again, the more careful you're going to be, you're never going to get out shopping. You're going to be tied in a bind. And although you may say, well, that's only the sort of thing a very stupid person would do, as a matter of fact, this is what our culture is beginning to carry on in very big dimensions. For example, we are privileged in the United States to enjoy freedom in a way that many other peoples in the world don't have it. Yet at the same time, we're very anxious to be sure that our freedom won't be abused. And we keep saying when somebody does something that is an abuse of freedom, there ought to be a law against it. And so hundreds and thousands of laws are put into effect to prevent people from abusing their freedom. And so much legislation involves the most complicated processes of record keeping. As, for example, the records you have to send in every April to be sure you didn't cheat on your financial affairs. Records which become more and more and more complicated, so that nowadays sending in an ordinary individual income tax return is as complicated as extracting the cube root of a complicated number. And the net result of our anxiety to write down just exactly and to the last hair, so that some shyster lawyer won't find a loophole, exactly and to the last hair what we may and may not do. The net result of this is it's becoming increasingly difficult to do anything at all. In other words, if you want to start a business enterprise, if you want to create, say, a non-profit society, you have to hire lawyers, you have to have whole staffs of secretaries to attend to the bookkeeping, the records, the returns that must be made to the government. And some of our great universities even have vice presidents in charge of relations with the government. The same thing comes out, for example, also in our animosity to nature in the sense of wanting to obliterate distance. We want to go faster and faster everywhere we go, and so annihilate the span of the earth between ourselves and the place we want to reach. But what is the ultimate result of this? Just think, if you're getting faster and faster from point to point, and obliterating the distance between points, two things happen. In the first place, all points that are set next to each other by, say, jet propulsion, tend to become the same point. In other words, the faster you can get from Los Angeles to Hawaii, the more Hawaii becomes exactly like Los Angeles. And therefore, tourists keep asking, well, has it been spoiled yet? And by that they mean, is it just exactly like home? And furthermore, if we begin to think about our goals in life as destinations, as points to which we must get, it begins to cut out all that makes the point worth having. It's like saying, well, instead of giving you a full banana to eat, I will give you the two precise ends of the banana. And that would not be in any sense a satisfactory view. But that is what happens as we tend to fight our environment and to want to get rid of the wonderful limitation of state and distance. And you know, if we carry this kind of thing to its ultimate extreme, we get into a most extraordinary tangle, which I think I could very well illustrate in this way. Let's go and have a look over here at a sentence which has been written on the board. That is a sentence which is behaving like we are behaving in our mistrust of nature. That is a sentence which fundamentally does not trust itself. And it says of itself, this statement is false. Now, what do you see funny about that? This sentence behaves in an extremely peculiar way. Because if it is true, then it is not true. And if it's not true, then that's what it says. That it isn't true, so it's true. So that if this statement is true, it is false. And if it is false, it is true. And so on and so on. In other words, the meaning of the sentence is oscillating. It's shaking from true to false, like an electric bell vibrating. And in other words, you might say that this particular sentence is suffering from anxiety. For anxiety is the condition that comes upon us when we fundamentally mistrust ourselves, when we mistrust our own nature, and are trying to keep such a tight grip on it that we start to tremble, as one's hand starts to tremble if you become extremely anxious to hold it still. Now, Chinese thinking, of which there are really two main currents, the Taoist current and the Confucian. Taoist, that's spelled Taoist, and Confucian. And both of these main currents of Chinese thought agree on one fundamental principle, and that is that the natural world in which we live and human nature itself must basically be trusted. They would say of a person who can't trust his own nature, well, if you can't trust your own nature, how can you trust your very mistrusting of it? How do you know that that's not wrong too? And so if you don't trust your own nature, you are as fundamentally balled up as anyone can get. Now it's interesting to look at the fundamental Chinese word, which we translate as nature, because it has a rather different meaning from the word that we use. In Chinese, nature is written like this. You know that Chinese characters are fundamentally pictures. And this first one is the picture that used to be a face. And so it means oneself, or of itself. And the second character, I don't know what this was originally, it's become now a very abstract figure. That means so. And so the whole figure means of itself so. And we should give the rough English equivalent of that as spontaneity. That which happens of itself, just in the same way, for example, that your hair is growing by itself, your heart is beating by itself, so that if you feel your pulse, you get the funny sensation of movement going on inside your body. And you think, I'm not doing that. There's something queer going on inside me over which I have no control. But when you come to think of it, what is more fundamental? What is more central to you? What is more the very middle of yourself than your own heart? And so, this idea of nature, that which happens of itself so, is a process which is fundamentally not under our control, which is happening all on its own, just as our breathing is happening all on its own, just as our heart beating is happening all on its own. And the fundamental thought of Taoist philosophy is that this self-so process has to be trusted. If you turn now to Confucian ideas, we will find another word that represents the basis of human nature. This word, written like this, has a funny pronunciation. Although, when we Romanize this word in English, we spell it J-E-N, it's pronounced Ren. Sort of like rolling an R, or rather saying R but not rolling. And this word is the cardinal virtue in the whole system of Confucian morality. It's usually translated human-heartedness or humanness. But when Confucius was asked to give a precise definition of it, he refused. He said, you have to feel the meaning of this virtue. You must never put it into words. And the wisdom of his attitude about not defining young is simply this, that a human being is always greater than anything he can say about himself and anything he can think about himself. If we formulate ideas about our own nature, about how our own minds and emotions work, those ideas are always going to be qualitatively inferior. That is to say, far less complicated, far less alive than the actual author of the ideas themselves, and that is us. So there's something about ourselves which we can never get at, which we can never define, in just the same way that you can't bite your own teeth, you can't, without the aid of a mirror, look into your own eyes, you can't hear your own ears, and you can't make your own hand catch hold of yourself. So that you must basically trust this. Confucius would say he would rather trust human passions and instincts than he would sometimes trust human ideas about what is right. For example, when people go to war, they very often go to war about who has the right ideology, who has the right of this particular dispute, and who has the wrong. And because there can be no agreement, no compromise between principles of right and wrong, ideological wars generally tend to be vastly destructive. On the other hand, when we go to war for simple, ordinary greed, because I am greedy of another people, of another nation, I want to carry off their goods, I want to carry off their women, I will at least be sure in going to war with them that I don't destroy the thing I want to possess. And so, if we are then bound to trust our own nature, this attitude of hands off, of not interfering with oneself beyond a certain point, is called, again in Lao Tzu's Taoist philosophy, this: Wu Wei. This character means no, not, or don't. And it's said to have been originally based on a picture of bunches of grass tied together like this, indicating that a certain area is taboo. You mustn't step on this area. The ground is sacred. So don't, keep off, is its meaning. And it's possible that this was originally a drawing of a hand over a bird. Like this. So the meaning of this is grasping a bird. The whole idea is don't grasp the bird. In other words, don't clutch at what is living. If, for instance, you, like sometimes little children, pick up a kitten, they're so eager to hold the kitten, they squeeze it tightly, and the kitty says, yeah, and scratches the child all over the place. It's because he is loving it, he is grasping it too tightly. And so in the same way, we have to allow all living things to let go and manage themselves. Look, supposing if in drawing, I wanted to be absolutely certain that my hand didn't go away from a line. And I began to get anxious. Is it going to go straight? So let's bring in this hand to hold on to it. And let's send this on straight. But now how can I be sure my left hand's going to stay still? Maybe the right one will have to catch hold of it. And then we're in a total mess. But you see, we in the West are basically afraid that if we trust our own nature, everything will turn into chaos. We're afraid, as it were, not to keep holding a club over our head, to keep watching on our instincts and our passions and our so-called uncivilized animal nature, fearing that they will go awry. But you know, when you let go of that grip on yourself, sometimes astounding things happen. You get out of your own life. You're functioning altogether in one piece. I mean, after all, a person who is basically divided against himself, who is in inner conflict and is trying to go in two directions at once, he can't go anywhere. He just has to sit and dither. Whereas if I'm going all in one direction, then at least I'm going. And even if I'm going in the wrong way, I can change the direction. But if I'm trying to go in two ways at once, I don't get anywhere at all. Now, artists in the Far East have made a great deal of what they call the controlled excellence. Marvelous things which happen as surprises when an artist does not try to dominate his medium, but let his medium itself do some of the work. Take, for example, this cigarette jar that I have here. You see the glaze has just been slopped on it with a swift motion of the wrist. And you notice, as I turn it, that there are all sorts of little flecks of white inside the black outline. And little flecks of black, like right here, outside the main band of black. It's incidental things like this, which to the Chinese and Japanese mind, and increasingly to our own way of thinking, make the real beauty of things. For instance, consider a shell like this. Here is an object that any one of you would pick up on the beach if you saw it. And yet, what does it represent? If you saw a painting with markings on like that, you might say, well, that's not what I call a painting. It doesn't look like anything. And yet, as I say, none of you would hesitate to pick that up and circle it if you found it. For it, too, like the jar, is a sort of controlled action. And it is the art of trusting the medium to express itself along with your own contribution to it as an artist. When this harmonious relationship of man and nature is brought into play, we get marvelous little objects of this kind. And so in the same way, if we can learn to trust our own nature, we will, I think, be profoundly surprised that things don't go out of control at all, but on the contrary, suddenly come back into control. Take, for example, a very familiar instance. Supposing you're learning to ride a bicycle. Some of you will have known that when you started out this rather difficult art, you found yourself immediately falling over, and your first instinct was to turn the wheel right opposite the direction in which you were falling. And in this way, you collapsed totally on the ground. It seemed to be common sense to turn away from the direction in which you were falling And yet the thing you have to learn to do is to turn the wheel in the direction in which you're falling. And in this way, you suddenly come up straight again, and you're in control. You expected to fall. You went with the fall, and you came to yourself again. In precisely the same way. When we go with our own nature, our own inner feelings, we come into control of them. We don't lose control. If we fight them, we get in that state of balled upness, of anxiety, of dither, which makes us incapable of doing anything at all. An anxiety and a dither which is comparable to the whole problem of maintaining freedom in a world like ours. The problem that we are in danger of losing our freedom through being over-anxious. Or think of another illustration. Those of you who live in the East and the Middle West are familiar every winter with the problems of icy roads. But any good driver knows that when you skid on an icy road, you have to turn in the direction of your skid and not against your skid. That again brings you into control. To fight the trend of things, to fight what the Chinese call the Tao, the T-A-O, the way of nature, is to come into conflict with nature so that you can't be in control. Or another common example. Everybody who ever used a sailing boat knows that if you are going to move, you've got to keep the wind in your sails. Even if you want to go against the wind, you would never dream of turning the boat directly into the path of the wind. So you always have in some way to keep the wind behind you. But when you want to go against the wind, you don't fight the wind, you use the wind. You, in other words, tack against it at an angle so that it blows you into itself. And this is the fundamental principle of Chinese philosophy, which underlies that startling manifestation of it in Japanese wrestling called JUDO, where you overcome the enemy not by opposing, but by using his own strength to bring about the downfall. For this is the philosophy of bend and survive, of the strength of weakness, as the willow trees under snow go supple and drop the snow, but the pine with its tough branch piles up the snow and cracks.
We were talking last time about the extraordinary conflict between man and nature which exists among almost all highly civilized peoples, and especially here in the Western world, where we talk so much about our conquest of nature, our mastery of space, our subjection of the physical world. And I think one of the main reasons why we feel in this particular way is that each individual experiences himself as a peculiarly separate being. In other words, every man thinks of this world as a collection of objects. The world is a lot of things, and each person considers himself as a thing. And I wonder if you've ever stopped to ask yourself what a thing is and why you think you are a thing. Are you quite sure that you are a thing? Because if we take a look at ourselves from another point of view, for example like this, we shall find that we are not one thing at all. We're an extraordinary number of things. But what you're looking at there is the cell structure of your own body. A whole multitude of tiny, tiny little individuals. And now, we might ask again, what other points of view could we take to ourselves? We could, of course, take the sociologist's point of view, where we're not really a thing at all, but a sub-member of a group. Or still more, if a man visiting us from another planet in something like a flying saucer were to hover down and look at what sort of creature is inhabiting this earth, what would he see? Let's take a look and get some idea of his view. This is the kind of creature he would find inhabiting this planet. A sprawly, nubbly thing with various lines connecting bits of it. That would be, in his view, the kind of thing that we are. For you see, how many things we are depends upon the point of view which one takes. Every point of view that we've taken, the point of view of the cells, the point of view of the man hovering above the earth in a flying saucer or an aeroplane, is a correct point of view. And according to the way in which we look, so we divide the things of the world. For you see, it's interesting, isn't it, that the word thing is very like the word think. Because by breaking down our world into things is the way in which we think about it. We break down what we call the material world into objects and assign to those objects the kind of words we describe as nouns. And then the world of action we break into events and assign to events the kind of word we call verbs. But things and events are fundamentally the ways of breaking up our complex world so that we can think about it. I wonder if any of you have ever been to a psychologist and taken a Rorschach test and been asked to look at one of these extraordinary blots. Now, actually, the blot that we're looking at here isn't a real Rorschach blot because you're not allowed to show them in public in case people saw them before the test. But they're something like this. And they're made by splodging ink on paper and folding the paper over so that you get a symmetrical block. And the psychologist says to you when you look at that, now please will you tell me a story about it? What do you think it looks like? And you might say, well, I think it looks like a great big cat face, or maybe it's a woman's handbag, or maybe it's a dancer waving his arms in front of a pair of pine trees with some rocks around. All sorts of stories you could invent about it, anything you like. And the psychologist will use the kind of information that you've given him, the sort of things that you project out of your own mind into that blot, and he will then form some diagnosis of the kind of person you are. But you see, he's not interested in the information which you give him about the blot as a description of the blot. He's interested in what you say as a description of what is going on inside you. In other words, what you are saying about that blot is a projection of yourself into its strange and complicated conformations. Now you see, our whole world is in many ways not so very much unlike this peculiar blot. And you might think that there might be some persuasive person who stands up and gives a story about the blot of the world, and other people agree with what he says. He says, look here, that's a mountain, that's a tree, that's a rock. And everybody else would agree because he was so persuasive. And we would all be beginning to give the same story about the cosmic Rorschach blot. Because after all, our world is a very wiggly affair. Consider, for example, clouds. Or clouds with mountains across them. Or waters. Or stars. All the world is a wiggly affair. Not at all unlike that blot we were looking at. And we have to find out ways of making sense of it. Perhaps one of the things that one of the strangest and most difficult to understand things that men first began to make sense of in this kind of Rorschach blot interpretation way were the stars in heaven. And one of the ways in which they did this was to project upon the skies figures of all kinds of mythological monsters and beasts, such as the idea of a dipper for the Great Bear, those stars in the Great Bear that look, like a ladle, or some people call them the plow. Or here, perhaps on a celestial sphere of this kind, you can see quite clearly the outline of the constellation Leo, the lion. A lion drawn in the sky, so that men could find their way about in the stars, recognize their outlines by associating certain groups of stars with familiar images. But you see, this is fundamentally a projection of ideas out of our own minds onto nature. Nature itself will take all kinds of different projections, and no one is necessarily the right one. They work for us so long as we agree about them. That is, so long as we abide by convention. And in Indian philosophy, the fundamental word for this kind of thing is the Sanskrit term Maya. I'm going to write that down for you. Pronounced Maya. And this word comes from a root in the Sanskrit language, Ma. And the word Ma is at the basis of all kinds of words that we use in our own tongue. It's at the basis of matter, of the Latin mater or mother, at the basis of matrix or metric, because the fundamental meaning of the root ma is to measure. And so it works in this sort of way. I was talking about our world being wiggly. Something like this. That is the typical sort of shape that we're having to deal with all the time. And I think you'll see at once that a shape like that is extraordinarily difficult to talk about. If I were talking on the radio at the moment and not on television, I would have the greatest difficulty in describing that line to you in such a way that you could write it down on a piece of paper in front of you without seeing it. But here you can see it, and you can understand it at once. But it isn't enough just to be able to see things. We want to be able to talk about them. We want to be able to describe them exactly so that we can control them and deal with them. I mean, supposing this were the outline of a piece of territory on a map, then you might want to tell someone an exact spot to which he should go. And then you would have to be far more precise about it than you can be when you just get the general idea of it by looking at it. And so we introduce then the idea of Maya by essentially doing this. This might be called a matrix. A line crossed, lines crossed by lines in a very formal, simple pattern. And the moment we do that, it becomes very easy indeed to talk about this wiggly line, because we could, for example, number all these squares across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. We can also number them downwards. And then in terms of numbers across and numbers down, we can indicate the exact points on this grid which cross the wiggly line. And by numbering those points one after another, we can give an accurate description of the way that line moves. And furthermore, supposing the line under our grid were not still like this one, but supposing it was wiggling in motion, supposing it was a flea or something dipped in ink who was crawling across the paper, and we wanted to know where he was going to go, all we would have to do would be to plot out the positions which he has covered, and then we could calculate statistically a trend which would indicate where he would be likely to go next. And if he went there next, we should say, by Jove, isn't that incredible? This little flea crawling across the paper is obeying the laws of statistics. Well, as a matter of fact, it isn't. What he is doing is, or rather I should say, not what he is doing, but what we are doing, is we are making a very, very abstract model of the way in which that line is shaped or in which that flea is crawling. We are breaking it up into little bits, whereas in fact it is not a lot of little bits. It is a continuous sweep. But by treating it in this way, as if it were broken up into bits, we are measuring it, we are making a maya, and these cross lines are a maya just in the same way as the idea of the lion, the Leo constellation in the stars is a maya, a way of projecting. You see, this thing, it comes out of our minds, and we project it upon nature like this, and break nature into bits so that it can be easily talked about and handled. But you see, this tends to give us the impression that our world is a lot of bits, and that things are really separate from each other. You see, how could I demonstrate how this is? I have an idea. Mr. Cameraman, will you focus the camera on one small, tiny spot in the set and come very close to it and travel along bit by bit by bit by bit? Now you see, this is looking at the world little bit by little bit, as if we were only using the central vision of our eyes, the kind of vision we use for reading and close work of that kind. But if this were the only way we had of looking at things, it would be very difficult to make any sense of life at all, because we would see everything in series, bit after bit after bit. But fortunately, we are also able to enlarge the whole view and take in everything at once in a single sweep. And you see, this shows all the advantages and the disadvantages of looking at things in the way that Indian philosophy calls maya. Because if maya were the only way we had for looking at things, we should only be able to understand one thing at a time. And our world is not just one thing happening, one after another, one at a time. Our world is an enormous volume, a great vastness, in which everything is happening all together at once. Now, being able to think of things one at a time is extraordinarily useful, because this is what enables us to have science, to have scientific control of nature, to be able to count things, measure them, manage them, and predict their behavior in the future. But it is inclined to run away with us and give us the impression, if we think too hard about things, or if we put too much faith in thinking, that the world is made up of a lot of separate bits, so that we have a kind of bit-by-bit approach to nature, what I might call a put-put-put-put view of life. It's useful, indeed, to break things down into things and to classify them. But the moment it gives us the impression that these little bits into which we have divided the world are really and in nature separate from each other, we get into confusion. Now, how do we know that divided things aren't really separate? Look, for example, at me. How do you know I'm here? How can you make out the outlines of my body? Isn't it because there is a contrast between the background behind me and my figure? You know where the background ends and I begin, and so you are able to see me. But now, what would happen if the background should vanish and disappear? And I would no longer be there, but the figure in the ground instead would be my button. In order to see me, you have to see a background along with me. And so, if we go back and look again at the whole thing, then we can see once again. Now, what does that tell us? Surely, the thing that it tells us is not merely that
the background is one thing and the figure is another. Since the two must go together, it indicates that there is a connection between them. If you can't have the perception of a figure without a background, if you simply cannot see it if there is no background there, doesn't that mean that the background and the figure are some way inseparable? They're different, yes, but they're inseparable differences. Take, for example, a coin. When you have a coin, has two sides, heads and tails. And these two sides are indeed different. You might say they are separate sides. But what would happen if we take a file and start rubbing away to get rid of one of the sides? Well, we would rub and rub and rub, and when we finally got rid of the side, the other side would have vanished too, because the two sides of a coin go together. Yes, they are different, but they are also inseparable. And this is true of almost everything in the world, because we distinguish things from their background. We distinguish one side from another as we distinguish up from down. Now imagine what would happen if we arranged everything in the set, or tried to arrange everything, so that nothing were down, everything had to be up. If we could really, in nature, separate the up from the down, why, we couldn't do it. Because up goes with down is unintelligible apart from down, in the same way that the head side of a coin goes together with the tail side. And so in this way, we as individuals, as separate beings, are really inseparable from the whole natural environment in which we live. We go together, and you cannot have the one without the other. Without what we call things, there would be no world. But without what we would call the whole world, there would be no things. And this is not only true of what we call things and objects. It's also true of many of our experiences. Let's take, for example, one of the most fundamental distinctions in experience, what is pleasant and what is not. Now, a great many people are bending the whole effort of their lives to have pleasure and get rid of pain. This pursuit of pleasure is regarded as the fundamental aim of human existence. And you know, when you start to read old books on Indian philosophy, Chinese philosophy, they very often say that the first thing a man must understand is to give up the pursuit of pleasure. And people who read these things think that these are very gripey Puritans, people who have a sour attitude to life, who burnt their fingers in the game of the pursuit of pleasure and say, well, let's not get mixed up with that anymore. But as a matter of fact, this is just a plain, clear, sensible statement. It's like saying, you cannot have up without down. You cannot have a figure without a background. And in the same way exactly, you cannot experience pleasure unless there is something with which you can contrast it. You know what happens when a person who's longed to make a great deal of money all his life, and he makes it. Finally, he gets $1 million. And he thinks this is the answer. Well, it's fine, just in the moment of transition, while he is going from poverty to richness. But when he's had his $1 million for a few months, everything adjusts itself. And he begins to feel just the same as he always felt before. Conversely, if some of you have lived near a tannery or near a public utility place like a gas-producing factory, you get so used to the bad smell in the background that you cease to notice it. It becomes the normal smell. And so you don't notice it anymore as a bad smell. For both the bad and the good need each other as contrasts. And therefore, when we try to get rid of one of the pairs and possess the other only,
we do something that is profoundly nonsensical. We think we can do it because in Maya, that is to say, in conventional thinking, in terms of that kind of measurement that we call thought, we can separate the one from the other. We can talk about up as different from down. We can talk about one thing as different from other things. But in actual experience, it can't be done. Just as in actual experience, that wiggly line was a continuous line and not a series of points. And in another way, too, we can't really pursue pleasure. Because pleasure is something that has to come to us. For example, you can pursue a cow, and you can go out and catch it and kill it and serve it up as steak. That you can do. But you can't pursue the pleasure that you get from eating steak. If, in other words, you try to get pleasure out of steak, supposing I sit here and I have a great big splendid steak served to me, and I say, this is the best steak I ever ate, why, it's a Chateaubriand, and it costs $12 a plate, and therefore I must make the very maximum effort to enjoy it, and I cut the thing up, and I put it in my mouth, and say, now, I've really got to get the most out of this piece of steak. And so I chew it with all my might to get the very best out of it. And what happens? I'm making so much muscular strain, I'm trying so hard to get something out of it, that I frustrate the very pleasure that it should give. Why is that? Surely it is because pleasure is a function of nerves, and you can't make an effort with your nerves. Catching a cow is a function of muscles, and you can make an effort with your muscles. To give another illustration of the same thing, supposing I want to see an object in the far distance. I want to make out the time on a distant clock. Now my eyes are nervous rather than muscular. And if I strain my eyes very hard to make out what is way off on the clock in the distance, what happens? All the images of the figures on the clock go fuzzy. But if I relax my eyes and let the image come to it, as light does in fact come to the eyes, then I can see the image clearly. So, when we think of the world as consisting primarily of a lot of disconnected things, and ourselves as one of them, so that we go out and get those things, or we can push those things around to suit ourselves, we forget so easily that the entire system of nature, ourselves included, is interconnected in every conceivable way. You know what happens when you think, well, we've got a lot of mosquitoes around here, all kinds of insects that bite us and bother us. Let's get rid of them. So we bring in the DDT and we send an aeroplane over and spray the whole surrounding territory with DDT. And what happens? Suddenly we find that other insects or other pests, which those insects we destroyed were feeding upon, multiply and increase. And we have a new problem. We have to get rid of those. It's like when they brought rabbits into Australia because they thought they'd be useful there for some reason or other. The rabbits multiplied because there was nothing that fed on rabbits. Then they had a plague of rabbits. You see, you cannot just push nature around. You cannot regard it as something to be attacked so that you can grab bits from it and shove it around any old way as if it were a machine that you could bang around like a mechanic. Indeed, even machines, as any good mechanic knows, are not that simple to play with. But if we do not see that our view of the separateness of the world is based on a convention of thinking, it exists, as it were, in here. It doesn't exist out here in actual concrete reality. And if we are confused, then we jump to follow our thoughts instead of our senses. And this is no sense. I suppose most of you are familiar with this old optical illusion. And you're asked the question, which of the three thick black lines is the longer? And I suppose one's natural reaction is to say the one on the left. And I think you know that this is a result of the illusion of perspective, an illusion with which we are so used, to which we are so used, and by which we are so easily fooled once we've accustomed ourselves to it. You might, if that picture were drawn more vividly, even be predisposed to thinking that was a real passage stretching away from you with doors at the end. Of course, if you came up against that kind of thing painted against the wall, you might make the mistake of walking into it and banging your nose. But this is an example of what we were talking about last time as Maya, that word from Indian philosophy which generally has the meaning of illusion, or rather, illusions brought about by the acceptance of certain conventions, of which perspective was an example. When we are not aware that certain things which we take for granted, like the separateness of things from each other, when we are not aware that this is a matter of convention, we are apt to be fooled. Now, I think one of the conventions by which we tend to be fooled more than almost any other is time. And for all human beings, time is a matter of extraordinary importance. And perhaps this is one of the principal ways in which we differ from animals. Because man has been called a time-binding animal. That is to say, a creature who is vividly aware of the fact that his life moves, as it were, along a line from the past through the present and into the future. Animals apparently live pretty much moment by moment. They don't appear to have very strong memories. But because man has a strong memory, he is able to bear the past in mind and, as it were, cast it forward into visions of the future based upon what has happened in the past. And therefore, although this facility gives man the most extraordinary ability to plan his life, to prepare for future eventualities, at the same time, there is a very heavy price which he pays for it, and especially if he takes this ability too seriously. In other words, if he doesn't realize that the true reality in which he lives is the present moment now. For example, the animal probably doesn't concern itself very much with problems of future disease, death, or starvation, and things of that kind. If an animal sees another dead animal lying around, I don't suppose he thinks to himself, well, one day that's going to happen to me. Rather, he just sees the dead animal, sniffs it, sees whether it's good to eat, and wanders away. But for human beings, it's entirely different. Because we actually spend most of our time and a great deal of our emotional energy living in time which is not here, living in an elsewhere which is not concretely real. So much so that although we may be quite comfortable and happy in our present circumstances, if there is not a guarantee, not a promise of a good time coming tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, we are at once unhappy, even in the midst of pleasure and affluence. And so we develop a kind of chronic anxiety about time. We want to be sure more and more, because of our sensitivity to the feeling of time, we want to be sure more and more that our future is assured. And for this reason, the future becomes of more importance to most human beings than the present. And in this sense, we are hooked, taken in by a Maya, because it is of very little use to us to be able to control and plan the future unless we are capable at the same time of living totally in the present. And so, when in civilized societies we spend so much of our time living for the future, we become very much like those
celebrated donkeys, that have a carrot fastened on a stick that's tied to the neck, behind here, and it comes over, and there's the carrot dangling in front of them. And they pursue it, but can never reach it. And so in exactly the same way, it's that way with us. My goodness, don't you remember when you went first to school? You went to kindergarten. And in kindergarten, the idea was to push along so that you could get into first grade. And then push along so that you could get into second grade, third grade, and so on, going up and up. And then you went to high school, and this was a great transition in life. And now the pressure is being put on. You must get ahead. You must go up the grades and finally be good enough to get to college. And then when you get to college, you're still going step by step, up to the great moment in which you're ready to go out into the world. And then when you get out into this famous world, comes the struggle for success in profession or business. And again, there seems to be a ladder before you, something for which you're reaching all the time. And then, suddenly, when you're about 40 or 45 years old in the middle of life, you wake up one day and say, I've arrived. And by Jove, I feel pretty much the same as I've always felt. In fact, I'm not so sure that I don't feel a little bit cheated. Because you see, you were fooled. You were always living for somewhere where you aren't. And while, as I said, it is of tremendous use for us to be able to look ahead in this way and to plan, there is no use planning for the future, which when you get to it and it becomes the present, you won't be there. You'll be living in some other future which hasn't yet arrived. And so in this way, one is never able actually to inherit and enjoy the fruits of one's action. You can't live at all unless you can live fully now. And because now is never satisfactory, because we're never really living in it, we get more and more avid to go ahead and pursue the future. We develop our technology to a fantastic ability where we can more and more fulfill our desires for the future almost immediately, working towards a sort of push-button world. But have you ever stopped to think what the world would be like if you could fulfill every wish the moment you wished? Suppose, for example, on going to bed at night, you could always dream whatever you wanted to dream. What would happen after a while? Of course, I suppose at first, you would dream fantastic pleasures, wonderful adventures, fulfillment of all the things you ever wished. Then as time went on, don't you think you'd want to be, a little bit surprised, to have a little bit less control over what was happening to you? And after you'd experimented with this for some months or years, you might even want dreams in which you suffer. Because there is no real delight, no real fulfillment without delay. Doesn't every child know on a hot day, you think, I'm terribly thirsty, and I'd like an ice cream soda? Haven't you tried the experiment of putting off drinking it, putting off, so that you get thirstier and thirstier, and it's so much fun when you finally get to it? And so in the same way, impatience with time, always wanting the future, is frustrating. Now you know, in Indian thought, one of the basic myths or ideas is of Brahma, the world creator, who has infinite power and has everything that he wants. But he is like our dreamer. And he wants to do something with the infinite time at his disposal. And therefore what he does is to dream, just like this. To dream the existence of the world. And he does it over enormous and incalculable periods of time. Dreaming that he is the knower, the self, in every single creature that exists in the world. Dreaming them all at once, experiencing their joys and sorrows, completely plunging himself into the adventure of forgetting who he is. But he does this for immense and vast periods, rivaling in conception the latest modern astronomical ideas of the extent of time. You know, the basic reckoning period of time in the life of Brahma, the Creator, is called a kalpa. And that is a period of 4,320,000 years. And the kalpas are called the days of Brahma. One day for Brahma's life is a kalpa. And so there are the periods which you can call his days or nights, whichever you wish, where he goes into dream and he dreams the world. And then for the following kalpa, he wakes up and realizes who he is again. And then he dreams again, going on and on and on through years of kalpas, of 360 days and nights of Brahma, centuries of kalpas, endlessly, endlessly, endlessly. For the Hindu doesn't think of time in quite the same way that we do. Obviously, we think of time as linear, day after day after day after day, going along in a line. Or sometimes we like to think of time as this sort of line, going up and up and up and up and up and up and getting better and better and better. But that's not the fundamental idea of time for almost any people in the world outside of Western civilization. In nearly every other part of the world, time is thought of as a circle. And they say, after all, isn't it reasonable for it to be a circle? Look at your watch. Doesn't your watch go round and round? But the Hindus not only think of time as cycling, going round and round and round forever, just as the earth cycles round and around the sun. They also think of it in another quite fundamentally different way from our conception of time. I referred to this idea that's common among us, that time is going up and up and things are getting better and better. But in the general Hindu view, in every cycle of time, things tend on the whole to get worse and worse. They divide the kalpa into a number of shorter periods, each of which is called a yuga. But the yugas are so arranged that there are 4 of them in what is called a maha yuga or great yuga. The first one, occupying this period, is the longest. The second one occupies a shorter period, from here to here. The third, still shorter than the second. The fourth, the shortest of all. And the names that are given to them are the names of the throws in the Indian game of dice. The best throw, the throw of 4, is called krita. And that lasts for the longest time. It is a golden age where everything is just fine. The next one is called treta, the throw of 3. Pretty good, but not quite so good. The third is called dvapara, the throw of 2. And here, good and evil are equally balanced. Not so hot. The final throw, the throw of 1, is called kali, the worst throw, and that's the shortest period. And of course, according to Hindu ideas, we're living in it now. But in Kali Yuga, everything goes to pieces and becomes dreadful. And time goes faster. Now, why do they feel that time deteriorates in this way? It is because as one lives in time and becomes more and more conscious of time, we tend more and more to pursue the future, as I said a little while ago. And as we pursue the future, present time becomes more and more unsatisfactory, and we feel that we have to chase our happiness at greater and greater speeds. I was talking the other day to a college president who said, you know, I'm so busy now that I'm going to have to get a helicopter. I said, whatever you do, don't do it. Because if you get it, more will be expected of you. You'll be expected to go to more places faster. And you see, in this whole problem of speed, of getting advantages in life because we can move about rapidly, we forget that speed is only of real advantage to you if you're the only person who has it. Then you can get ahead of other people. But the minute everybody else catches up with you, you're all back where you were, only going much faster and much more nervously. Going, as it were, faster and faster to less and less desirable objectives. We hurry everything we do. We make our products, our houses, our furniture, our clothes, so that they become obsolete quickly. We're in such a hurry to get everything done. We pay attention to the front rather than the back. Who, for example, in this day and age, has time to do anything like this? Here's a piece of Chinese embroidery. Those among you who've ever done any embroidery, some of the ladies, will no doubt recognize that this is a kind of stitch called needlepoint. It's done on a material made up of minute little squares of thread, like a grid or lattice of thread. And this work here is so minute that there are 1,024 stitches to the square inch. So well done, furthermore, that if you turn it over and look at the back is almost as neat as the front. You know, ordinarily when you embroider, you take shortcuts around the back and take threads, jumping spaces and tying knots and things of that kind. But here, no hurry. Or take such an ordinary object as a lady's pocketbook. This again is Chinese embroidery work in shaded silk. Very patiently done over a padded base underneath so that the figures stand out. And inside it, a little sewing case, which opens up, showing concealed within the place for the scissors, but the most delicate work. But in this day and age, we don't have time for it. Because we are always in a hurry to get things finished. And so the things that we finish weren't worth finishing because they were done so fast. After all, the enjoyment of our world is not really unlike listening to music. We don't play music in order to get somewhere. I mean, if the objective of music were to arrive at a point, say the last bar, the final great crashing chords of the symphony, well then all we'd do would be just hurry up its playing, play it as fast as possible so as to get to the culmination, the end, as soon as possible. Or just cut out the whole symphony and play only the last bars. To be able to enjoy it, we have got to live each moment of the playing and listen to it as if it were the only thing important to listen to. And then if we do that, our time has an entirely different quality. It's represented in a Buddhist saying that spring does not become the summer. There is spring, and then there is summer. Firewood does not turn into ashes. There is first firewood, and then there are ashes. The two stages being, as it were, sufficient by themselves. And this is intended to give the idea of living in a fully concrete present into which you settle in. I mean, the present for most of us is, isn't it, just a hairline on a dial. And the hand goes by it flash, and there's nothing in it, one after another. But here there is an entirely different sense of the present. as something you can settle into. There's a line behind me from a Chinese poem, and it says, literally, day, ditto, in other words, day, that is good day. Every day is a good day. And it comes as the last line of this poem. In spring, hundreds of flowers. In summer, refreshing breeze. In autumn, the moon. Free your mind from idle thoughts, and for you, every season is a good season, or every day is a good day. And idle thoughts mean illusory thoughts, thoughts of pursuing a future, thoughts of making one's happiness depend on something which isn't here at all. But when one can come to realize that the present is the only place in which you live, and that the past and the future are now no more than useful illusions, still useful only if one can live in the present, then, as I say, one can settle into full participation with the momentary reality of life as it goes along, just like music. And so in the arts of the Far East, there is reflected a kind of delight in momentariness. One can really consider, for example, this stem of a broken bamboo. Or, not only in painting, but in poetry, a poem in the Japanese haiku style, poems which just crystallize a single moment. In the dark forest, a berry drops, the sound of the water. Or a painting of a man sitting all alone in his boat and listening to the water. He's not asleep. He's not dreaming. He's a man living in an entirely real world. A world which we neglect because we have no time to sit and listen to the water. After all, are not the memories which you go over memories which persuade you that it's really worth being alive, really memories of certain moments in which life itself brought you completely awake? I know we all think of things like the smell of coffee and bacon cooking on an autumn morning, the smell of burning leaves. I remember particularly for me one glimpse of a flock of sunlit pigeons against the dark background of the thunderstorm. And it's incidents like that that are very largely celebrated in Far Eastern art and poetry. Perceptions of the full reality and intensity of the moment. Such a one as this. The sea darkens. The voices of the wild ducks are faintly white. A brushwood gate, and for a lock, this snail. Or paintings where one sees just a few birds on a branch, so vividly alive that you somehow think the next time you look at the branch, the birds won't be there. This is all an art form possible for people who feel themselves to be living in this real momentary world. I remember once a very wise man who used to give lectures on philosophical matters of this kind. Before he started giving any lecture, would sit for a while looking at his audience very intently. And then quite suddenly he would say, "Wake up! You're all fast asleep. And if you don't wake up, I won't give any lecture." And another Chinese sage pointed one day to some flowers while talking to a friend and said, "Most people look at these as if they were in a dream." And Buddha, one of the wisest of the sons of Asia, his real name was Gautama, but he was called Buddha because Buddha means the awakened one, the man who woke up. Now, in what sense was he awake? He was awake in the sense that he was completely all here. After all, we say about a person who's nuts, he's not all here. He's not all there. But our whole culture, our whole civilization, insofar as it is involved with time and living only for a future, is nuts. It's not all here. We are not awake. We are not completely alive now. And consequently, we are so hungry and so greedy because everything seems painful. We are living for an abstraction which has not yet come to be, and we don't know what really is. That is a way of demonstrating the basic experience which underlies some of the major forms of Oriental philosophy. And actually this way of demonstrating it is taken from a kind of Chinese and Japanese Buddhism called Zen, which I'm going to be talking about quite a bit today, because Zen is one of the best examples of a philosophy, shall we call it, in which this experience is dominant. Zen, of course, is a Japanese word, and it's spelled Z-E-N. And that is the Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese word Chan. And this, in turn, is the Chinese way of pronouncing an Indian Sanskrit word, jnana. And jnana refers to the kind of experience which has been represented in this circle. Another word for it would be a second Sanskrit term, shunya. And the nearest we can translate shunya in English is emptiness or void. And so we might say this is an experience of the void. Before trying to explain what this is, and you know the funny thing is it really can't be explained because it has to be felt, because it's a transformation of one's basic feeling, one's basic consciousness of life. But I should mention first that it is characteristic of Eastern philosophy to be based on experience rather than ideas. You see, philosophy in the Western world, especially as it's taught in our universities and academies, is mainly a matter of thinking. It's a matter of trying to arrive at certain clear, positive ideas about the nature of man, the nature of the universe, and so on and so forth. And also religion in the West is somewhat similar because religion is largely concerned with belief in certain ideas. In these basic forms of Eastern philosophy, on the other hand, such as Zen, which is a kind of Buddhism, or Taoism, the basic native philosophy of China, or in Vedanta, which is the central form of Indian philosophy, what is basic to them is not ideas, but a way of experiencing, a way of feeling. And this might be called, as it is here, the void, demonstrated by this circle. Because it is not a void which is just emptiness. This isn't the idea that there are people in the backward worlds of Asia who think that the universe is ultimately nothing at all. It is rather that the void represents complete spiritual freedom. Or you might say, if you don't like the word spiritual, complete psychological freedom. And therefore, I want to try, if I can, to communicate to you, to give you some idea of what this experience is. In Japanese, in Zen, it is called Satori. I'll write that down. It's an unfamiliar word. S-A-T-O-R-I. And I like the way that that's pronounced in southern Chinese. They pronounce it because it's something that happens to you suddenly. Now let me try, if I can possibly, to put into some sort of words what this experience is. This experience, which so far as they are concerned, is the objective of human life. To get this is to understand the meaning of human nature and destiny. Only because it's a transformation of consciousness, because it's something you feel rather than something you think, it is for this reason difficult to put into words. But it is as if you saw quite suddenly, and indeed this experience could have happened to you. It can come without warning to anybody, and so what I'm going to be saying may strike a familiar ring in some ears. But it is as if quite suddenly you became totally convinced that the way everything is in this universe and at this moment is absolutely right. And that's almost putting it too weakly. I'm not trying to talk about a sort of Pollyanna feeling where we say, well, this is the best of all possible worlds, and everything, however evil and however wrong, is going to work out all right in the end because it's means to an end in some master design. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is suddenly feeling that everything is right the way it is now, however appalling, however terrible. And you know it beyond a shadow of doubt. There are two other aspects to this experience as well. And although you feel them all together, we have to talk about them separately. While the first aspect is feeling that everything just as it is so right that you could say of it, this is why I'm alive. This is what life's all about. The second is that everything you see and feel seems to come to life in an extraordinary way. You feel the world as you've seen it before. You're seen almost in a dream. But it is as if just the ordinary things that were confronting you suddenly went, yeah, and came alive. And the third aspect of it is that you no longer feel yourself and what you are experiencing to be separated. Although you don't lose the feeling of the outline of your skin, you don't forget that I, or Joe Doakes, is a possible name by which you can refer to yourself. Nevertheless, it suddenly seems to you that your skin is no longer what divides you from the world, it's what joins you to it. What you see outside you is also you. Now, we ordinarily restrict the idea of ego, of I-ness, or of you-ness to some sort of psychological entity or process inside us which is in control of things. And we identify ourselves with a sort of controlling center. But in this experience, it is as if that center were suddenly enlarged to include the whole universe. You almost feel as if you were God. except that in Eastern thought, one doesn't think of God as a kind of omnipotent person. I mean, there are lots of people in our asylums who say, well, I'm God. I always like the story of the woman who insisted that she was God. And to humor her, someone said, well, if you're God, will you please explain how you managed to create the universe in 6 days? She said, I never talk shop. It isn't feeling God in that sense, as if you could do anything. But it is feeling that you and this whole world are one. And that in this experience of oneness and the sudden coming alive of everything, and the profound rightness, that's the only word I can use, the profound rightness of each moment, of this moment, however far it may seem to be short of one's ideals of perfection. This is it. And you say, having seen this, I can die content. This is what it was all about. Now, you might think at the same time that an experience of this kind is rather dangerous. I mean, supposing one did become convinced that everything just as it is the ideal, is right. Would this mean that you could go out and murder some rich relative in order to inherit their fortune? Does it mean you can do anything you like? You can kick your father and mother, you can be cruel to your children, but you can steal and rob and anything. In a way, it does mean that. But that is only to say, isn't it, that we are free. And freedom is dangerous. But yet, freedom is one of the things which we cherish as one of our greatest possessions and privileges. But if we deny ourselves freedom, then we don't really have the power to act morally. Because all true moral acts are not the acts we are bound to do. They are the acts we are free to do. But freedom is dangerous. The moment you teach a child to walk, you can teach it to kick its mother. The moment you teach a child to use a knife to cut up its steak with, the child can go and kill someone with a knife. Life is risky. Life is not safe. And so in the same way, this experience is not safe. But on the other hand, its content is so joyous that when people are profoundly happy, they are not in the mood, usually, to go out and slug someone. And so you might say, this experience then, which is the foundation of these great forms of Oriental philosophy, that sounds wonderful. And I'd like to get it. You know, that reminds me of a story. Once a fellow was traveling in England, and he'd lost his way and wanted to get to a certain village. And he went to a country yokel and said, can you tell me the way to Little Pudden? And the yokel scratched his head and said, well, sir, I do know where that is. But if I were you, I wouldn't start from here. And so in the same way, when one asks, how do I get this experience? That's not quite the right question. And to go out to get it is from the first the wrong approach. Because this sort of transformation of consciousness happens to a person only in the moment when you might say they give up grasping, they start to treat life not as something to be grabbed, when their whole approach to things is no longer clutching. You know, it was a basic teaching in Buddhism that the root of all human suffering is clinging or grasping. Just in the same way as I was suggesting on a previous program, that you can't cling to your breath without losing it. You have to let go of your breath. And for that reason, the word that is used in Buddhism for this experience, it's another word, familiar to you all, nirvana, literally means blow out. Don't hang on. Don't clutch life. And so one of the great problems is how on earth to get ourselves to give up clutching, to give up clinging. But you see, if that's something you eagerly want to do, because you want to get something good out of it, this is still a grasping attitude. Well, you know, in Zen, they have a means of teaching people how to stop clinging. Zen, incidentally, is supposed to have been brought from India to China around somewhere between 400 and 500 AD by a fierce-looking gentleman called Bodhidharma. You can see him in this picture by the Japanese painter Soga Jasoku. He's always drawn as a very fierce fellow, with a twinkle in his eye at the same time. And when Bodhidharma came to China, he didn't have very many disciples, but there was one fellow who sought him out, and his name was Eka. And Eka came to Bodhidharma and said, "Sir, I want you to accept me as your disciple." And Bodhidharma replied, "I have nothing to teach. What I understand is an experience, in other words, and I can't put it into words, and therefore go away, I can't teach it to you." But Eka insisted on being taught, and he waited outside Bodhidharma's cave in the snow, and if you look in the picture by Seshu, you can see Eka standing out there, and Eka got so persistent, and Bodhidharma so persistent in his refusal to teach him, that at last Eka cut off his arm and handed it to Bodhidharma, saying, "Look, here is the testimony of my sincerity. Please, take me as your disciple." So Bodhidharma said, "All right, what do you want?" And Eka replied, "I have no peace of mind. Please pacify my mind." And by mind, of course, he meant his soul, his self. So Bodhidharma said, "Bring out your mind here before me. I'll pacify it." But Eka said, "When I look for my mind, I can't find it." Bodhidharma said, "There, I have pacified your mind." And at that moment, Eka had his satori. In other words, he had the experience I've tried to describe to you. Because Bodhidharma made him really struggle to catch hold of himself, to find that separate ego, that controlling center which all of us tend to believe ourselves to be. But you know, when you look for it, you can't find it. It's like, they say lunatics sometimes sitting in an asylum are doing this. Yes, they sit for hours perhaps in a padded cell doing that, but you can't catch hold of it. You know, perhaps one of the good ways of showing you what this means is through the application of Zen to Japanese fencing. You know, Japanese fencing, or kendo, which means the way of the sword, is done with gruesome swords like this. And the samurai, Japanese feudal soldiery, used to practice Zen to give them courage, and they applied it to the art of fencing. Now, if you go to study with a Japanese fencing master, you will not at first be given the sword and be told how to use it. You'll be made a kind of janitor around the house. You'll have to do all the little chores, like sweeping the floors, putting away the bedding, washing up the dishes, and so on and so forth. And while you are doing that, the master will get hold of a practice sword. This, you see, is made of bamboo. It's made of about 6 slips of bamboo, loosely tied together, so that if you get hit with it, although it may give you a pretty hard crack, at least you don't get killed. And while the poor boy, who's the apprentice, is doing the household duties, the teacher stalks around with one of these things and unawares gives him a bang on the head. And the boy is expected to defend himself by any means at his disposal. If he's got a saucepan in his hand, use the saucepan. If he's picking up a cushion, use the cushion. And everywhere, always at unknown moments, the teacher sneaks up on him and bangs him on the head. So after a while, the poor fellow is going around looking this way, looking that, expecting at any moment the teacher to hit him. And he begins in his mind to plan how he can be ready to meet the teacher's assault. And as he goes along a passage, he's expecting the teacher to come right round the corner at the end. And instead of that, just as he's all ready to defend himself, doing, he gets hit on the head from behind. Now, when this has been going on for a little time, there are only two possibilities. The apprentice gets a nervous breakdown and quits, or he learns. And what does he learn? He learns that the teacher will always outwit him, that he can never be prepared for an unexpected attack. And so he gives up trying to control the situation. He gives up trying to prepare. In other words, he just wanders around, just like this. Oh, maybe it hits, maybe it doesn't. He gives up caring whether he's going to get hit or not. And at that moment, the teacher gives him the practice sword and says, now you can begin to learn fencing. Because the importance of this is simple. That if, say, you are faced with a group of attackers, and you don't know where the next attack is coming from, if you are ready to go for this fellow, and this one is going to come at you, and you're all set to go for him, you have to withdraw from here to go here. But if you're in a middle position, and you're not tensed in mind in any particular direction, you're ready to go in all directions, wherever the attack may come from. And so in exactly the same way, the Zen way of teaching teaches one to see that you cannot be in complete control of your whole life situation. You cannot, in other words, fundamentally possess yourself. And so they set you the problem of trying to find out who you are. Who is the knower behind all your experience? Who is the experiencer? Who is the ego, the I? And they make you search for it and search for it and search for it. Or you could put this in another way. They ask you, and this really amounts to the same thing, act with total sincerity. Show me, in the Zen way of putting it, who you were before your father and mother conceived you. In other words, show me your real, basic, original self. And this means perform an absolutely 100% genuine and sincere act. Well, you know how it is when you try to be sincere. When you try to be natural. You know jolly well that you're trying and that everything you do is a fake. And so in the same way, the Zen student finds out that he cannot act 100% genuinely with his whole being. And he gets frustrated again and again and again as the teacher rejects every attempt he makes to show him his real self. Until the moment comes when he suddenly realizes, not just as an idea, but something that he knows in his whole body, he knows with his very bones, that it can't be done. You cannot intentionally be natural. And he gives up. And that moment of giving up is just the same as when the student of the sword gives up trying to prepare to defend himself. And in the moment when we let go of ourselves in that way, zoop, there comes upon us this experience of the void, of complete freedom, or as we might say in psychological language, being free from blocking. You know, blocking is when you are stalled by something. When somebody says something to you that fundamentally embarrasses you. Or when an event happens in life, which as it were knocks the wind out of your sails. You are blocked. And to be free from blocking, to be free from being stopped, being phased, is part of the Satori experience. To be able to go straight ahead, as it were, going with the stream of life and not trying to resist the stream. Just as, for example, if you were actually swimming and you got caught in a strong current, if you try to swim against it, you're perfectly sure to drown. But you have to learn in that situation to turn round and go with the stream, let it carry you, and then in that moment, you and the stream become one. The whole force of the stream becomes one with your own body. And you learn after that how to use the force of the stream, to edge to the side and get out of it in that way. This, of course, is the philosophy of Judo, of the gentle way, a philosophy of self-defense in which Zen Buddhism has had a great influence. So then, when the moment of letting go comes, when we see that every moment of life is now it. In other words, the object of life is no longer seen as something to grasp after in the future. Every moment is it now. Every moment, even the most trivial, answers the question, what is life for? And so you see, the experience at the basis of Zen and at the basis of other types of Oriental philosophy can be demonstrated by ordinary everyday life. That's why in Zen teaching, those old masters in China didn't like to answer questions about philosophy with wordy explanations. They had quite a different way of going about it. I remember one case where a Confucian scholar came to a teacher and said, please explain to me your secret teaching. And the teacher replied, well, there's a saying in your own master Confucius, which very well puts it. When Confucius said, my disciples, do you think I am holding anything back from you? Indeed, I am holding nothing back. And that was all he said. And so the Confucian scholar was a bit perturbed and said, well, what do you mean? And the Zen teacher said, well, forget it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Well, a few days later, they were walking together in the mountains. And they happened to pass a bush of wild laurel. And the Zen teacher turned to the Confucian scholar and said, do you smell it? The scholar said, yes. You see, said the teacher, I'm keeping nothing back from you. And it said that at that moment, the scholar was awakened. So this is the characteristic approach, it said, to answer questions about abstract, vast matters of philosophy with absolutely concrete momentary events. Because it is these concrete momentary events that are the answer. If they are experienced with a mind that is no longer clinging to life and clinging to itself, as I said, the trivial, the ordinary, the momentary suddenly comes zoop to life. And this, you see, this thing that we are living now is the answer. And so Zen teachers have said very strange things when asked philosophical questions. One of them said, the cypress tree in the yard. Another said, 3 pounds of flax. Another said, it's windy again this morning. Sometimes they don't say anything. There's a famous story of a Chinese general, I think he was, who came to one of the old masters and said to him, what is the way? And in answer, the master the teacher said, I don't understand. The master said, cloud in the sky, water in the jar.
This is National Educational Television.
Eastern Wisdom and Modern Life with Alan W. Watts. Produced by KQED San Francisco for the Educational Television and Radio Center. Alan Watts is a scholar, lecturer, and the author of many widely read books on comparative philosophy and religion.
This is not the figure of a strange pagan god. It is the figure of a man, an awakened man, a Buddha. And I expect you may have wondered why almost all figures of Buddha or of many other Eastern sages that you see are seated like this. This figure of Buddha is in the posture of meditation, and the way in which he is seated and the whole cast of his features and his expression symbolize a certain attitude to life, a certain way of looking things, which in Indian and Chinese philosophy is considered essential to sanity. Perhaps I can give you some idea of the meaning of this attitude by demonstrating it with a Chinese character, a word which represents this whole attitude to life. Most of you probably know that Chinese characters are originally picture writing. And in this particular character, this half of the character is said originally to have represented some water bird, perhaps a stork or a heron. And this other part of the character is, first of all, a sign meaning the human eye. Then you put legs on it, the activity of the eye, and that means seeing. And the whole character is pronounced guan. And it means a certain kind of observation, a certain way of looking at things which might be typified by the image of a heron standing at the edge of the water, as in this painting, which is by the great Japanese artist Kano Motonobu. There is the heron standing quietly and serenely, watching the water. And so, the whole meaning of this attitude to life is what is summed up in the entire Eastern idea of meditation typified in these Buddha figures. And I want to try today to explain to you something of the meaning of this attitude to life. For fundamentally, meditation is not so much an exercise as it is a certain way of using one's mind or one's consciousness. Because normally, most human beings, when they use their eyes or their ears, are constantly and chronically straining to see and to hear. And when you come to think of it, that's very odd, because our eyes don't work by effort. They don't have to go out and get the light. The light comes to them. And in the same way, sound comes to our ears. And even the sense of touch comes to our fingertips. We don't, for example, have to press a thing hard. If I want in the dark, I'm trying to fumble and feel what this is. I don't have to press very hard to feel it, because the sensation simply
of the hard object comes to the nerve ends in my skin. And so it's strange, isn't it, that we have acquired the habit of a constant and chronic effort to see clearly and to hear clearly. I think part of it comes from school. You know, when children are listening to a teacher in class, they're always fidgeting or doing something like this, you know, and looking around and twisting and jiggling. And the teacher says, pay attention! And the children immediately, to ingratiate the teacher, are able to sort of ham or act what paying attention is like. And paying attention, of course, is staring at the teacher. Yes, they're very interested in what you say. And sometimes, to get their concentration clear, they curl up their legs around the legs of the chair and go into all these strained attitudes so that the teacher knows they really are trying very hard to attend. And it is through such conditioning as that, through being taught that we must try to see and try to hear in order to have clear sight and clear hearing, that we learn constantly to explain our senses in their use. But as a matter of fact, this impedes the clarity of our senses, because if you will try staring hard at a book in front of you, or staring very hard at the TV screen you're looking at right now, you'll find that it becomes fuzzy. Also, in the same way, if you're trying to listen, say, to a telephone conversation while the children are running all over the house and screaming, if you try to listen to the telephone, you'll get very angry and you'll have to stop to yell at the children to make them be quiet. But on the other hand, if you just let the sound come to your ears, you'll have no difficulty at all in hearing. So, you remember then that heron I showed you. When that heron was watching the fish, it wasn't sort of going like this, fish yet, no. Heron was just right. And as it were, the whole area of vision is simply coming to the heron's eye. And the moment it sees a ripple in the water, it darts down and gets the fish. Now, I don't think it's only that we have been taught by teachers and parents and so on to try to see and try to hear clearly. There are other factors in the problem. And one of them is that while we are seeing and hearing, we are trying to make sense of our world by thinking about it. And the act of thinking also introduces an element of strain into the use of our minds. And I think the reason for this is, perhaps you will remember how I showed you on a previous program, that thought is linear. You know, it goes one word after another. It's strung out in a line. We think thought in a line like this, one after another. Whereas when we see to what is going on entirely. We take in a volume when we see. We take in a great area. Nature is a volume rather than something strung out in a line. But when we think, we get one thought after another, and so the process of thought is much slower than the process of seeing and using our consciousness or our mind as a whole. And this then requires a certain effort to make thought keep up with what we are seeing or what we are hearing. Also, you see, thought works by abstraction. What do I mean by abstraction? Well, a lot of Chinese characters are abstractions. If we take, for example, the Chinese character for man, it is written this way. Now, that was originally the head and legs of a human figure, something, you know, like this. When we draw an abstract figure of a man, everybody knows that's a man. But as a matter of fact, it cuts out a great deal of man. This figure cuts out all the details and gives us a simple image which we can grasp all at once. And we have to do that in order to think, so that we can use a series of very simple images or grasps of the world, and these are abstractions. And it is fundamentally in terms of abstractions that we think. Now, thought, as I said, is slower because it goes in a line, thought after thought. And also thought is abstract. That is to say, it lacks the full living quality of real life, just as this figure here is just a sort of skeleton, ball on top of sticks, and therefore it lacks the vitality, the aliveness of a real man. Now, the more we tend to live in a world of thought, the more we tend to live in an abstract world that is removed from and has a gap between it and the real world of nature. And as a result of this, we tend to live in a world that is in some ways unsatisfying, lacking in vitality and life. And also, people tend to think all the time. This becomes, for every civilized community, every civilized person, a sort of habit, which is like constantly talking to yourself. Now, of course, when you meet me here on the TV screen, I'm always talking, or almost always. But I assure you, I'm not always talking. I'm often silent, because after all, we have to be silent some of the time, don't we, in order to hear what other people have to say, and therefore to have something to talk about. In just the same way, our minds have to be silent some of the time if we are really to have anything to think about except thoughts. You know, there is a popular proverb which says that talking to yourself is the first sign of madness. And there's some truth in this, because constant thinking, as distinct from simply experiencing through our senses, constant thinking about our experiences, coding our experiences into words, into signs, into the symbols of thought, is a buzz that goes on day in and day out inside our heads, except when we are sleeping. And as a result of that, we begin to live in a world increasingly divorced from reality. And that is why in those Oriental cultures in India and China and Japan, it has always been considered important for everybody to spend some of his time, by no means all of his time, but some of it, not thinking, but simply in the attitude which was represented by that Chinese character which I drew at the beginning, pronounced one, or quiet observation. Remember this point, it's important. This is not saying that thinking is a disturbance, is a thing that human beings shouldn't do. On the contrary, it's a highly important acquisition of man. But thinking is of no real value to us unless we also can practice non-thinking, unless we can have our minds silent and make immediate contact with the real world as distinct from the world of pure abstraction. And so this leads to a very common practice in Asia, among Hindus, among Buddhists, among Taoists, called meditation. And I want to try and show you something about it. By sitting in the posture of meditation, which is commonly used, and is done approximately like this. One sits upon a firm cushion, usually a big city telephone directory is about the right thickness. And ordinarily, among Oriental peoples, they sit in what is called lotus posture, or half lotus posture, as I'm sitting now, which means that the right foot is lifted up onto the left thigh. You will find, of course, that that's an extraordinarily uncomfortable position if you're not used to it. But one of the reasons for sitting that way is that it locks your legs together so that you don't easily fall over if you go to sleep. And also that this position gives you a sense of being very, very firmly rooted to the ground. And then the hands are laid like this. And one then turns attention to letting oneself breathe. You don't do a breathing exercises, taking deep inhalations and exhalations. You simply let your breath come as it wants to. But you, if anything, let the out-breath, you know, the breath that goes with the sigh of relief. You let that be the emphasized breath. rather than the in-breath. You don't close your eyes, you usually drop them a little on the floor in front of you. Because the object is not to cut out all the things that you might be experiencing through your eyes and through your ears, through your nose and your nerve ends on the skin. The object is simply to let one's mind alone, to experience, but not to try to catch hold of one's experience in thoughts. Simply to think. No, I wouldn't say think. That's a word we use very ambiguously. When I use the word think, I mean talk to yourself. Or bring a lot of images before your mind which have nothing to do with what's right in front of you. So the function of this exercise, this posture, is to let the whole world come to you without interfering with it in any way, just sitting like that. You may say, oh, that's a great waste of time. There are all sorts of interesting things in life to do. Why just spend some hours sitting? And the reason, though, as I tried to explain, is that it is through this that one comes to have a contact no longer with a world of abstractions, no longer with a world of thought, but with the world that actually is. Now, as you do this, you begin to notice a rather curious change in your general feeling of life. You notice that there ceases to be what I would call an interruption or an interval between your experience and yourself. You see, in our ordinary way of using our minds, the chronic sense of strain, the chronic attempt to think about and make sense of what we are feeling, is what we call our ego. If you say, I experience my own existence, I am aware constantly of a knower behind and receiving all that is known, then you get this chronic sensation of there being an I, a self, who has all these experiences. And that I or self is what we call the ego. And this chronic sense of strain is our, you might call it our psychological blocking against our experience. The thing that seems to divide us from an external world, from the whole universe. But when in this way the interval begins to diminish, we begin to experience our world as ourselves. There is no interval, there is no interruption between the knower and the known. Just as when we are completely absorbed listening to music or dancing to music, we are not aware of our separation from it. We go right with it. And so, in the same way, when the mind responds instantly to what the senses bring, it seems almost as if the mind and what it experiences were one and the same. Now, in a way, of course, this is actually true. We can understand this theoretically, but we don't ordinarily really feel it. For example, you know the old saying, if a tree falls in a forest with nobody listening to it, will there be any noise? Perhaps you know the limericks in which this problem is posed. There was a young man who said, God, I find it exceedingly odd that a tree, as a tree, simply ceases to be when there's no one around in the quad. And the answer was, young man, your astonishment's odd. I'm always around in the quad. So the tree, as a tree, never ceases to be since observed by your faithfully God. But this is a great philosophical puzzle for the Western world. Does what we know depend on there being a knower? Now, in a way, obviously, it does. Because When a tree falls in the forest, it certainly makes vibrations in the air. But those vibrations in the air do not become noise unless they vibrate an eardrum. So in the same way, the light from the sun does not become light unless it falls on an eyeball. And two, we could say the external world is full of hard things. But nothing is hard except in relation to the soft surface of the human skin. Nothing is heavy except in relation to human muscles. So if there is not a human organism, the world does not appear to us at all as having any of the characteristics which we attach to an external world. In other words, we could say, the sun is light, but only because of eyes. Rocks are hard, but only because of soft fingers. Falling rocks are noisy, but only because of sensitive human ears. We cannot form any idea at all of what the world would be like without an observing mind. Even such things as duration, the span of time, depend upon the human mind to appreciate them. Space depends on a human mind to observe the world from a particular position and so know that there are things which are distant from it. Without this mind, there could not be any world that we could think about or conceive or imagine in any way whatsoever. And so this shows in a very clear way that our mind and the external world go together. They are inseparable differences. You remember in a recent program how I tried to illustrate the idea of inseparable differences by taking a coin or an object here like a cigar, which has two distinct ends, but you cannot separate those ends. This is very important. It's worth repeating because it's quite fundamental. If I would want to take one of these ends off and break the thing and throw it away, it would still have another end. There would still be two ends there. I could never get rid of the situation of it having two ends. So you see that although the two ends are different, there is just one object. And so in the same way, although there is a difference in a way between the knower and the known, between man and the world, nevertheless, these two go together, and they are fundamentally inseparable. And therefore, when our consciousness is responding instantly, without any interval or interruption, without any, shall we say, stopping to think about it, then we have a situation in which we are actually realizing, we are actually feeling the true physical relationship which exists between man and his environment. And this we could call the experience of oneness or unity with the universe, which is the function of meditation. Now, I think it's not difficult to see some very obvious values in this. Because, well, if we live entirely in a world of thought, all the things that we pursue in life tend in a way to become arid and unsatisfactory because we are living in an abstract world. In other words, nobody in his senses is going to eat a menu instead of dinner. Nobody in his senses is going to try and get a satisfactory diet of dollar bills. And yet, you see, dollar bills and menus stand in the same relation, on the one hand to wealth, on the other hand to dinner, the same relation in which thought stands to reality. They represent it. They symbolize reality, but they are in no sense substitutions for it. Yes, you can do a great deal of things if you have a lot of dollar bills, but unless you exchange those dollar bills into real concrete worth, they are of no value to you. And so, in the same way, if we try to live in the world of pure thought, we begin to feel a strange, unsatisfactory quality to the world. And this living in pure thought is not something that is only done by, professors and intellectuals and thinking people. Perfectly ordinary people often live in the world of pure thought. As, for example, when we pursue certain goals in life, when we say, I want to be successful, I want to be happy, these are really abstractions. Because supposing you become enormously wealthy and you're able to afford 3 cars and 6 houses, you can't drive in 3 cars at once. You can't live in 6 houses at once. You have a symbol, which we call prestige, of your status. But that is an abstract symbol. You can't eat prestige. You can't eat success. And so, to overcome that kind of beguilement by the fantasies of thought, not thinking is an important adjunct to thought. To be able, every so often, to cease the hubbub going on inside one's head, and to let talking to oneself stop and come to stillness. You needn't, of course, sit in the meditation posture like this to do it. This is simply the way it's done by Buddhists and Hindus. You can walk, you can sit in the ordinary way, you can lie in the bathtub and do it. You can lie on your back in bed before you get up in the morning and do it. Just let your mind alone and stop trying to make sense of the world, so that there is really something to think about other than thought itself. Like if we wrote books about nothing but books. This is, I'm afraid, what a great deal of scholarship is. Books about books about books. And so in this way, through meditation, we come to that kind of profound peace which is exhibited in the faces of the Buddha. I remember particularly some words by Lafcadio Hearn, in which he gives a marvelous description of the whole attitude which these faces represent. Each eidolon shaped by human faith remains the shell of a truth eternally divine, and even the shell itself may hold a ghostly power. The soft serenity, the passionless tenderness of these Buddha faces might yet give peace of soul to a West weary of creeds transformed into conventions, eager for the coming of another teacher to proclaim, I have the same feeling for the high as for the low, for the moral as for the immoral, for the depraved as for the virtuous, for those holding sectarian views and false opinions, as for those whose beliefs are good and true.
I have often puzzled and puzzled about what it must be like to go to sleep and never wake up, to be simply not there forever and ever. After all, one has some intimation of this by the interval that separates going to sleep from waking, when we don't have any dreams but go to sleep, and then suddenly we're there again, and in the interim there was nothing. And if there was never any end to that interval, if the waking up didn't happen, that's such a curious thought. And yet, I believe that although that's rather gloomy kind of consideration, I found that's one of the most creative thoughts I ever thought in my life. And I keep going back to it. It's in line with a lot of the very fundamental questions that children ask. When they say, Mummy, who would I have been if you had married someone else? These are the kind of questions that make us puzzle profoundly about our existence. And one of the reasons why I think thinking about not being, about total non-existence, is so creative, is that in comparison with that thought, the fact that we are seems kind of queer, incredibly odd. But you know, in the Western world, I suppose we have two dominant ideas about what happens to us when we die. There's the old-fashioned idea that after we die, we go to another world. I say old-fashioned, not to say it's out of date. We don't know what the answer to this is. But that's the traditional answer of the Western world. When you die, you go to another life. Maybe heaven, maybe purgatory, maybe hell, who knows? I think nowadays, though, the more general idea, the more plausible idea to many people, is that when we die, we just cease to be. That's all there is to it. But we're inclined, I think, to have in our minds a picture of this, which indeed is depressing, of being shut up in the dark for always and always and always, to be kind of buried alive in a blackness where we are blind, deaf, and dumb, but somehow still conscious. But in the Eastern world, there are different ideas of this. The major Eastern idea is what is generally known as reincarnation, of going through life after life after life in an endless series, a process that is represented in this Japanese print of the Wheel of Life, the Buddhist Wheel of Life. This painting was lent to me by Mr. and Mrs. Imamura of Berkeley in California. He used to be the priest of the Berkeley Buddhist Church. And it shows the wheel of stages of existence through which beings pass, clutched by the great demon of impermanence. This is rather an unusual representation of the Wheel of Life. Perhaps some of you have seen these before. They usually have 6 divisions in the central part of the wheel here, and this one happens to have 5, and it's the Chinese-Japanese version of the Buddhist Wheel of Life, whereas I think prints in books, I know there was one some years ago in Life magazine, usually show the Tibetan version. But what we have here, and I think what I'll do, is I'll explain, to begin with, the popular interpretation of it, and then go on to see what more philosophical Buddhists think of it in a deeper way. These then are the 5 or sometimes 6 realms of existence through which, as I said, beings pass through their various lives. We could start here, for example. This is the human world. And then next to this is the world of the devas, D-E-V-A, which we would translate into English as angel. Then this is the world of the animals. This is the world that is sometimes called the hells, only that's not quite a correct term for it. It should be called the world of the purgatories, because in this scheme of the universe, there is no everlasting state. There is no everlasting heaven, and there is no everlasting hell. The demon of impermanence clutches the whole thing, and they all terminate. Next to the hells, there is the realm of what are called pretas, P-R-E-T-A. They are frustrated spirits, sometimes shown with very large stomachs and very tiny mouths, enormous appetite, but very small means of satisfying. And the idea is, you see, that in the course of his development, the individual goes through life after life. If he does well, he ascends towards the heavens. If he does ill, he descends to the hells. Or he may fall from the human state to the animal state, or fall from the human state to the state of the ghosts. But the point that has to be remembered in the Buddhist idea of transmigration or reincarnation is that you can never stop anywhere. You may ascend to heaven, but what goes up must eventually come down. You may descend to hell, but what goes down must eventually come up. And so one goes on, moving through these various worlds until, in Buddhist ideas, you become sufficiently awakened to become a Buddha, one who is released from the wheel, and who does not fall anymore into the sequence of rebirths, but enters the eternal state of nirvana. Now, if you will look closer again, you will see that there are a number of figures round the outside of the wheel. And these represent what is called the 12-fold chain of dependent origination. That is to say, they are a series of links which form what might be called the sequence of life. They are, as it were, a schematic diagram of the force or the process that keeps this wheel rotating. And the chain starts with a demon down at the bottom here, who represents ignorance, or perhaps unconsciousness, the state of not knowing. Then next in order, you'll see a potter's wheel. And this represents potentialities of life. Next comes a monkey, who represents consciousness. A man in a boat. For some reason, this represents the combination of name and form. Words bringing out shapes. Words identifying shapes and things in the world. Here comes sense consciousness, the five senses, a man's body with the senses exposed. And here comes contact, a pair of lovers. After this, there comes perception. I am not quite sure what the symbol in this wheel is. It seems to show a man with a sword behind a screen and two women playing in front of the screen. The usual symbol you find here for perception is a man with an arrow in his eye, showing the pain involved in the perception of the world. The next in the link is desire. It shows a woman with twins. The next one here is called grasping, and that shows a man with a basket into which he is trying to get the fruits of life. And then as we come over round the wheel, we get a figure which means growth. I think this is one of the gods of prosperity. But it means growth, the fullness of life. Here is birth, a woman in parturition. Here is old age. And then, although the final stage of the links of dependent origination, as they are usually drawn, shows this one as the last, and calls it old age and death, in this particular wheel they've been spread out, so that you get old age, grief. No, excuse me, this is sickness. Old age, sickness, death, grief, compassion, suffering, and again back into ignorance. Here's another figure of ignorance, the camel being led by a blind man. Now, what I want you to notice particularly about this is that the chain represents what is called in Sanskrit the process of karma. I'm going to write that word because it's very fundamental to an understanding of this whole problem. Karma is sometimes understood, and maybe your ordinary dictionaries give it to you, as the law of cause and effect, but actually it comes from the root kri, which in Sanskrit means to act or to do. And the basic idea of karma is that it is action which always involves the necessity for other action. As the Buddha once expressed it, This arises, that becomes. Now, this isn't quite the same thing as cause and effect. It is rather the idea of linkage. For example, when I pick up this brush, I lift it by one end, and the other end comes up. Now, we could say this is cause and effect, although this would be a rather cumbersome way of thinking about it. I could say, for example, that the coming up of the brush at this end is the effect of the cause, my lifting it at this end. But we don't ordinarily think so complicatedly about it. We think in a simpler fashion, namely, that to pick up this end is also to lift up that end because it's all one. So in the same way, Buddhists and Hindus who follow the idea of karma believe that life and death involve each other in the same way that the two ends of the brush, lifting up one involves lifting up the other. So in this way, living involves dying. We wouldn't say that the cause of death is birth, but birth and death go together and they are inseparable. And so if we will look again for a moment at the wheel, we can see that there are these important phases of it altogether. Here it ends with the sequence of pictures representing death and suffering and its attendant grief, ending in the blind man leading the camel and the demon, which together represent ignorance or unconsciousness. But once again here we have the potentiality of life and then the monkey representing consciousness. All these things are looked upon as linked and therefore inseparable. And thus, you see, we don't look upon ignorance as the first step or the first link in the chain from a chronological point of view. We only start numbering the chain, the steps of the chain here, because one has to begin somewhere when one's talking. And so, the basic idea of this link is interrelatedness, interlockedness, so that death and life, as I said, imply each other. So that you might, speaking from the standpoint of Indian philosophy, of Hinduism, of Buddhism, you might pick an argument with Hamlet and say, to be or not to be is not the question. These are not alternatives. They are things that go together just like up and down, back and front, solid and space. Now there's another aspect to karma which needs to be considered here, and that is that karma also involves the idea of the continuity of pattern. You know, strictly speaking, Buddhists don't believe that there is any soul entity which passes from one life to another. There is no sort of fixed I or fixed ego which once was an animal and then became a man and then became an angel and then eventually became a Buddha or something like that. The idea of karma as the linking factor between the various lives is what we might call continuity of pattern. For example, consider an army regiment. A certain regiment goes on year after year after year. Old European regiments, for example, have existed for hundreds of years. And yet the personnel of those regiments, and even the barracks in which they are stationed, are entirely changed. In the same way, a university. Harvard University has existed for a long time. Oxford for a lot longer. And yet there is not a single member of the faculty, not a single student who was there when it first began. And yet, you see, the university goes on. Because what goes on is a pattern, a form of life. In the same way, the individual body of man, every 7 years, I think, all the molecules composing our physical structure are entirely changed. And yet, something identifiable as the pattern, which we associate with Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, is still there. Another fascinating illustration of continuity of pattern in this sense is wave motion. It's perhaps easiest to illustrate with something like a barber's pole. When you twirl it. Now, as you twirl it, there's an illusion of something moving upwards from the bottom to the top of the pole. It seems that the strips go along. Now, actually, they don't go along. They just go round. And in the same way, also, when waves move across water, there's no water moving across. There is the wave pattern moving across. The water is just going up and down, as you can tell when you see, say, a dead leaf floating on the water's surface, and it isn't moved along by the waves. So this idea of continuity of pattern is the solution which Indian philosophy offers on the matter of the problem of death. The individual, as it were, entity is constantly changing. He does not go on, but the pattern or the karma, the pattern of action goes on. And it's all embraced by that figure you saw of the great demon of impermanence. Could we look at that demon once again? I want to say something more about him. From our Western ideas, this fellow looks pretty evil. And we might associate him with the devil in the Hebrew or Christian sense of a principle of evil. In Buddhism, demons are not evil. They are really beneficent. They have a frightening aspect, but underneath this, there is a deeper meaning. This demon represents change or impermanence. But the deep insight underlying this is that change is a liberating factor. Death is a liberating factor. Did it not exist, life would not exist either. And therefore the wise man is not afraid of the demon. He goes, as it were, straight forward to him to embrace him. And at that moment, the demon is transformed. And so in the same way, in a deeper sense, Buddhists do not think of these various realms of the wheel as literal worlds where there are angels and demons and starved ghosts, but they represent the various phases of consciousness. Equanimity, general kind of medium consciousness, quiet consciousness is the human state. The angel state is supreme happiness. The animal state is animality. Here is misery in its extreme, and here is frustration in its extreme. But the fundamental idea of the whole wheel that we have to remember, the idea of karma, is the interlocking, the interdependence of being and not being, of death and life, and the fact that the demon of change is really a disguise of the very source of life. The death without which life is impossible. The change without which life is totally boring. Now, of course, when any idea like that is explained, the first thing that we ask is it true? Is there a process of rebirth? Do our patterns go on and have influence to an illimitable future? But you know, as this idea is held by deeply thoughtful Hindus and Buddhists, it isn't a belief in something which we can't prove. It's really quite a self-evident notion. Think of it in this way. Supposing I make two statements. Statement one. After I die, I shall be reborn again as a baby, but I shall forget my former life. Statement two. After I die, a baby will be born. Now, I believe that those two statements are saying exactly the same thing. And we know that the second one is true. Babies are always being born. Conscious beings of all kinds are constantly coming into existence after others die. But why would I think that the two statements are really the same statement? Because after all, if you die and your memory comes to an end, and you forget who you were, being reborn again is exactly the equivalent of somebody else being born, because we have no consciousness of our continuity unless we have memory. If the memory goes, then we might just as well be somebody else. But it seems to me that the fascinating thing about this is that although a particular set of memories vanishes, death is not the end of consciousness. In other words, we are deluded by a kind of fantasy. If we think of death as endless darkness, endless nothingness is not only inconceivable, but it's logically absolutely meaningless, because we aren't able to have any idea, much less sensation of nothing, unless it can be compared with a sensation of something. These two things go together. And therefore, I think what is meant is that the vacuum created by the disappearance of a being, by the disappearance of his memory system, is simply filled by another being who is I, just as you feel you are I. The funny thing, though, about being I, about feeling that one is sort of a center of the universe, is that you can only experience this I sensation in the singular. You can't experience being two or three I's all at the same time. Now then, it seems to me that this idea has three very important consequences. One is that the disappearance of our memory in death is not really something to be regretted. Of course, everybody wishes to hold forever to the memories and to the people and the situations that he particularly loves. But surely, if we think this through, is that what we actually want? Do we really want to have those we love, however greatly we love them, for always and always and always and always? Isn't it inconceivable that even in a very distant future, we wouldn't get tired of it? And this indeed is the secret of the thing. This is why the demon of impermanence is beneficent. Because it is forgetting about things that renews their wonder. Just think. When you opened your eyes on the world for the first time as a child, how brilliant colors were. What a jewel the sun was. What marvels the stars. How incredibly alive the trees were. That's all because they were new to your eyes. Or in the same way, you know how it is, you've been reading a mystery story. And you're looking around the house, want something to read, and you pick up an old mystery story. If you read it years and years ago and you've forgotten all about the plot, it still excites you. But if you remember the plot, it doesn't excite. And so, by the dispensation of forgetting, the world is constantly renewed. And we are able to see it again and again, and to love again and again, to have people to whom we are deeply attached and deeply fond, always with renewed intensity, and without the contrast of having seen them before, for always and always and always. Another consequence of this is a very curious realization. Remember that question, who would I be if my mother had married someone else? Who, if I were you, we often say, one might so easily have been you. I might so easily have been born in China and India. Why do I feel that the world is centered in this place, as distinct from some other place? You jolly well know the world is centered where you are. And this gives one a very strange feeling of the idea that other people jolly well exist in the same sense you do. Everybody's name is I. That's what you call yourself. So, there will always be eyes in the world. Every eye is in a way the same eye. We all might be anyone else. And there is no escape. It goes on and on and on and on. So long as there is consciousness anywhere, there is I. You then, in a way, look out through all eyes. And that, perhaps, is the secret of the great virtue of compassion. Have you ever set too few places at table or poured out too few drinks because you forgot to count yourself? Funny, isn't it? Oneself is the closest thing to you, and yet just because it's so close and your eyes don't look at you, you're difficult to see. And sometimes you forget yourself. You know, there's a strange way in which obviousness conceals things. I've often been struck by the fact that some of the very greatest discoveries that man has made have been occasions when he suddenly noticed something that was staring him in the face all the time. And when we see it, we say, good heavens, why didn't I ever see that before? There it was, right under my nose, and I never noticed it. Oh, this sort of thing happens, I suppose, every day when you lose your glasses. And you go around all over the house looking for them, and then suddenly they're on your nose. Or you've lost your handbag, and there it is over your shoulder. There's an old story about an Indian king who one day woke up in the morning and turned to his bedside and looked at himself in the mirror. He had a mirror like this. You know, these old bronze mirrors, which used to be polished on one side and then had a design of some kind on the other. And here he was with the mirror beside his bed, and he was kind of bleary-eyed in the morning, and he picked it up and looked into the wrong side. And he said, where's my head? I've lost it. And he summoned all his attendants and started running around all over his apartment looking for his head. And when the attendants arrived, they said, but your majesty, O king, live forever. It's still on your shoulders. You looked in the wrong side of the mirror. And that story is told as an illustration of what is, after all, the greatest theme of Indian philosophy. The recollection or remembering of something that mankind as a whole seems to have forgotten. I was talking a moment ago about great discoveries of benefit to the human race. How there are things that might have been obvious all the time. Supposing there was the very greatest discovery, something that would really set the heart of man at peace. And it's the most obvious thing there is, and nobody is noticing it at all. What might it be? Well, when in Indian philosophy it is said that the objective of the whole thing is remembering or recollecting something that has been forgotten. What is that? It means remembering who or what we really are. Well, of course, if we say, well, who am I? We say, well, I'm I. I'm a person. Well, what is a person? Here is a person. A person is originally an actor's mask, whether for an ordinary dramatic performance or a ritual performance. And in the Greco-Roman world, these masks were called persona. For the word persona means that through which there comes sound. And those old masks, as they were made for the Greco-Roman stage, had mouthpieces that were shaped like a megaphone, rather wide mouths. And so, because those mouths emphasized the sound, persona became
the name for a mask. And this use of the word still survives when you look in the title pages of a play and you see a list called Dramatis Personae, the persons of the drama. Because this was originally a list of the masks that the actors were going to wear. And so isn't it strange that the word person, which originally meant a mask, has come to mean what we really and truly feel ourselves to be. And this is perhaps a very, very significant confusion. For after all, what one is as a person, that is to say as a mask, as a part in a play, is what we nowadays call one's role. And we are such, aren't we, that we very much depend for our personal security and our social security. We very much tend to fix upon and identify ourselves with certain roles. Now, I think one of the best illustrations of this is when you go to a party and you're meeting a lot of strange people. When your hostess introduces you to each other, she always gives some little indication in her introduction so that another person can identify your role. She says, "Oh, I do want you to meet Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is a painter. I do want you to meet Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones is a banker." And so Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones know who they are. But what they know is not exactly who they really are. They know what roles they play in society. And by knowing their roles, they are able to converse with each other without difficulty. You have, in other words, a starting point for conversation. Or it may be something so trivial. "Oh, I do want you to meet Mrs. Dokes because she comes from your home state." And then immediately the conversation can begin quite easily, talking about one's hometown or home state. And in this way, you know, you can talk with people without ever really meeting them. By identifying clearly with your role and playing your part, or I mean it may be some other part than banker or doctor or lawyer, it may be regular guy or buffoon or bohemian or whatever sort of role one identifies oneself with. By playing this part, you can completely conceal yourself from other people. You know, the only people who don't really need these role keys in meeting each other are children. A child has no embarrassment in going straight up to you and saying, "Oh, what a pretty face you have," or "Isn't that a funny nose you've got?" He can go right into conversation without having to meet your persona, your front, your mask. And that is, of course, why great philosophers and sages have always admired children and have in that respect tried to emulate them. So then, society encourages us, not only modern society but ancient society, have encouraged the individual to identify himself with a consistent role and to play his part consistently. In other words, we all find that the moment in which we really make fools of ourselves, when something goes wrong, is when we act out of role. In other words, my role at the moment is being a speaker on television and talking to you. And I would be considered to flub the show if suddenly I acted out of role and did something that simply speakers don't do. And if I did this unintentionally, I would feel embarrassed because my role had slipped. Now, in Indian society, the roles that people play are what we now know as their castes. In old Indian society, there were 4 principal castes: the priests, the warriors and rulers, the merchants, and the laborers. Rather much as in medieval European society, there were lords spiritual, lords temporal, commons, and serfs. And then within each one of these caste groups, there were many subdivisions corresponding to the various vocations that people adopted. But Indian society contains an interesting custom, an interesting tradition, and that is that when a man has established himself in his role about the middle of his life, he hands over his vocation, the running of his business or his shop, or whatever it may be, to his oldest son, and says, "Now you carry on." And he, the man who gives up his job or gives up his role, becomes what is called a forest dweller. He retires from active life. He changes his name and he gives up his role. And this is done in the pursuit of what is called in Hindu philosophy liberation, or to use the technical term, moksha. And this means becoming a nobody. You give up your identifying role. You drop caste and become, as it were, no one. You, in other words, go to find the great question of all life. Who behind these masks, these parts I play in life, who am I really? Now, we often talk about finding ourselves. We often talk about finding ourselves in relation to our work. Am I doing the job I am really fitted for? Am I married to the person who really suits me? Am I living in the part of the world that is really congenial to my nature? But this, you see, raises the question, doesn't it? What is one's fundamental nature? And if you look into this question carefully, you suddenly find yourself rather like an onion. You start peeling off masks or skins, looking deeper and deeper and deeper, until you get to the point of ultimate puzzle. What is it behind all this that is the very foundation of my consciousness? What am I really? And in Hindu philosophy, the answer to that question is always, behind all the many masks of the world, be they masks of men or masks of animals or plants or stars or mountains, there is one actor. There is the supreme self of the universe, which is called Brahman. Brahman, in its personal form, Brahma, but Brahman is the name thus accorded to the one actor playing all the different personae or parts. And the deepest self in man, the one who is under all those onion skins, really us, is called Atman, meaning the self. And the great formula of Indian philosophy is Atman is Brahman. You are not really this role, this mask, whether it be the social mask or the mask of skin over one's body. What you are fundamentally is the Brahman. And so comes this formula which sums up the whole inner doctrine of Hinduism. Excuse me, I've started to write it the wrong way. We'll begin over here. Tat. That means that. Tvam, thou, asi, art. That thou art, or in ordinary English order, thou art that. The very word that in English is, I think, originally from this Sanskrit expression, tat. And this is, in a way, the best word that can be used for the underlying reality of the world. And perhaps I can try and explain to you why. Now, you know, when I was in my teens, I first became interested in this. And I very much fervently wanted to realize what it would be like to experience the whole world as a unity, and myself as being involved in that unity, of being it, of being the one self which is all. And at first I thought, well, I suppose this is a state of consciousness which, if one realized it, all the distinctions and outlines of things would disappear. The whole world would kind of go blah into a great sea of cosmic jello like this. Or else, I thought perhaps that it wouldn't be quite like that, but maybe everything would become suffused with a kind of omnipresent interior light, something like this. And, but I couldn't make it happen that way. And you know, it was strange. There was one thing in my experience, I was living in London in those days, which really stuck in my craw. One thing that I just couldn't make disappear into this jello or this infinite continuum of the one ultimate reality, the true self behind everything. And that happened to be a London taxi cab. I wonder if you've ever seen a London taxi cab. They used to look like this. They were upright, they were ugly, they were the most individual, impertinently definite things you could imagine. And I could not make these silly gadgets which I saw all around me disappear into the one. And suddenly it dawned on me one day that to see the unity behind life, things don't have to merge into jello. They don't have to become suffused within a light. I saw it with that taxi cab. I saw that that taxi cab, by being the very upright, impertinent, stupid-looking thing that it is, precisely as taxi cab, it manifested the one underlying reality. In other words, this is not a question of imposing upon the world of differences some abstract conception of unity in your mind. You don't have to go around saying to yourself, now, don't get fussed, don't be disturbed, be at peace, all things are fundamentally one. You don't have to do that at all. You have to see the secret, that it's the very differences of things, the very individuality of things, their prickly personal reality that manifests, that shouts out, that advertises the underlying unity. You remember perhaps that in a previous program I was talking to you about the contrast of figure and background. And we saw what happened to my figure when the background disappeared. And we were getting from that the idea that it's precisely the difference between the figure and the background that makes us able to see both the background and the figure. There is, in other words, a hidden unity underlying these contrasts. And so then, it is through seeing the fact that the differences themselves are the unity, that we come to an inward, clear realization of, after all, the thing that we've forgotten. Because going about our everyday tasks involves constantly focusing on the details of things. Focusing on the contrasts and the differences between them. And so in this absorption, in dealing with the difference aspect of the world, we simply forget, we overlook the unity aspect of the world, which the very differences so clearly proclaim. So then, if we know that the differences reveal the unity, then we see that what we really are is that, it. So what? Does it make any difference? Does it make anybody any happier to understand that behind all the differences of life is a unity which each one of us is? Well, it does, doesn't it, in this way? If you really know this, you come to a point where nothing can faze you. For you know that you aren't anymore just the fragmented individual. You know that what you are deep down at the very center is something beyond time and change, the eternal Atman, the self of the world. Now, of course, that just doesn't mean that you become, insensitive. It doesn't mean that you go beyond human emotions that you're no longer ever afraid, no longer sad, no longer loving other people because you see it's all one, so it doesn't make any difference. It's not like that. In Buddhism, they say, our object is not to make stone Buddhas, but living Buddhas. A stone Buddha is a symbol of what we might call an ultra-stoic, a person who so represses his fears and his emotions that he doesn't have any left. And they say, well, if that's your idea of a sage, a rock will do just as well. It doesn't mean that. It means rather that you're no longer afraid of being afraid. You're no longer afraid of grief, of pain, of being sensitive. You're no longer afraid, in other words, to go into life with total zest. In other words, when we say you're not fazed by anything, it means you don't block. Blocking, you know, is always difficult to overcome. Just about the time of year when we have to do a lot of figuring, say, to work out our income tax. Don't you notice sometimes when you're adding columns of figures that there are certain combinations, like maybe 9 and 7 or something like that, at which you block? And this annoys you. Every time you reach this combination, you think, oh, yes, 9 and 7 is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Oh, 13. And you block. 9 and 7 aren't 13 anyway, you see. You see how it is. Well, anyway, what happens? If you get annoyed that you block at it, you block at blocking, and it gets worse and worse and worse. But if you don't get annoyed at it, you say, oh, well, I'm going to block anyway, and you don't resist the fact that you block, it's okay, and you'll eventually stop blocking. So, in this way, too, it isn't a question of a state of mind which enables us not to be afraid at all, of not to be sad at all. It's a state of mind in which we don't block at being afraid. We are not afraid of fear. And so, as I said, this enables one to go into life with a certain kind of zest. Once upon a time, there was a Chinese Buddhist master. One of his disciples asked him a question. What is the Tao? You know, I've used that word before, T-A-O. Tao means the way of nature, in one sense. It has almost the same meaning as Brahman. It is the same one reality underlying the whole universe. Also, Tao means a way of life, a way of behaving, a way of conduct. So both meanings were involved in his question. What is the ultimate reality? What is the way of conduct by which one comes into accord with it? And the teacher answered him in 2 words. Walk on. Oh no, it's almost like a policeman when he comes out with a crowd hanging about the street. Come on now, keep moving, keep moving. For after all, keeping moving in this sense is keeping alive. Keeping things circulating. Not hoarding, not blocking. Not, as it were, getting clots of blood in one's psychological and spiritual arteries. Another illustration that is given of this state in Chinese Buddhist philosophy is the way of behavior of a ball on a mountain stream. Think of a ping pong ball on rough water. The ball keeps dancing, 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 and it is never swamped. It never stops moving. It's always instantly responsive to the motion of the water. And so in this way, when we are living, to be able to go straight into things without hesitation, without blocking. We have our own proverb. He who hesitates is lost. And hesitation is what is basically meant in Buddhist thought by attachment in a bad sense, in the sense of evil attachments to the world. It doesn't mean love.
It doesn't mean joy and sorrow in that sense. It means blocking at love, blocking at joy and sorrow, blocking at fear. This is the attachment from which the sage is going to be liberated. And so, in his answer, walk on. Keep going. You know, sometimes you wake up, maybe Monday morning, and you think of the week coming up and all the chores you've got to do, and right as you wake up in bed, you feel this fundamental block to going any further. You think, oh, I wish time wouldn't go on. I'd just like to lie here and let it stop. I don't want to face it. The longer you lie that way, the more and more difficult it becomes to wake up. And, you know, the answer is given to us over and over again. Just get up. Don't think about it. Move. Walk on. For the moment one moves into it, the problem becomes simple. It's only when you stop to think about it. I referred in a previous program to that astonishing gentleman, Bodhidharma, the sage who's supposed to have been one of the people who introduced Buddhism from India into China. Let's look at a picture of Bodhidharma again. Here he is in rather an odd form. You can see him there looking like a kind of a roly-poly. And here he is rolling around various positions. And at the top it says, Jinsei Nana Korobi Yaoki, which means 7 times down, 8 times up, such is life. And here he is, the doll that can never be phased, because he's not afraid of yielding. Whichever way you knock him, he always comes up again. He goes down, he comes up. You can never defeat him. He doesn't block. One thing do I teach, O my disciples, suffering and deliverance from suffering. It was in this way that Gautama the Buddha, living in the 6th century BC, gave the gist of his whole teaching. And it's for this reason that many commentators and critics of Buddhism have called it a way of escape, because of its tremendous concern with the problem of human pain as the fundamental problem of life and the means of deliverance from pain. But I believe this is really a very mistaken criticism, because there is nothing that is so much the very essence of suffering as the fear of suffering itself. And if the doctrine of the Buddha were fundamentally based on an obsession to get rid of suffering, it would be a kind of self-contradictory vicious circle. This is very well illustrated by another of those stories which I tell from time to time, where a student came to his master with the question, "It is terribly hot, and how shall we escape the heat?" In other words, this was a symbolic question, asking about the whole problem of the heat of suffering. It is terribly hot, and how shall we escape the heat? And he answered, "Go right down to the bottom of the furnace." "But in the furnace," said the student, "how do we escape the scorching fire?" And the master's final word was, "No further pains will harass me." Now you might say then that the attitude of the Buddhist philosophy to suffering is not at all one of turning away from it, of solving the problem of suffering by turning one's back on it and escaping it. Rather, its whole attitude is that the solution to the problem of human pain, whether it be physical or whether it be moral, is to go right into it. Now, in the Buddha's doctrine, pain or suffering in its most general sense is designated by this word dukkha in Sanskrit. Dukkha is the opposite of sukha. And if you break the word down, du here means what is disagreeable, painful, bitter, and ka means condition. Su means what is sweet. So you might say this is bitterness in contrast with sweetness. And the first proposition of the Buddha's teaching, what is called the first of the Four Noble Truths, is the idea that life as we live it is fundamentally dukkha, fundamentally a kind of chronic frustration. And man's effort is always to get rid of this and go to that. But the basic idea of the Buddha was that if you have this, you must have this because these two contrast with each other. You don't experience this unless you experience this. You don't experience this unless you experience this. So if you go after sweetness, you cannot experience sweetness unless there is always as its background the contrast of bitterness. And therefore, the objective of the Buddha's doctrine was not to get rid of pain and put pleasure in its place, but to go to something else which stands, as it were, transcending these two opposites, above and beyond them, which in Sanskrit is called ananda. That word is usually translated bliss, but in a rather unusual sense. There is a poem, again from the tradition of Chinese Zen, which says, "Under the sword lifted high, there is hell making you tremble. But go straight ahead, and there is the land of bliss." And so bliss here has a very special meaning. It isn't bliss in contrast to agony. And I think probably the best way of translating the word ananda is to use the English word ecstasy. Now, then our problem is simply this. How is it that through a profound going into suffering, that is to say, a profound acceptance of it, there can come out of it some sort of bliss? This is the problem we have to understand. Now, first of all, by way of illustration, I would like you to consider a mild but nevertheless chronic form of suffering which we constantly undergo, the experience of fear. What is fear? What, in other words, when you are afraid, are you actually feeling? A great deal of the doctrine of primitive Buddhism, as we have it recorded from the Buddha's own teachings, is concerned with close attentiveness to one's inner feelings and states of mind. A careful watching of them to find out what they really are. And supposing then you're afraid, what happens to you? Many people, when asked this question, seem strangely unaware. Their thoughts are concentrated on the particular imagination of the feared event happening. In other words, a person is afraid of having a certain sickness, disease, and he keeps thinking of what it might be like to have that disease. But supposing we switch our attention from that and concentrate for a moment on what it simply feels like to be afraid, we find, don't we, that we get a kind of creepy feeling up the spine. We get a sort of sinking or hollow feeling in the pit of the stomach and a clammy sensation in the palms of our hands. Now, as a matter of fact, that's not really very painful, is it? That's all that's the matter with you, and that's the worst that life can do to you at that moment. Furthermore, notice something else, that when you have what you call fear, you have also precisely the same sensations that you have in a totally opposite situation. When you have what we call shudders or thrills of delight. They are the same shudders, the same trembles, sometimes even the same creepy feeling up the spine, the same sinking feeling in the pit of the stomach, that a very profound, positive emotional experience can excite. So that we find that our feelings depend for their valuation as to whether they be positive or negative, very much as to the context in which they occur. For example, say a father is playing with his boy, and he gives him a slap on the behind. The boy looks around, and if he sees an angry expression on his father's face, he feels hurt. It was painful. But if he sees his father is laughing at him and was just teasing him, it doesn't hurt him at all. And so it is with all our sensations. The way they impress us positively or negatively, as good or bad, depends to a very large extent on the context in which they are set. Take, for example, in a poem like this by the humorous poet Thomas Hood. The poem says, "They went and told the sexton, and the sexton told the bell." Now, it's the same sound told in either case, but its meaning is completely different because of the context in which it occurs. If the second line had said, "and the sexton told the minister," then it would have had the same meaning in both lines. And just as words change their meaning in accordance with their context, so the meaning of what we experience alters contextually. And so it is this, then, that close awareness of our feelings reveals. In the same way, we can say we weep when we are sad, but we also weep for joy. There are tears of joy and tears of sorrow. Exactly the same tears, exactly the same physical sensation, but what a difference the context makes. And therefore, the idea of the Buddha was to become delivered from suffering, not by running away from it, but from looking at the actual concrete reality of what we feel and forgetting the context. Now, of course, this is obviously something quite possible in the milder forms of suffering. But what happens when suffering becomes really acute? Perhaps as an illustration of this, I might turn to a very extraordinary work of art. It is a sculpture of Saint Teresa by Bernini. Look at that face and try and decide what feeling that face is expressing. Is it agony? Is it a rapture of delight which would, as we say, cause one almost to swoon? What is it? Actually, if you look back and see the whole scene, you will see that the saint is confronted by an angel who is piercing her with a dart, the dart representing the divine love. And so the figure represents Saint Teresa in ecstasy, in profound joy, profound delight at the state, the inner feeling of her union with the Godhead. And this is exactly what is meant by ananda, ecstasy, for pleasure and pain in their most intense forms, both producing that we could call ecstasy. A very striking illustration of this has been given recently. Some of you may have heard of the work of a British obstetrician by the name of Grantley Dick Reed, who has many students among obstetricians in this country. For as you know, the pains of childbirth can be some of the severest pains that a human being can undergo. And the point of Dr. Reed's work has been to show that if you change a woman's attitude to the experience of childbirth, if, in other words, you stop calling these feelings pains, and instead you call them tensions, and if, before childbirth, you train her to relax, to let go of herself, and, as it were, cooperate with the tensions that she's experiencing, the whole character of childbirth can be changed. And many women who have undergone this pre-birth training say afterwards that what they might have expected to be an extremely unpleasant experience turned out to be a profoundly moving experience, even a joyous one. Now, of course, it's pretty clear that we can do something like that when the context of a painful experience is very positive, as it is with childbirth. After all, this is a creative event. But wouldn't it be a very different matter in the case of the pains of death? Would it be possible, for example, to look upon the pains of death as natural tensions and so have an entirely different attitude? I don't know why not. After all, we fear death, we have a negative attitude to death, largely because of social conditioning. It's what we've been taught. For example, just to give another illustration and then get back to the subject of death. The idea of being sick, I mean vomiting, is something which most of us regard as disgusting. But is it actually disgusting? Don't we revolt with the feeling of disgust from it? Because when we were little children and we were sick and we threw up, our mothers went, "Ah," and we caught from them the emotional attitude toward that kind of experience, so that it reverberates and echoes with us ever afterwards. Well, it's rather the same with death, because death is, after all, beneficent. If we never died, not only would our world become hopelessly overpopulated, not only might we become utterly bored with century after century after century of experience without intermission, we might crave death after the first 500 years of life. And never to be able to have it would be like the torture of a chronic and fantastic insomnia. So, if death is fundamentally merciful, if it is natural, if it is something that is just as much an integral part of being a human being as having a head or having hands, then would it not be possible to have a changed attitude to death in any community or society, so that in due course people could begin to look upon the pain attending death in the same way as they can be taught to look upon the pain attending birth? Now, there's another aspect of the problem, and that is that a great deal of our negative attitude to the experience of pain, and acute physical pain I'm speaking of now, is connected with a certain culturally conditioned unwillingness to react to pain in the natural way. In other words, we are afraid of giving in to suffering in the way that our own physical organism suggests to us. We are afraid of crying. We're afraid of screaming. We're afraid of going into those very undignified motions which constitute the human being's reaction in pain. Even though, as I just pointed out, we sometimes have the very same reactions in acute pleasure. But we are fundamentally ashamed of pain, because we are taught that giving in to pain, weeping or something like that, is unmanly, sissy, or something like that. Now, it's a very dangerous doctrine that a human being should always be rigid in conditions of suffering. I often like to quote a passage from that Chinese philosopher, Lao Tzu, Laotzu, which says, "Man at his birth is supple and tender. In death he is rigid and hard. Plants when they are young are pliant and soft, but when dead they are brittle and dry. Thus, tenderness and softness are the companions of life, but rigidity and hardness are the companions of death." In other words, there is strength in weakness. Consider a cat. When a cat drops off a tree, what does the cat do? Does it go rigid? Does it say, "I'm going to be a real tough guy and meet the ground without flinching"? Does the cat stick out its feet like this? No. Because if it did, when it hit the ground, it would be just a broken bag of bones. When the cat's in midair, it relaxes. It goes with it. It becomes weak. And so it hits the ground with a soft, heavy thud and is unharmed. Think also of water. Water was one of the basic symbols of Lao Tzu's philosophy, to be like water. Nothing in the world is softer and more yielding than water, and yet at the same time, nothing is like water for overcoming and wearing away things which are hard like rocks. And thus, if you put a knife into water and you try to cut it, what happens? The water gives completely to the knife. The water closes up wherever the knife went. And although you strike at it as hard as you like, you can never create a wound. So it is, you see, because of its softness that the water triumphs over the hardness of the knife. So then it's the same with human beings. Unfortunately, we are so brought up to mistrust our natural feeling reactions to certain experiences. We are conditioned to believe that we will suffer less, that we will somehow triumph over pain if we hold our feelings rigid. But you know, our reactions to pain are, in a way, therapeutic. They're healing, just like fever. When we have poisons in our blood, the natural defense mechanisms of the body send up our temperature and in this way boil out the invading bugs. Now, it used to be thought that when people had fevers, this was the disease. The fever itself was the disease. And so, once upon a time, doctors used to give medicine to take away the fever. But by taking away the fever, they very often killed the patient, because they took away the defensive action of the body to drive out the disease. And so in just the same way, if one refuses to react in the way of nature to invasions of pain, so too one may shatter the body beyond what it can stand. It's the same thing, you know. No bridge will stand up unless it has give. If a steel suspension bridge is built so firmly that it doesn't sway in the wind, that bridge will come crashing down on the first gale. It's just because there's give in it that the bridge is strong. Take a great building like the Empire State. The Empire State also has a sway in it. And if it didn't have that sway, it would be a very insecure structure indeed. So then, when we are willing to react to pain as our own natural feeling suggests, if we're willing to scream, if we're willing to weep, if we're willing to wriggle and writhe as pain suggests to us to do, a very strange thing happens. The very willingness to react in that way often makes it quite unnecessary to do so. Now, you may say I'm just talking big, and the only way I can prove what I say is the next time you have a toothache, the next time you have any serious pain, see what happens if you do this. If you, as it were, go along with the pain and don't try to fight it, yield, become weak, and you will discover the strength of weakness. So then you see, this is not really an escapist philosophy at all. It is most definitely a philosophy of keeping in mind the actual reality of the situation in which you find yourself. I don't know what could be more realistic than this, what could be more fundamentally facing the hard facts of life. One keeps his attention on the actual concrete fact that is happening as distinct from our socially conditioned and inculcated ideas and attitudes about it. And this is really facing reality 100%. And so, there come out of this two basic results. The first is that when we don't resist pain, we don't set up a vicious circle in connection with it. Take the pain of fear again. Supposing you're in a situation where the doctor has told you you have to have an operation. And of course, if you're going to undergo this operation in the best way, you need to be rested, you need to have plenty of sleep, you need to be strong, and so on. Well, fine advice, isn't it? Because the moment you know you've got to have an operation, you're liable to get a bit frightened, and then you know you ought not to be frightened. You ought not to stay awake at nights and worry about it. You need sleep. Then you get afraid, you see, because you're afraid. You're afraid that your fear is going to lead to insomnia and debility, and so you're afraid of being afraid. And then because you see that you are afraid of being afraid, you are afraid because you are afraid because you are afraid. So that worry is always a vicious circle in which you are worrying because you worry, because you worry, because you worry. And this, as it were, builds up a whole chain of reactions which makes the pain of fear worse and worse and worse. So then, if at any point in this link we can, as it were, be willing to be worried, and then you don't worry about being worried. Be willing to be afraid, then you don't have to be afraid of being afraid. And so this, in other words, diminishes the total amount of pain because it doesn't allow the painful situation to build itself up and up and up and up. In the same way, if somebody stuck a hook into you and you pull away from it, well, the hook goes more deeply into you. But if you're caught like a fish on a hook and you go with the hook, this reduces the amount of tension. And this works backwards all the way down the line. Now, there's also a second result. And that is that when our mind, our consciousness, our attention is fully focused on what is, on the actual situation, as I said, we are free from various thoughts about it and associations with it that bring up a context which makes the experience painful. So you might say that this is an attitude of taking things as they come, one at a time. For example, many of you who are not blessed with dishwashers have to wash many dishes day after day. And when you've been married as a woman for, 10 or 11 years, one day you're sitting there at the sink, utterly weary of the whole thing. And in your mind's eye comes the immense pile of dishes which you've had to wash day after day in the past. There they are in your mind's eye, standing up, piled forever and ever on the draining board. And also in your mind's eye is that enormous pile of dishes that you're going to have to wash in the future. And you think, my life is that of a mere drudge, washing dishes, washing dishes, washing dishes, and there's no end to it. But if you were realistic, you would see this. You have only one dish to wash in your life, this one. You can only wash one dish at a time. And that's the only one you have to deal with. It's the same with climbing a mountain. If you start to think as you climb, oh, what a lot of steps to take, then the task becomes utterly oppressive. Or if, for example, you make a New Year's resolution and you say, well, I'm going to go on the wagon. I'm not going to drink anymore this new year. And if you say, this whole year I will not touch another drop of drink, well, of course, the old devil immediately brings to your mind 365 days of not drinking anything alcoholic. And that's overwhelming. Don't tempt the devil that way. One conquers the problem by not drinking this one and saying nothing about the next. So with the climbing of the mountain, taking each step as if it were the only step to be taken. And so, in the situation then, where there is the experience of agony, whether it be physical or whether it be moral, the way out is, in a way, suffering that agony as if this were the only thing in the whole world to be done. By going right down to the bottom of the furnace, no further pains will harass you. It was also so, isn't it, in Dante's Divine Comedy, when Dante and Virgil find their way out of hell by going down to the very center of hell. I like to illustrate this with another of those Zen stories. There was a monk who got news that his mother had died and he was weeping. And another Buddhist monk said to him, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You, a monk, still showing worldly attachments by weeping. He said, don't be silly. I'm weeping because I want to weep.
This is National Educational Television.
When I was in Europe some months ago, I met a very remarkable German scholar who had studied Buddhism in Japan for a number of years and was reflecting on similarities between things that people experience as a result of their study of Buddhism and things that people experience in the course of their lives in the Western world. And he made a very interesting remark to me about experiences that had happened to various people during the calamities of the war. He said that there were three particular kind of instances which he had come across, where people had found themselves in desperate situations, and as a result of thoroughly accepting these situations, they had had an experience of the profound joy, and you might almost say meaningfulness of life, that corresponds very closely indeed to the kind of experience that in Buddhism is called awakening or enlightenment, satori in Zen language, or liberation in Hinduism, or what we might sometimes call in the West mystical experience, the sensation of the individual finding himself one with God or with the ultimate reality behind the universe. And my friend then enumerated these three instances. He said there were the cases where a person heard a bomb coming at them. And they heard the shriek of the bomb descending, and they were quite sure that this was their last moment. This was the end. They accepted it completely. They gave in to their own obliteration. But the bomb turned out to be a dud, or it missed and went somewhere else, and they survived. The second kind of instance was where people were prisoners of war or shut up in concentration camps and had come to the point of believing that they would never, never, never be released. They were in a state of complete despair. But again, they saw there was nothing to do except give into it, accept it completely to the point, you might almost say, of affirming it. And the same thing happened. And then the third instance he mentioned was when the disorganization and chaos of war had so uprooted people, had so destroyed everything that they had built up for themselves by way of careers, professions, family, and everything like that, that they got the sensation that life in this world is totally meaningless, like Shakespeare's phrase, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. And again, when they committed themselves to this and thoroughly accepted the idea that life was absolutely meaningless, there came this same extraordinary transformation of experience, this sense of joy, and in some strange and different way, a sense of the whole thing really having meaning. Now, I think that story is very interesting because we in the Western world are so concerned that our lives should be meaningful, that they should make sense. And indeed, one of the frequent definitions of mental health that you hear is that mental health depends on one's having a purpose in life and finding that life is meaningful. And this is fairly easy to preserve, provided one's life is not disrupted by great catastrophes like war. It's fairly easy to preserve on a small scale. That is to say, we find it fairly easy to make our lives meaningful and purposive in relation to our immediate community or in relation to our work, where we can do something that is a true vocation for us, or where in the community we can do things that are helpful to other people. But it's increasingly difficult to get this sense of the fundamental meaningfulness of things in a universe as it is now seen by contemporary science. In other words, when you enlarge the framework, it's more and more difficult to see any meaning in things. Because while we can see the significance of our lives over a few years, maybe 100 years, maybe 200. When we look at the thing in vast perspectives, when we see the human race as such a tiny little sort of bacillus living on an obscure piece of dust in a remote corner of the universe, when we see this enormous, almost cosmic nonsense of galaxies of radioactive material going around and around for colossal spans of time for no apparent purpose at all, in that perspective, it's particularly difficult for us to believe that life is fundamentally meaningful. And this is a real difficulty because it's so hard to see something that has real and abiding meaning against a background or as part of a whole system which seems to be basically nonsensical. But the interesting thing is that when we use these words, meaningless or purposeless of the universe, they have a bad feeling for us. They are sort of cuss words. They're bad words to use about life. But it's very different with people in the Far East, with certain schools of thought in China and Japan, where the word purposeless, the word meaningless, does not have a negative connotation at all, but rather the contrary, something very joyous and positive. There's an old Chinese philosophical text that uses the expression, if purpose can be used to achieve purposelessness, then the thing has been grasped. The thing meaning the whole point of life. So then, to understand this point of view in Chinese and Japanese thought, I think we should investigate, first of all, a little more clearly just what we do mean by purpose and meaning. Purpose is, I think, a word generally used by us whereby events are ordained to a future result. For example, if I do something like this, just doing that alone doesn't appear to have very much purpose. But if after I have done that, in the future, I do this, then it appears that what I did in such a chaotic way in the first has purpose. So purpose is acts acquiring a meaning in terms of a future to which they are leading. We say, I have a purpose when I am going down to the store in order to buy groceries. If I'm going down to the town for no reason at all, then you might say my action is purposeless. But if I'm going to buy groceries, then it has a purpose. Now, what about meaning? The idea of meaning is very close to that of purpose. And this may be a good illustration of it. Here is the word cross. And the word cross is a sound. It's just a noise. But that noise has meaning for us because we know that it relates to this. That is a cross. But the noise cross is not this figure. But cross has meaning because it represents or stands for that actual concrete figure. And so, at any rate, one sense of meaning, which we might call here the first sense of meaning, is the function of a sign, a noise or a symbol which points to something other than itself. For example, if we didn't take this as a cross, but took it as a plus sign, then it would in its turn become another sign having meaning, and its meaning would be the process of adding. Now, of course, if life has to be meaningful in these two senses, in the sense of purpose already demonstrated in the sense of
at least this first sense of meaning, then it means that events, people, things are only meaningful or purposeful insofar as they lead to something else or insofar as they represent something else. And in a way, this makes people and things rather like symbols and words which always refer to something beyond themselves and don't mean anything in themselves. There's also another sense of meaning, and that is the sense of order. We would look at this object, for example, and say, well, that's a kind of a senseless shape. That doesn't mean very much. It's just a chaotic blob. But if we introduce order into it by making that object symmetrical, we will immediately recognize the phenomenon of pattern, because an element of recognition comes into it. In other words, we recognize the repetition of the shape in reverse. And this element of recognition makes it meaningful, patterned, orderly in this particular way. And so, one of the dominant ways in which a person can say that life has meaning is then that it has order. But on the other hand, if the orderliness of life is taken too far, we then move over into another kind of meaninglessness, which we call monotony. In other words, if every day is the same as the day before it, if we find ourselves involved in a routine where we're doing exactly the same job day after day after day after day, we find that through an excess of order, our life begins to lose vitality. And so it seems that we need a kind of disorder in order to give life to order. We need a kind of nonsense in order to make things really meaningful. We need chaos as an essential element of life. Now, in the Western world, we tend on the whole to emphasize order. We are always pushing things to make sense. We are always trying to control the world and make it obey us, and therefore make it orderly. And after all, science is primarily the study of the regularities in nature, the study of natural order. But to a considerable extent, in Far Eastern thought, especially in Taoist and Buddhist thought, the emphasis goes the other way. There is an emphasis not so much on the beauty of order as the beauty of a certain kind of disorder or nonsense. You see, look at this that I drew just before I started to make the face. This chaos of lines up here is so like life in certain aspects. So much of life is this sort of thing which does not become this sort of thing. Events that don't seem to make any sense at all. But the Chinese and Japanese eye has been able to look at this sort of phenomenon, which we would call nonsense phenomenon, purposeless phenomenon, in a way that begins to reveal a profounder kind of meaning in it. Take, for example, one of the greatest of the Japanese painters, the artist Sesshu, who was a Buddhist priest living between about the beginning of the 16th century. Actually, his dates are 1421 to 1506. And this is a very, very famous painting of his. But as you look at it, you may be inclined to feel that it's very like the muss which I drew that eventually turned into somebody's hair. Because Sesshu did paintings of this kind very often with fistfuls of straw instead of brush. But as you look at that painting more carefully, it's done in black ink on paper, you begin to realize that this is a natural scene. That we are looking at a system of rocks, and far above them, very faintly, there is a few mountain peaks. That is called the haboku, or rough technique landscape. And as you begin to recognize what it represents, you begin perhaps to feel that it has some meaning. And yet, why do we feel that those at first sight chaotic lines have meaning when we discover that they represent a natural scene, a mass of higgledy-piggledy rocks and trees, which in themselves do not have meaning in quite the senses that I have so far defined? After all, if a word like cross represents an object, what do rocks represent? What do trees represent? What do mountains represent? Do they symbolize something? Do they have some purpose in that they are intentionally working to produce a future result? Do the waves washing on the shore and making strange patterns of foam on the sand have some intention? Are they symbolizing anything? No. But then, why does the artist so often copy the forms of nature? Surely, he does it because he is paying a tribute to a certain kind of meaninglessness, a certain kind of joyous purposelessness in nature. And this fact of our being constantly fascinated by the freedom of natural forms from having to mean something, from having to make sense, that is a kind of relief to us. And so there is a Chinese saying, which is that the beauty of a mountain is that it's so much like a mountain. The beauty of water is that it's so much like water. They have this way of putting it in a little figure. Mountain gets mountain. Then you can write it across. Water gets water. Meaning, after all, a mountain is wonderful because it's so much like a mountain. Water is wonderful because it's so much like water. And thus it is the quality of the whimsical waywardness, shall we say, the wandering quality, the undesigned quality in all these things that pleases us in so marvelous a way. And this has been picked up by the artists of the Far East. You know, after all, wandering, doing something with no particular purpose, just strolling down the street looking at the sky, or sitting and twiddling your thumbs, this in a way is always an expression of fullness, of profound content. And there's a kind of prejudice against wandering in our world. What happens if you go out in a big city nowadays? And you're just wandering, you're going nowhere. And a cop stops you. Where are you going? Well, I wasn't going anywhere. Ah, don't tell me that. People who aren't going anywhere, people who are not certain where they're going, people who are just wandering, are regarded by our civilization as rather dangerous. But look what we are missing. Here is a very marvelous example of wandering. It's a print by a great contemporary Japanese artist who died a year or two ago, Saburo Hasegawa. He made this print from pieces of an old boat that were washed up on the beach. And he rubbed them with ink and printed them on paper. And what he especially wanted to reveal was the beauty of the simple wandering lines of the grain in the wood. He, in other words, had an insight, which is the same insight that Seshu had when he did that rough landscape. An insight into the essential joyousness of wandering lines. That print, in its outline, is not made to represent anything. It isn't a symbol of anything. It's just for one to look at and enjoy for itself with no purpose whatsoever beyond it. One also finds a similar kind of thing in calligraphy, in certain ways of writing Chinese characters. And this sort of rough, undisciplined, jazzy way, we would say, of writing Chinese characters. Of course, they have meaning because the words actually are a poem. But what is especially attractive to connoisseurs of fine writing is not only the meaning of the poem, but the character in the strokes, the vitality, all those little hairlines of the brush dancing on paper in what appears to be a kind of haphazard tracking of the brush. And because we have begun to see the beauty of this kind of thing for ourselves, to some extent tutored by Far Eastern artists, we can also recognize the splendor of, say, the forms of driftwood, such as this piece that stands here. Nowadays, many people are going along to the beach and collecting objects like this to put in their houses, where the wood charms us because of its strangely chaotic and again nonsensical, meaningless outline. And this sort of thing was also brought to a kind of perfection by the great ceramic artists of Japan when they made something like this. This is a ceremonial tea bowl for chanoyu, as it's called, or tea ceremony. And once upon a time, a potter who was making one of these bowls had an accident. He let the glaze run on it by mistake. I don't know if you can see on this bowl that the glaze here is just a blob which has run down the side of the bowl. The first man to whom that happened, many hundred years ago, thought, oh dear, it's a mistake. But then he looked at it and realized that the unintentional, the nonsensical mistake was peculiarly beautiful. And thereafter, there has grown a tradition of ceramic art in Japan, which, as it were, capitalizes on what will happen when the glaze runs all by itself. So, this art of natural nonsense is a kind of perception that the beauty of the world is that it's a dance. And just when we dance, we don't dance in order to go anywhere. We don't dance in order to get to the other side of the room. We dance just to go round and round and round. And so it is in the same way when we look at the outlines of the mountains. What do they mean? They mean just whoop, 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 wee, 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 whoop, whoop, like that. And that is the delight of it. In other words, this nonsense quality of life begins to make its appeal to us, begins to show us its hidden meaning and its hidden beauty. When we don't, as it were, pick a quarrel with the world and try to make something of it. You know, our own slang is often so revealing. When somebody says to you, do you want to make something of it? That means the situation is definitely hostile. And so, likewise, when our constant attitude to the world is that we want to make something of it, we want to force it to make sense, we want to force it to make order, then to that extent, the world hides its meaning from us. And we find a greater meaning when we are able, like the person in the story I told at the beginning, like the person who found that life was senseless and profoundly accepted its senselessness, he converted that nonsense into a kind of joy. Now, after all, this isn't really foreign to, say, Christian ideas. It's true that we hear a great deal in Christian teaching about the purposes of God. But surely there is a deeper secret within Christian teaching, that the purposes of God lead in the end to purposelessness. After all, isn't it the historic ancient doctrine of Christianity that the true purpose or the true end of man is to behold the vision of God? And then you might ask, what is the purpose of that? If people find themselves in heaven, face to face with God, do they look at God and say, so what? No. According to our ancient Christian symbolism, they join with the saints and the angels in singing, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Well, the word hallelujah once meant something, but what it means now is celestial whoopee. It's an expression of sheer joy. It's a babble. It's like the sound of a brook. And we love to listen to the babble of a brook because it's a joyous sound that just doesn't mean anything at all. You see, God in that sense does not need to mean anything because he is complete. He has no future purpose to fulfill. He's not a symbol signifying something. But in the Far Eastern ideas of which I have been speaking, life is regarded in the same way. Life itself, the mountains, the stars, the rivers, the trees, the earth, our very selves and our own behavior, they are not looked upon as mere signs leading to something else, mere existences about which we must always say, so what? Where are you going? They are regarded as being in a state of fulfillment at every moment. And it is as Goethe said, the highest to which man can attain is wonder. And if these prime phenomena of life make us wonder, that is the limit. No more should we ask.
Eastern Wisdom and Modern Life with Alan W. Watts. Produced by KQED San Francisco for the Educational Television and Radio Center. Alan Watts is a scholar, lecturer, and the author of many widely read books on comparative philosophy and religion.
You know, it's not surprising that in this day and age, the most up-to-date and respectable form of academic philosophy taught in our universities is what is called logical analysis. A logical analyst, you know, is the kind of fellow, the moment you say something, you hardly get a word out of your mouth before he says, now, just precisely what do you mean by that? You can't take a step of the way in unfolding a proposition, or a thesis, or an idea, without his going minutely into the meaning of each word that you say. And as a result of this sort of technique, most logical analysts have come to the conclusion that the problems that have been discussed by philosophers for several thousand years are mostly meaningless problems. Because when you look very precisely at the form of words in which they are stated, and you analyze each word bit by bit, you come to the conclusion that it didn't really mean anything. But I think there's a profound fallacy in this, because it's based on the assumption that the meaning of words is supposed to be precise. But unfortunately for this sort of approach to things, we're living in a world which isn't precise, where nature, on the whole, is extraordinarily vague. I mean, it would be very nice for purposes of precise calculation if the Earth, in its orbit around the Sun, went round in a neat 360 days. But it doesn't. It goes round in 365 and some wretched fraction. Everything's a little odd. Everything's a little off-center. For example, how are we to decide exactly when now is? You know? When is now? If I look at my watch and take a good look at the second hand to find out exactly when now is, well, that second hand I can see it, so it must have some size. So let's take out a magnifying glass. Then it appears that the thing that marks now looks about so wide. And then, well, let's draw it a bit finer. And draw it a bit finer. But we never seem to be able to get to the end of analyzing it. Now, you see, it's fuzzy. It's vague. It's like the field of vision that you have in front of your eyes. You can see clearly in the middle, but going out to the sides, things get a little bit blurred. Or where exactly does the head stop and the neck begin? You hear? You hear? You hear? We can't really decide. The only way to be perfectly clear about where the head stops and the neck begins is to chop off the head. And then you've got a neat dividing line. In other words, the whole process of analysis is a process of chopping, of cutting apart, of approaching nature with a knife, with a dividing line, with a scalpel. And although there is most definitely a place in life for precision, for clear distinctions, for the attitude of the knife, this kind of thing can be enormously overdone. And if one approaches the poet, I remember a cartoon once I saw in a newspaper, showed Shakespeare walking on the clouds of immortality, holding his head in his hands. Oh, he was being pursued by a pedestrian little man wearing a cap and gown, saying, "Mr. Shakespeare, your use of the conjunction if." And one knows all too well a certain style of personality which likes to be precise. The sort of person who always in his opinions and attitudes seems to be using his thought as a means of tearing other people to pieces. Isn't it wonderful to be equipped with a rigorous philosophical method that can tear all fuzzy thinking to shreds? You know, the kind of person who says, "I don't like fuzziness. I like to be definite, clear, and meticulous." You always feel that person has got his knife into life. Or sometimes you meet among scientists, sort of person who likes to talk about brute facts. Why must facts be brute? Hard and clear facts. Aren't there also facts that are soft and vague? But you see, that kind of attitude represents and in a way caricatures something that is on the whole rather characteristic of the total attitude of Western civilization to the environment. You know, one of the first things that Oriental peoples notice about us so-called white people is our noses. After all, the bridge of a Chinese nose is rather flat. Same with Negroes. When they see us Caucasians for the first time, what they notice about us is this nose that goes out like this and seems to be prodding into everything, and the deep-set eyes with a fixed stare. And if you look at old Japanese screens which show what we call caricatures, but what they thought were fairly good representations of the first Western people they saw, they look like Tenjin or goblins because of their long noses. For it seems that this Western man has this prodder out in front of him, which is into everything. He can't leave anything alone. And although, as I say, there is a place for precision, nevertheless a fundamentally hostile, cutting up attitude to life gives us dead knowledge instead of living knowledge. It kills things. You know, it's a way of approaching everything rather on the lines of the old story about Achilles and the tortoise. You know perhaps the problem of Achilles and the tortoise. Achilles and the tortoise agree to have a race. But because
Achilles can run twice as fast as the tortoise. The tortoise gets a head start. Achilles begins here, and the tortoise begins here. Now then, when the tortoise has gone half the distance between his starting point and Achilles' starting point, when the tortoise goes that much and is here, Achilles, who can run twice as fast, moves from here to here. Then the tortoise goes half as far as that distance. Achilles does twice as much, and he lands up here. And then the tortoise goes half as far as he went again, and lands up here. Achilles does twice as much, and he's here. And so the tortoise goes half as far again, and Achilles does twice as much, and he lands up here. And notice, you see, Achilles is still behind the tortoise. And the next time the tortoise will go half as much as that, and Achilles will come up to here. And we shall go on doing this, thinking about smaller and smaller and smaller intervals. And as a result of this, Achilles will never overtake the tortoise. Now, of course, in actual life, Achilles jolly well does overtake the tortoise. He goes right by him. But why this is a problem is it is a way of thinking about the situation that is infinitely and indefinitely analytical. It doesn't, as it were, let life go on, but it stops to analyze the whole business. It breaks it down into minuter and minuter and minuter quantities so that the whole thing is delayed. The whole situation is, as it were, stopped and killed. And this will always happen whenever we get into the bind, the rut of trying to think too precisely. And it's for this reason that the Taoists, and I think also the Confucian philosophers of China, are very mistrustful of logic chopping, of being too analytical about the meaning of words. Let's take, for example, a word that is absolutely fundamental to Chinese thought, a word which I've used a great deal in this program, Tao. You know this is in English, spelled this way. Tao in Chinese we usually translate that the way of nature, the way of things. But that's only one of its many meanings. Indeed, the term is so difficult to define that Lao Tzu, you know this man, the man who was the founder of Taoist philosophy, Lao-Tzu, Lao Tzu started out his book by saying, and this is a phrase which already shows how many meanings the word has, Tao, which can be Tao, but here the word means spoken. It has that double meaning. The Tao, which can be spoken, is not. The eternal, the regular, or you might say the real Tao. Oh yes, he was inconsistent. He then went on to write a whole book about it. But really the whole purport of the book is to show that Tao, the fundamental nature of the world, is something you cannot get too precise about. You can't think about it and understand it that way. In other words, what is the fundamental basis of one's life as of one's thought always has to remain undefined. You see, if you insist, and Chinese philosophers and scholars always are very clear about this. If you insist on defining words meticulously, you always have to have other words to define your definitions. And then you have to have words to define those words, and words to define those words, and there's no end to it. Or otherwise you can get around this by going in a circle, which is that, when you look up the dictionary and you look up to be, you find the definition to exist. All right, you look up to exist and you find the definition to be. And then where are you? Either you go round in a circle, which fundamentally tells you nothing, or else you go on and on and on, getting more meticulous, and you never arrive. Once, a Western psychologist asked a Chinese friend, "What do you mean by Tao?" And the friend said, "Go and look out of the window." He went and looked out of the window. "What do you see?" He said, "I see houses in the street." "What else?" "I see people moving around." "What else?" "I see clouds in the sky." "What else?" "And the wind is blowing." The Chinese extended his hands like this and said, "That is the Tao." And so, I remember too, a very great Japanese artist who was teaching over here in the United States. And he was always being pressed by his students to define himself. And he used certain expressions. They say, "Now, exactly what do you mean?" They were always saying this. And one day he got mad. And he said, "What's the matter with you? Can't you feel?" And so it is that there are certain basic ideas, like Tao, which the Chinese feel must come to us. We can't go out to get them. We can't grab them. They must come to us in the same way as light comes to our eyes. This thing, then, is mysterious and unknown. Like the hermit sage in one of the most famous of all Chinese poems, Jia Dao's Seeking for the Hermit in Vain. I asked the boy beneath the pines. He said, "The master's gone alone, herb picking, somewhere on the mountain. The cloud hidden, whereabouts unknown." The whole power of the poem is in the mysterious imprecision of the old man's whereabouts, which, somehow or other, brings the spirit of the hermit sage closer to the inquirer than an actual meeting. His absence says more than his presence. Lost somewhere on the cloud-hidden mountain, he communicates far more than if he had come down to explain himself. And the spirit would be totally missed by the ritual-minded, no-nonsense sort of person who at this point would want to clear away the clouds and the mystery, to rush in and find out just exactly where the old fellow has gone and just what herbs he is picking. You know, it's absolutely impossible to understand and appreciate our natural universe unless you know when to stop investigating. In our restlessness, we're always tempted to climb every hill and cross every skyline to find out what lies beyond. Yet as you get older and wiser, it isn't just flagging energy, but rather increasing wisdom that teaches you to look at mountains from below, or perhaps just climb them a little way. Or at the top, you can no longer see the mountain. And beyond on the other side, there is perhaps just another valley like this. An old Indian aphorism says, "What is beyond is that which is also here." And you mustn't mistake this for a kind of blasé boredom, tiring of adventure. It's the startling recognition that in the place where we are now, we have already arrived. This is it. What we are seeking is, if we are not totally blind, already here. For if you must follow that trail up the mountainside to its bitter end, you will discover that it leads eventually right back to the suburbs. But only an exceedingly stupid person will think that that's where the trail really goes. For the actual truth is that the trail goes to every single place that it passes. It leads also to where you are standing and watching it vanish into the hills. You are already in the true beyond to which it leads. Many a time I have had intense delight in listening to some hidden waterfall in a mountain canyon. A sound all the more wonderful since I have set aside the urge to ferret the thing out, clear up the mystery, and find out just where the stream comes from and where it goes. Every stream, every road, if followed persistently and meticulously to its end, leads nowhere at all. And this is why the compulsively investigative mind is always landing up in what it believes to be the disillusion, the hard and bitter reality of the actual facts. Playing a violin is, after all, only scraping cat's entrails with horsehair. The stars in heaven are, after all, only radioactive rocks and gas. But this is the illusion, that truth is to be found only by picking everything to pieces like a spoiled child. This is why the painters of the Far East so seldom tell all, why they avoid filling in every detail, and why they leave in their paintings great areas of emptiness and vagueness. These aren't just unfilled backgrounds. They are integral parts of the whole composition, suggestive and pregnant voids and myths which leave something to our imagination, even though we don't make the mistake of trying actually to fill them in with detail in the mind's eye. We let them remain suggestive. Autumn clouds, vague and obscure. The evening, lonely and chill. I felt the dampness on my garments, but saw no spot and heard no sound of rain. Cliffs that rise 1,000 feet without a break. Lake that stretches 100 miles without a wave. Sands that are white through all the year without a stain. Pine tree woods, winter and summer evergreen. Streams that forever flow and flow without a pause. Trees that for 20,000 years your vows have kept. You have suddenly healed the pain of a traveler's heart and moved his brush to write a new song. There was something vague before heaven and earth arose. How calm, how void. It stands alone, unchanging. It acts everywhere, untiring. It may be considered the mother of everything under heaven. I do not know its name, but call it by the word Tao. The Tao is something blurred and indistinct. How indistinct, how blurred. Yet within it are images. How blurred, how indistinct, yet within it are things. How dim, how confused, yet within it is creative power. Picking chrysanthemums along the eastern fence, gazing in silence at the southern hills. The birds fly home in pairs through the soft mountain air of dusk. In all these things there is a deep meaning, but when we are about to express it, we suddenly forget the words. The song of birds, the voices of insects, are all means of conveying truth to the mind. In flowers and grasses, we see messages of the Tao. The scholar, pure and clear of mind, serene and open of heart, should find in everything what nourishes him. But if you want to know where the flowers come from, even the god of spring doesn't know. Things are produced around us, but no one knows the whence. They issue forth, but no one sees the portal. Men, one and all, value that part of knowledge which is known. They do not know how to avail themselves of the unknown in order to reach knowledge. Is not this misguided? But it isn't by pushing relentlessly and aggressively beyond those hills that we discover this unknown and persuade nature to disclose her secrets. What is beyond that is also here. Any place where we are may be considered the center of the universe. Anywhere that we stand can be considered the destination of our journey. But we have to be receptive and open. We have, in other words, to do what Lao Tzu advised when he said, while being a man, yet one should also preserve a certain femininity, and thereby one will become a channel for the whole universe. You know, that's one of the things which I believe in our culture of the West is submerged. The feminine values are despised values. And we find typically among men a strange kind of reluctance to be anything but a man. A kind of anxiety to be 100% male. And that's a kind of monster. A man who is 100% male, 100% tough guy, is a sort of human mollusk who has no softness and no sensitivity. And indeed, it's a common psychological observation that people who are constantly anxious to prove their masculinity, who are scared to death of being sissy, of being weak, of being unaggressive, those are the very people who have doubts about their own masculinity, who are not really sure of it. And so, there is a tremendous necessity for us to value alongside, as it were, the aggressive masculine element symbolized by the sword, the receptive feminine element symbolized perhaps by the open flower. For after all, our human senses are not knives, they're not hooks, they are the soft ball of the eye, the delicate drum of the ear, the soft skin on the tips of the fingers and on the body. It is through these delicate, receptive things that we basically receive our knowledge of the world. And therefore it is through a kind of weakness and softness that it is possible for knowledge to come to us. So, putting it in another way, we have to come to terms with nature by wooing her rather than fighting her. Not just putting nature at the so-called distance of objectivity as if she were an enemy to be shot, but something rather to be known by embrace, like a beloved wife. For you see, what does one really want to know about? Does one rather want to manage the whole thing? Does one want to be a kind of omnipotent God in control of it all? Or does one rather want to enjoy it? One cannot, after all, enjoy what you are all the time anxious about controlling. One of the nice things about one's own body is you don't have to think about it all the time. If you had, when you woke up in the morning, think about every detail of your circulation, you'd never get to the day. As was well said, the mystery of life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced.
I'm going to show you an ancient Chinese method of divination. Perhaps you know that divination is really a kind of fortune-telling. But this particular kind of divination is based on what some people believe to be the very oldest of all the Chinese classics, the Book of Changes. I say divination is something like fortune-telling, but it's a little bit more highbrow than ordinary fortune-telling. One wouldn't, I think, presume to ask so hoary a book of wisdom as the I Ching what to bet on the stock market. Rather, one asks questions about one's spiritual, psychological state, or very great momentous decisions of life. The very old and orthodox way of consulting the Book of Changes is to use the stalks of the yarrow plant. A number of stalks are taken and divided at random, and so calculations are made. But this is a rather long and elaborate way of doing it, and a not so ancient but equally respectable way is to use Chinese coins. You know, the kind of coins that have a hole through the middle, and so that you can carry them on a string round your neck. So if I would ask the Book of Changes, what is the best thing for me in my present state? That is the sort of question that would be appropriate under circumstances like this. So we take the coins, and we shake them, and drop them. And according to the way they fall, heads or tails, we get a positive or a negative reading. In this particular case, we get a negative reading. The symbol which records the negative reading being the drawing of a broken line. That line is called a yin, or negative line. We do it again. And this time the reading is again negative. And we record it. We shake them again. This time the reading is positive. We record that by an unbroken line, or a yang line, Y-A-N-G, representing the positive principle. Again, and once more the line is negative. Again, and the line is once more negative. And then a final sixth time, and the line is positive. And so we get this figure. And in order to know what it means, we have to take a look at a very, very ancient diagram which may be familiar to you. Perhaps you've seen this diagram on Chinese bowls, or jewelry sometimes, or carving in jade. This is called Pa Gua, or the 8 trigrams. In the center of the design, you see this figure, which may be familiar to some of you as the trademark of the Northern Pacific Railroad. But actually, its meaning in China is the symbol of these two fundamental principles, the negative and the positive, the yang and the yin, which are held to lie at the root of all phenomena in the world. The word yang, which is represented by this comma or fish that is white, means the south or bright side of a mountain. And then yin, Y-I-N, we romanize that, means the shady or dark side of a mountain. And thus, respectively, they are called the male and the female principles. Now, you will obviously notice that with the symbolism of the light and dark side of a mountain,
that you can't have a mountain with only one side. The two sides must always go together. And so in the same way, the Chinese feel that the positive and the negative, the light and the dark, the male and the female, the auspicious and the inauspicious, always go together in human life because one cannot be distinguished without the other. In the second chapter of his book, the old philosopher Lao Tzu, whom I've mentioned many times in these programs, says, when all the world recognizes beauty to be beautiful, there is already ugliness. When all the world recognizes good to be good, there is already evil. Thus, to be and not to be arise mutually. And you can say that to be is the principle yang, and not to be the principle yin, respectively the positive and the negative. And now outside the rotating figure of the positive and negative principles, you will find these 8 trigrams. Trigrams meaning symbols of 3 lines. And here you will see the broken and the unbroken lines, such as I drew when I was consulting the oracle, the broken being the yin lines and the unbroken the yang or positive lines. And these trigrams represent the 8 fundamental principles or elements which, according to this book of changes, are involved in every life situation. For example, the one at the top means heaven or sky, the one below means earth. This is the father, this is the mother. Over this side, for example, this one means fire, and over here, that one means water. And as you will see, we derived 2 of these trigrams, the point of the oracle being that every situation in life is a combination of 2 of these principles in preponderance. And the one that we have here is this one repeated twice. And this one has the meaning of a mountain. A mountain over a mountain. Now there are 64 possible combinations of these 8 trigrams, which makes the meaning of each combination pretty difficult to remember. So we'd better go and look at the Book of Changes itself and see what it has to say about this particular one, what advice the oracle would want to give me in answer to my question about my present situation. The mountain over the mountain happens to be, let's see, that's number 52. The figure of the mountain, of course, it has a symbolism. It means the idea of quietness or keeping still. And so when we have keeping still, quietness above quietness, we get a whole emblem whose meaning is profound calm. And so the oracle says, keeping still. Keeping his back still so that he no longer feels his body. He goes into his courtyard and does not see his people. No blame. Mountains standing close together. The image of keeping still. Thus the superior man does not permit his thoughts to go beyond his situation. The heart thinks constantly. This cannot be changed. But the movements of the heart, that is, a man's thoughts, should restrict themselves to the immediate situation. All thinking that goes beyond this only makes the heart sore. Now you can see that that's pretty generalized advice. And it's appropriate in a way to the question, because the question is vague and the answer is vague. But the symbolism of this answer is simply that sitting so as to keep one's back still so that one's back is not noticed is self-forgetfulness. And keeping one's thoughts to the immediate situation means the practice of meditation or calmness or quietness, and that's what I'm advised to do. It's good advice. Now you may say, well, this is a thoroughly crazy way of coming at decisions, especially if I were to ask something more specific than this. If I'd asked advice on some momentous decision I had to make, we would naturally say, from our modern scientific point of view, that flipping coins to come to the great decisions of life is the stupidest thing we could possibly do. After all, it neglects all rational cogitation about our situations. We would say, well, it takes no account of the data in the situation. It makes no intelligent assessment of the probabilities. And we, before we make any important decision, we think over all the factors involved. We balance the pros against the cons. We balance assets against deficit and so on. We go into the situation and think it out thoroughly. And therefore, what could be more superstitious than relying upon some oracle that has entirely to do with the purely chance falling of the coin that have no relation to the problem whatsoever? That's our contemporary point of view about all methods of fortune-telling, divination, and so on and so forth. But now look, someone who believed in this system, an old-fashioned Chinese, might say to us, but listen, first of all, when you estimate the data, when you consider the facts that are involved in any particular decision, how do you know exactly what facts are involved? After all, you're going to sign a contract, and the facts you think about that are relevant to this contract are the state of your own business, the state of the other fellow's business, the prospect, the market, and so on and so forth. That something which you may never have considered at all may enter into the situation and change it utterly. The man with whom you're going to make the contract may slip on a banana skin and so hurt his head and become inefficient in business. How would anyone ever think of such an eventuality in taking a sane and rational view of the situation? Or he might say to us, how do you know when you've got in enough data? After all, the data, the causes, the problems involved in any particular situation are virtually infinite. And as a matter of fact, you stop getting in data. Stop getting information as to how to solve a problem, either when you're tired of it or when the time comes to act and you haven't time to collect any more data. And he would say that is just as irrational as flipping coins, because you decide when to stop investigating in a very arbitrary way. So are you really very much more ahead of us? Well, we would say, what about probabilities? After all, we rely a great deal upon statistics in order to make decisions. And he would say again about statistics. Yes, statistics are all very well when you want to know what a lot of people are going to do. For example, if you flip a coin, you know that if you flip a coin 100 times, there is going to be quite a probability that you will toss half of the time heads, half of the time tails. 1,000 tosses, and you will get nearer to an exact half and half. But each individual toss, the chance is 50-50 whether it will be heads or tails. In other words, you may have tossed 999 times, and you may have had 400 tails tosses. You may have had the rest heads tosses. So the probability will be on the thousandth that it will go to tails, because that's had the lesser number of tosses. But actually, your chance on it coming up heads or tails at that particular moment is, again, 50-50. And the probability really tells you nothing. And so in the same way with the actuarial tables of insurance companies, they will say the average lifespan of an adult male is 65 years. But on any individual case, these tables do not tell us when I am going to die. And so our Chinese critic might say, well, so you see, I myself am of a somewhat skeptical temperament, and I very much doubt, in fact, whether this way of coming at decisions really works. Or, let us put it this way, we can never really prove whether any method of coming to decisions really works. I mean, I may make a foolish decision, and I call it foolish because as a result of it I get killed. But there's absolutely no way of showing that my getting killed at that moment didn't preserve me from a worse fate, from making mistakes that involved the lives of many other people. If I so-called succeed by making a right decision and I earn $1 million, there's no way of showing that this isn't so bad for my character that it's the worst thing that could possibly happen. So we never really know whether the outcome of a decision is a failure or a success. Not in the long run. Because only the unknown, what comes next, will show whether it was good or bad. And the unknown stretches infinitely into the future. But it seems to me that the importance of this old Chinese book of divination is twofold. First of all, there's a bad side to it, a distinct disadvantage in Chinese culture. The Chinese came so much to rely on the Book of Changes and to use its system of symbols, those trigrams I showed you, to use these for classifying all natural phenomena, that in the course of time it became a very rigid thing and it excluded the perception of novelty. Now the warning and the advantage to us in that is we can do the same thing with scientific method. There are certain kinds of personality who become very rigid in their scientific ideas and simply automatically exclude certain possibilities because they don't conform with alleged scientific dogma. Take, for example, what we call ESP, or extrasensory perception. I rather call it extraordinary sensory perception. But still, there is good reason to believe that there is extremely strong evidence for something of this kind occurring. And yet many scientific people will ignore that evidence because they say things like that simply can't happen. And that is to fall into the same rut that the Chinese fell into when they relied too meticulously upon the classification of the world and the events found in the Book of Changes. But there's a positive side to the picture. For this Book of Changes is founded on a view of life, which is very suggestive to us, which is in accord with certain points of view that now develop in our own science. A way of life, a way of looking at life, which sees not so much the causal relationship between events as the pattern of events. Let me try and show that difference. When we think of causality, we think chiefly of the way events are determined by their past. It's as if events were a lot of marbles, and they're thrown together and they knock each other around. And therefore, in tracing the movement of any particular marble, we try to find out which other marbles knocked it, and so trace it back and back and back. And until quite recent times, the whole view of Western science was based on the idea of causality. How things are influenced by past things. But the point of view that underlies the Book of Changes, and the Chinese never really applied to their science. They applied it rather to their art and perhaps their philosophy of law. But the point of view here is different. It is instead of understanding events by relation to past causes, it understands events by relation to their present pattern. And in other words, it comprehends them by taking a total view instead of what we might call a linear view. If, for example, we can find a suitable analogy for the Western way of looking at things, we might say it is understanding events in accordance with the order of words. For example, I can say, this dog has no bark, and then, this tree has no bark. Now, the meaning of bark in these two sentences is determined by what went before them. I make sounds before I say the sound bark. Before I say bark, I say this dog has no. Now, if I want to know what bark means, I have to go back to what happened in the past. But if you take the order not of words, but what I would rather call the order of design, we get a rather different situation. Supposing I draw two small circles. And these correspond to the two words bark. They're both the same. But now, supposing a design arises around those two circles. And then at once we see that in their context, those two original circles have quite different meaning. But you see their relationship to their meaning all at once. I mean, imagine, supposing these designs had not been drawn by a brush, line after line after line, but had appeared all together at once as you see the image appear when you're developing a photographic plate. Then you would see that the meaning of each part of the design is relative to the rest of it as you see it now at this moment. And so in the same way, the fundamental philosophy of the Book of Changes and of the Chinese idea of the relationship between events is to understand every event in its present context, not understanding it so much as we do by what went before it, but rather understanding it in terms of what goes with it. Thus, the idea of the Book of Changes is to reveal through its symbols the total pattern of the moment when the question is asked, on the supposition that the pattern of this moment governs even the tossing of the coins. Now then, the interesting comparison that arises out of this is that because we in the West have tended to understand events in accordance with the order of words, in accordance with the order of causality, we have evolved the conception of nature as based on law. In other words, when we ask for the explanation of any natural phenomenon, we look for that explanation in words, in a formulation that will describe a law. On the other hand, the Chinese have not evolved the idea of a law of nature, but something quite different, but equally valid and equally useful. There is indeed a word in Chinese for law, in very much our sense of law. It's a rather interesting word, because as it was originally written, it was a picture like this. That's a picture of an iron cauldron, and beside it, a figure holding a knife. This is the Chinese word for law, TSE, which most corresponds to our idea of law. And the reason for this symbol is that in ancient times, some of the old emperors commanded the laws to be written on the iron sacrificial cauldrons. And when the people came to offer sacrifice and put their offerings into the cauldrons, they could read the laws written upon the cauldrons. But at the time when those ancient emperors ordered the laws to be written in this way, there were certain sages and scholars who said, no, you shouldn't write the laws down. Because if you write the laws down, the people will develop a litigious spirit. That is to say, they will start quibbling. And therefore, the property of the order of nature is sometimes called in Chinese not this. The expression wu, ze. Wu meaning not. Wu ze is used, meaning apparently lawless. But it doesn't really mean lawless. For example, if we go for a moment to Chinese ideas of civil law, a good judge does not base his decisions on this kind of law, written down law, because he knows that no written law can apply to all the complex multiplicity of circumstances that may arise. And so he bases his decisions on what the Chinese call not law, but justice. This word is pronounced I. And justice in this sense corresponds rather to our idea of equity. It is the sensibility for order and reasonableness that is embodied in an individual. He hasn't got it clearly written down, but he is the sort of person who is able to judge in any particular circumstance whether a certain decision is fair or not fair. And they much rather trust a man who has E in him than a man who has a thorough knowledge of the rules. And so, we come thus to a conception of the order of nature That is one of the most important words in the Chinese language. And that is a word which originally meant the markings in jade, the grain in wood, or the fiber in muscle, and it's pronounced li. This is a character then, meaning really the basic fundamental pattern of things. But such an image is used as the markings in jade or the grain in wood, because this is an extremely subtle, complex pattern, a huge area of events all happening together at once, which has to be taken in at a glance, in the same way as we take design in at a glance, understood at a glance, and therefore is not capable of formulation in the order of words. And so, li, meaning perhaps organic pattern, is the fundamental Chinese idea of the order of nature. In other words, when we think of beauty, we know very clearly what is beautiful and what isn't. But it's absolutely impossible to write down a set of laws and rules as to how one will create beautiful objects. In mathematics, for example, mathematicians often feel that certain equations, certain expressions are peculiarly beautiful. And mathematicians, because they are meticulous people, try to think out exactly why is this beautiful. Could we make up a rule for beauty? And yet they come to the conclusion that if we could make up a rule and apply it in mathematics, and always by the use of this rule get a beautiful result, eventually those results would cease to impress us as being beautiful. They would become sterile and dry. And so in the same way, the order of nature, the order of justice, the order of beauty are things which we can know in ourselves, but we cannot write down in black and white. And therefore, the superior man is one who has the sensibility for these things in himself.
Throughout this series, I have been trying to explain two fundamentally different ways of looking at our world. One characteristic predominantly of the West and the other of the East. And these might be called, respectively, the way of description as opposed to the way of seeing. The way, in other words, of understanding things in words or in terms, contrasted with the way of understanding through looking and seeing a field or a subject totally all at once. Or you might call these the linear view, strung out in a line, or the total view, seeing all at once, or the serial view on the one hand, as contrasted with the simultaneous view on the other. Now, in classical Western science, we have depended largely on this serial or analytic view, which understands the world by translating it into ideas, into words, or into, say, even series of numbers. The basic feature of it being that things are understood in a step-by-step way in sequence. And insofar as we constantly look at nature in that way, we tend to think of nature as something constructed, something, in other words, made or put together as we ourselves make and put things together through a series of steps. And perhaps this gives us the feeling that if we understood nature sufficiently, if we understood in full detail all the steps which go to the making of our universe, we could ourselves make it. Now, it's here, you see, that we get a very fundamental contrast between East and West, and especially through Chinese and Japanese ideas of the formation of nature. Because for them, it seems extremely odd to think of nature as being constructed or made by a sort of step-by-step procedure. Their feeling is rather that the world and its forms are not so much constructed as grown. And one of the most important keys to an understanding of Far Eastern thought is to see the difference between a view of a constructed world and a grown world. Now, to give a sort of crazy illustration of this, supposing I construct something, for example, an artificial flower. And you know, when you get instructions how to do this, and you buy a book of do-it-yourself artificial flowers, you get a step-by-step procedure which tells you what to do. Step 1, take a piece of wire with a black button and fix it to the end. Step 2, take the stamens, previously cut out, and affix it to the button. Next step, insert a disc of sticky material, push the wire through the middle, and then affix the petals. Here they go, and notice that as I put them on, I take them from outside and around me, things that are bits, and I bring these bits together to make the flower, the construction, or whatever form it is that I'm intending to create. And so from going around to the center, from getting something that was previously pieces and bringing it all together, I get my flower. But now, watch how an actual flower grows. How it starts, as it were, from the center. And it unfolds itself not bit by bit, but all the parts of the flower exfoliating together from the center outwards, in contrast to the making process which goes from the outside inwards. From a situation where the parts are originally all apart, all in bits, and then assembled. Contrasting with a situation where you have some simple beginning, like a seed or a bud, and as it expands, it constellates or forms its own parts from within itself. And this is the fundamental process of natural growth. It's in the same way that the human baby is formed within the womb. It's in the same way that if you watch crystals under a microscope forming in a solution, you will notice the whole area of the crystal, the whole structure of the crystal coming into being all together at once, and you will not see a kind of bit-by-bit assemblage which we use when we make machines or make houses or make tools. Even when we carve a block of wood, although the block of wood is not originally a lot of distinct parts, nevertheless we work upon it from the outside towards the inside, whereas all processes of growth go from the inside to the outside. Now, in our current scientific way of thinking in the West, this kind of growth, this kind of formation, is always talked about in terms of what we call field theory, fields of force. And I suppose one of the most striking exhibitions of what a field is can be seen in looking at the formation of magnetic lines of force in iron filings, as when we take filings that are not magnetized, just thrown chaotically over an area, and then with the magnets underneath, notice that all the filings form together into a pattern, the whole area moving together, every single part of it simultaneously, into its shape. And that shows us the whole nature of a field of force. Now, the fascinating thing is that some of these fundamental words which we've been studying throughout this program for the basic principle of nature or the basic reality underlying the world are words that have the meaning of a field. Let's take, for example, the word I introduced you some programs ago, a term used in Buddhism, shunya, which meant the void, the great space, as it were, underlying the whole world. This has in it the idea of a field, in the same way that basic Chinese word Dao also has the idea of a field of forces, an area in which everything happens. Or again, the Hindu word Brahman, although it doesn't literally mean a field, it's also often symbolized by the idea of a vast inclusive space. And the direct connection of this with the idea of a field comes out in another Buddhist word which describes the entire universe. This Sanskrit word, dharma, that means, well, law or function. Sometimes it means the Buddhist doctrine, sometimes it means a method, but you could say dharma in this particular context means the fundamental order of the world. And so the expression meaning universe is dharma dhatu. And this Sanskrit word dhatu is usually translated realm, but it has the idea of a field, especially when you see its Chinese equivalent, which is written this way. And here we have the character at the top actually means a field. And the bottom part of the character means a shellfish, but think of something like a clam with two shells and giving one the idea of inclusion or enclosing in. The enclosed within a field. This is dharma dhatu. And then in turn, in the field there is a structure. And the structure of the field is thought of as governing the formation of the universe. And you may remember that in the last program, I gave you a particular Chinese word which meant the basic pattern or order of the world. Do you remember this word, which is pronounced Li, and which had as its original meaning the markings in jade, the fiber in muscle, or the grain in wood? This word then designates the basic structure within the Tao, within the fundamental field of the world, and thus its order, which can be, as it were, understood by looking at it, but is too complex, too much happening so fast altogether at once for us ever to be able to analyze it in the relatively clumsy language of words. Now thus, you see, it seems to us that that order is enormously complex. The order of nature, the order of beauty, the order of ethics, all these kinds of orders, they're for us when we try to think about them bit by bit. But actually, this order is only a complicated order when we try to think about it. I mean, it's very simple, isn't it, to drink water if you put it in a cup or a glass and toss it down. But it would be extraordinarily complex if one tried to drink water with a fork. And in the same way, the world and the order of the world, the activity within the field, seems incredibly complicated to us when we try to translate it into thinking and into words. But this then is the fundamental Chinese Taoist and Indian Buddhist view of how the formations of the world arise. Not by a step-by-step process which can be put down in a line like the instructions for making a flower, but by something which happens spontaneously altogether at once. And this particular form of activity is commonly represented in Eastern art by many-armed and many-headed figures of various divinities, such as this particular Tibetan figure of
Kuan Yin. You know, Kuan Yin is sometimes known as the goddess of mercy, but actually Kuan Yin only became a goddess figure when it reached China. The original meaning of this figure is a representation of the power aspect of nature. And this one wonderful Tibetan figure is graciously lent from the collection of my friend Mr. Qinghua Li here in San Francisco. But the interesting thing about it is you see that the figure has 3 faces and 8 arms. And you might think that that presents an incredible problem of coordination. But isn't it really the same problem that we have in being alive in the simplest and most fundamental way? Our own bodies, without our thinking about it at all, are doing all kinds of things all together at once, and we don't have to stop to think about it. You remember the little rhyme, thinking of creatures with many arms, the little rhyme that says, "The centipede was happy quite, until a toad in fun said, 'Pray, which leg goes after which?' This worked its mind to such a pitch, it lay distracted in a ditch, considering how to run." And you may have noticed that the same thing can happen to us when we think too hard about how we breathe. Or if you're doing something to which you're accustomed in quite a mechanical way, like knitting or tying your necktie, when you begin to think about it too hard, you get balled up and you start dropping stitches. And so one might ask, how is it possible for Kuan Yin, this figure that we have seen, to use so many arms, to use so many faces, so many eyes? It's the same question. How can the centipede use so many legs? How can we make our bodies function, all the different parts of it going together at once without our having to think about it at all? And the answer that the Eastern world would give is that it happens because it is a field of forces. It is, in other words, a process that's going on, not governed by a boss, but a process that is self-governing. Because, you see, their idea of nature corresponds, perhaps we would say, to a democracy rather than a monarchy. In a monarchy, we have a political type of order where one mastermind is telling all the other people what to do. But we are aspiring, aren't we, in a democratic kind of political setup, to have something that is not so much like a monarchy as it is like a living organism, which is self-governing, where all the parts develop independently and yet harmoniously in terms of the pattern in a field. And so, speaking of the fundamental principle behind the world, old Lao Tzu, you remember him? I'll write his name down again, just in case you forget this rather difficult Chinese pronunciation. Lao Tzu, the founder of the Taoist philosophy, who's said to have lived about 600 BC, but probably lived much later. He said, speaking of Tao, "The great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. By it all things come into being. It loves and nourishes them, but does not lord it over them. Merits accomplished, it lays no claim to them." In other words, this is an idea of the ultimate reality, which does not govern the universe by ruling it, by telling it what to do, but by, as it were, letting it be free to organize itself harmoniously in the same way as you saw the iron filings organizing themselves within the magnetic field, in the same way as you saw the natural rose growing as distinct from the artificial daisy being made by being put together. Now then, these forms of Asian philosophy want us as individuals to feel that we participate in this great democracy of nature.
no longer as isolated individuals trying to push it around or command it like monarchs or bosses. For their conception of the omnipotence of nature is not like the omnipotence of a king, but of a self-governing state. Not a mere collection of units, but a body, a self-organizing pattern. And they want us to feel that the true self of each one of us is that entire pattern. Now, in the ordinary way, we feel that although I am doing certain things, nevertheless, most of what is going on in the world is happening quite independently of me. The motions of the clouds and the winds, the circling of the stars, the fluctuation of the tides, the flowing of rivers, all these seem to happen quite independently of the individual me. And yet, the flowing of rivers, which seem to go along by themselves, are surely neither more nor less independent of the individual me than the beating of my own heart, which, although it seems to go on independently, I don't will the beating of my heart. Nevertheless, what is more fundamentally me? The very center of my physiological life. And if I don't will the beating of my heart, might it not also be possible to feel that although I do not will the motions of the winds, the tides, and the stars, that these are nevertheless just as much my activity as the coursing of the blood in my veins, moving without my having to think about it, like the centipede's legs? Might we not be able to feel that the whole eternal universe is our body, like this system here in which every point is defined by its ties with every other point? Now then, the fundamental and final question that remains is, how are we to come to feel that way? How are we not just to think, but actually to realize, to make real to ourselves, to feel that the motions of the heavenly bodies, the rivers, the seas, the winds, are all my body? How are we to feel a general impression of life in which man is no longer the isolated, lonely, separate ego, trying desperately to defend himself by attempting to become the world's monarch, but feeling rather instead a profound kinship and fellowship and fundamentally love for the whole world, just as if it were his own body, which in this view it is. The thing which all these great Eastern philosophers insist upon, whether they be Indian or whether they be Chinese, is at first sight rather depressing to us, because the fundamental insight is that our ego and our will can do nothing to acquire this feeling of fundamental unity and solidarity. It can't do anything at all. And the feeling cannot be had until, as we say, we have given up our own will, set aside our own ego. This, after all, too corresponds with the basic Christian insight, where, as for example, Dante says of the will of God, in his will is our peace. Or, as another Christian writer says, our wills are ours to make them thine. In all the great religious traditions of the world, there is the recurrent theme of self-surrender, of giving up oneself. Now, at first sight, this seems something spineless. This seems something weak and namby-pamby, and as if, the Marxists always say, religion is the opium of the people. And they validate their point of view by saying, look, religion always tells people to give up their will. That's so that the tyrant can push them around. The nasty capitalist can make them do what they want. But they forget that in the giving up of our own will, we do not surrender power, we gain power. Because in the giving up of our own will, we are, as it were, making ourselves an empty channel through which a greater power than our own can pass through. Lao Tzu said, you know, the usefulness of a window is not so much in the frame as in the empty space through which something can be seen. And so in the same way, you might say that the power of a human being is not so much in his particular individual identity as in a certain kind of emptiness through which something can flow. And so all the great religions of the world, and most especially those of the Asian world, have as their deepest insight the principle that man comes into his own and finds his true power in standing out of his own way, in getting out of his own light. And this involves, as I said, the surrender of our own will. But you see, always the problem is, how does the will surrender the will? There is a Chinese saying that when the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. In other words, if I'm the wrong man, that is a willful, selfish, domineering person. Anything I do to give up my will be motivated by my fundamental selfishness. I shall be, in other words, like a clever woman who wants to get her man, but she knows that this particular man always runs away if you go after him. So she acts as if she doesn't want him. She gives him up, apparently, but her real motive is, of course, to get him. And therefore, she is just, as it were, playing a trick. It's a kind of clever, feminine wile or deceit. And so in the same way, if we say, now, I'm going to surrender my ego. I'm going to be unselfish. I'm going to give up my will so that I can become one with God, or so that I can feel this splendid fellowship with the whole universe and feel that my identity is no longer lonely little me, but all. I shall have as the fundamental motive doing it, after all, for my own advantage. After all, because this is a new way of finding spiritual and psychological security. And so, because it is basically insincere, it won't work. And therefore, what is at first sight depressing about Eastern insights into this matter is not only that our will, when it is aggressive and assertive, stands in the way of this understanding. It also goes on to say that we cannot even surrender our wills on purpose. And that when it becomes perfectly clear to us that there is nothing at all that we can do about it, either positively by trying to achieve something, or negatively by giving ourselves up. This is the fundamental deflation of our ego and its whole domineering quality. This is the limit. At this, it doesn't give itself up. It sees that it has no alternative but to give up. And from the emptiness, the silence, the feeling of impotence that follows this, the whole vision of a united world bursts like a flower from its bud.
there are some problems which Western people have in understanding the life of Zen, and I thought that before we go any further, I would devote this program to discussing one of the most crucial of these problems. It keeps coming up as people in the West learn about Zen or in some way come under its influence, whether they be painters or writers or just so-called ordinary people. And I think the central problem is the question of whether Zen is a kind of capricious, do-as-you-like spontaneity, or whether it's a very rigorous discipline. If you read, say, a book like The Dharma Bums by Jack Kerouac, you might get the impression that Zen is simply living the way you feel, following the natural rhythm of your own spontaneous inner life. On the other hand, if you read some of the books by Dr. Suzuki or other authorities on Zen, you would gather quite the contrary, that it's an extremely rugged and difficult undertaking. And what the old masters have to say about this is sometimes rather confusing. For example, the old Chinese master Lin Chi has this to say: in Buddhism, there is no place for using effort. Just be ordinary and nothing special. Move your bowels, pass water. When you're hungry, eat. When you're tired, go and lie down. The ignorant will laugh at me, but the wise will understand. And then another old master, Matsu, says, in the way, that is the Tao, there is nothing to discipline oneself in. If there were, the completion of such discipline would be the destruction of the Tao. On the other hand, if there is no discipline at all, one remains an ignoramus. So they seem to say, no, it isn't a discipline, and yet, yes, it is. And therefore, we outsiders, trying to understand what's going on, remain profoundly puzzled. For on the one hand, we see the kind of floating life idealized by the old masters, the life of cloud and water. As I told you, a Zen monk is called unsui, which means that he drifts like a cloud and flows like water. But on the other hand, here they are in their monasteries, or more correctly, seminaries, living a very rugged life indeed, under the stern supervision of their teacher. And so to understand this problem, I want to go back and look at Zen in a social setting so that we can understand what kind of thing it is. And to do that, I want to introduce you to some technical ideas which Buddhism has about the basic nature of the universe so that we can understand the function of discipline in relation to these ideas. Now, there is a special word which designates the fundamental Buddhist idea of the character of the universe in which we live. And this Sanskrit word is the Dharma Dhatu. The word Dharma has many meanings in Sanskrit. Sometimes it's doctrine, sometimes it's method, but here I would say it means something like function. And dhatu means realm or world. So this is the doctrine of the whole
functioning of the universe. And it gives us a picture of a universe which is completely relativistic. What does that mean? If you stand on the earth, it seems to you that the moon is moving. If you stand on the moon, it seems that the earth is moving. And there's a Zen poem which says, "Empty-handed I go, and yet a spade is in my hand. I walk on foot, and yet I'm riding the back of an ox. When I cross the river, the bridge flows, and the water is still." In other words, I don't know what an empty hand is, except in relation to a hand with something in it. I don't know what it is to walk on foot, unless it's in relation to some other kind of transportation, such as riding. And I don't notice motion, unless it's a relationship between something that's still and something that's moving. And so where you've got an idea of the universe in which everything is relative to everything else, you have, as it were, a scheme of interconnections between innumerable points, reminiscent of a spider's web with dew on it, or the image of Indra's net, which is a tremendous collection of jewels, all linked together in such a way that each jewel contains the reflection of all the other jewels. And in this sense, then, Buddhist doctrine is saying that our universe is so interconnected in all its parts that one part of it, so-called, can exist only in relation to all the others. All motion, too, is in relation to all other motion. So that it works, as we would say in physical theory, as a field of forces. There is no separate center in which any motion or activity originates. All activity that occurs at any spot, as it were, originates over the whole system. And this is another meaning of the Taoist idea of Wu Wei. You remember this term, Wu, not Wei, acting or striving. The deeper meaning of this idea is that nothing acts of itself. There is, as it were, no such thing as an agent. For action is the nature of the whole thing, and it, as it were, appears in one place in relation to stillness in another, and so on. Now, when you have a highly relative system of this nature, if you want to introduce into it some kind of order, as we want to introduce order into society, we can't base a social order on a completely relative conception of the world. Because in order to have cosmos instead of chaos, you've got to have some standards. But since these standards don't exactly exist in the universe, we invent them. And therefore our social life depends, as it were, on practicing certain deceptions. The Western philosopher Weihinger invented the term, the philosophy of as if. And all social order and communication depends upon certain deceptions being practiced. And I would say these deceptions are as follows. The first deception is that there are things. That is to say, that these vortices or nexuses in the total pattern of the universe are real and separate from each other and can be treated as such. In other words, to describe, to talk about the world, we have to break it down into various different units. Just in the same way, if you're going to eat a chicken, you have to chop it up in sections, and it's easier to eat that way. But the cut-up fryer doesn't come out of the egg. It isn't found in nature. Nor do you find eggs where there are no chickens. Nor do you find chickens where there is no environment suitable to them, and so on. So the pretense that things are separable for each other is necessary in order to think and talk about them. The next thing we have to pretend is that there are agents. That, in other words, the human individual is a separate thing, originating action and responsible for it. But in this conception of the completely relative universe, action does not originate at any particular spot. It's a property of the whole field, as it were, focusing action at these spots. But for purposes of social intercourse, we have to pretend that we are individual agents from whom action comes. And this pretense is enhanced by the third thing, the rewards and punishments. Now, this is terribly important. The reward for regarding oneself as a responsible agent and acting accordingly is the promise of something good coming in the future, whether it be in this life or whether it be in some other life, so that we are constantly attracted and kept at this game based on these three deceptions by living for a good thing coming in the future. And this, as it were, conceals from us what our own proverb tells us in saying, tomorrow never comes. We are only really ever alive now. And we get distracted from living fully now by having our eye on the future. Now, of course, there is a reasonable advantage in planning for the future. But a person who is, as it were, hypnotized by the future and unable to be awake now really has no use in planning for the future, because when his plans develop, he won't really be able to enjoy them. Punishments are not only the punishments that parents and teachers mete out to recalcitrant children, but we begin to get the feeling that, for example, things like disease or accidents are punishments, and that death too is a punishment. And as if that weren't sufficient, societies have always invented a complicated system of post-mortem retribution, various heavens and hell, whether they're permanent or impermanent, in which the rewards and punishments are further extended. Now, this system of deceptions, we could say creative deceptions, I don't want the word deception to have a bad flavor, is inculcated into us in childhood in every culture in the world. And it leaves a permanent mark on us. The mark being that we come to believe that these three things are real. Having accomplished the job of creating a social discipline and of getting human beings to step the right paces, to dance, as it were, to the tune played by the piper. Having done that, they are burned into us. And so we come to feel that we really are separate things, that we are agents and sources of action, that we are actually responsible for what we do, that there is that ego thing inside us, which is the initiator, the doer, the will behind all action. And so we also come to believe in these various rewards and punishments, whether it be the Christian system of heaven and hell, or whether it be the Hindu-Buddhist system of transmigration or reincarnation, living life after life after life, inheriting in each following life the karma or destiny which we prepared for ourselves in the preceding one. And this is very convenient, because then there is no, as it were, way of escaping the police. There are celestial police as well as terrestrial police, and by this we are kept in order. But you see, this stratagem of these social deceptions is really like a raft that we use to cross a river. When we have, in young people, inculcated the order, to go on being taken in by these deceptions is like picking up the raft when you've crossed to the opposite bank and carrying it with you, and it becomes a burden. And so what Zen is basically is a way of freeing human beings from those deceptions, returning them to the vision of the world in its complete relativity. Now, the training which one goes through with a Zen teacher, shall we say, lifts these deceptions off one's mind. Now, you might say, I can understand intellectually, I can understand the idea that I only seem to be an agent, a source of action, and that things only seem to be separate from each other, but are actually interconnected. But does this make me feel any different inside? And you might say, well, no, I don't think it really does. To understand it fully, I would like to change the way I feel. But here comes the crucial point in the understanding of Zen. On the one hand, if you set out to change the way you feel, that might be called a discipline. On the other hand, if you decide simply to accept the way you feel and not try to change your inner feelings at all, that might be called letting things alone. But here's the point. If you have understood clearly that you as a separate will or a separate ego are a fiction, then on the one hand, you can't change it, and on the other hand, you can't do nothing about it, because there is no agent, no separate doer, either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. And so this situation seems, as it were, paralyzing. If you can't do, and if you can't don't, what's going to happen? But the point of this is that that paralysis is a realization of the unreality of the individual agent. So what happens? From this point, one ceases to take oneself seriously. Now, of course, there is always a danger in not taking the things seriously which society says we should take seriously. There's the case of, the raw youth, the sort of juvenile delinquent type who's in revolt against society and would use the experiences and ideas of Buddhism to justify that revolution. And that is why the practice in Asia is to reveal this point of view only to those who are socially mature. And so the discipline of the Zen school is a safeguard for the dangerous understanding or the dangerous insight which is there being hatched. And so all those rigorous tests which I explained, the rigorous regimen of life, these, as it were, do not directly produce the understanding, but they are, as it were, the guarded stockade around it. For Zen, you see, is fundamentally an insight. The recognition, in other words, of the deception, the as-ifness of these fundamental assumptions about the world which are necessary to social life. But then, when you don't take them seriously anymore, when you don't take your own separate existence seriously anymore, then you have, as it were, been inwardly relieved of the burden of this feeling of responsibility which society inculcates. And so you might say that the object of Zen is not to obliterate the order of society or to get rid of its conventions, but to take them lightly, to treat the conventional unconventionally. And this is reflected in the art of Zen, as where you see this Zen monk, the Chinese Hanshan, treated like a kind of clown. Or, again, in such a painting as this, which shows the great master Hakuin, a Japanese master of the 17th century. This was painted by one of his students, and Hakuin himself wrote a poem above it. And here is the man, you see, who doesn't take himself seriously. It says, "In the assembly of 1,000 Buddhas, the one disliked by 1,000 Buddhas. In the company of a multitude of demonic spirits, the one hated by all the demonic spirits. Such an ugly, shabby, dim-sighted, bald-headed one that he is. As he is portrayed here, his ugliness is all the more aggravated indeed." Or again, art treated artlessly in this vase of flowers by the modern Chinese painter Bai Shi, a great master of the craft of painting, but here painting almost as naively as a child, for this is artless art. Or again, the sacred treated in a secular way, as in this painting by Sengai, another 17th century Japanese master, of the three sages, Buddha in the center, Lao Tzu to the left, and Confucius to the right. You see, they're treated in this slightly humorous vein that doesn't take them quite seriously. Now, in order to understand the real element of discipline in Buddhism, Western students often get phased or muddled by a kind of what I would call mysterious East department, a projection of too much excellence on something foreign that is not familiar to us. And this occurs particularly among people who think of Buddhist practices as producing all kinds of fantastically miraculous and psychic powers, and who think that if they go to Japan to study Zen, they're going to come back converted from human beings into supermen. Of course, in popular superstition in Asia itself, Buddhism is sometimes regarded in this way. But really, it's a very natural thing, and we shouldn't be taken in by that. And when we see works of art such as this, we sometimes have difficulty in judging what kind of excellence is in them, what difference there is between formal art on the one hand and Zen art on the other, because we are so with these productions, we belong to a foreign culture. Now, let's take an example of a certain piece of calligraphy. I'm showing you now an informal piece of Zen calligraphy by a very great Chinese master. We, of course, can't read it. It doesn't mean anything to us, and therefore it seems to be nothing more than just lines on paper, rather interestingly and dynamically drawn. But now this might be compared with another piece of calligraphy, which I'm showing you here. This, like the one done by the Chinese master, is also written by someone to whom the written forms have been familiar all his life. He's practiced them again and again and again, and he's written them in the same kind of cursive, running, informal style. But you see, here it is. The moon and the water, written in English with the brush, with the same amount of fundamental practice involved in forming the letters that anybody goes through in China or Japan to learn to write. But the style is the same informality, showing the dynamics of the brush. So you see, a great part of the discipline of Zen is simply the discipline of Far Eastern culture, whether it be the way of life, such as the moral and ritual principles of Confucianism, whether it be the art of painting, or of writing, or of gardening, or whatever it may be.
Zen is something that exists in relation to and is manifested through the ordinary cultural disciplines of the Far East. But in itself, what Zen is something quite different from these disciplines. You see, every discipline that we undergo envisages success in achieving certain skills. And success is something that we must always think about in relation to the individual considered as a separate agent or will. Do I succeed or do I not succeed? Zen, however, you see, is the essential insight that this individual will is a fiction. It isn't a question of fatalism either, because fatalism is the idea that the individual will is the puppet of circumstances. The insight of Zen is that there is no individual will. And therefore, Zen is fundamentally not a matter of success. It's outside the range of failure and success, and therefore outside the range of discipline or no discipline. You know, one of the best books about Zen that's been written is called Zen in the Art of Archery by a German professor. And it describes there a man who was so proficient in archery through the study of Zen that he could hit the bullseye in the dark. But a friend of mine, the composer John Cage, was recently traveling in Japan. And a Japanese said to him, you know, something needs to be added to that book. We have a very, very highly regarded Zen archery master in Japan today, and he can't even hit the bullseye in broad daylight.
In our last talk, I was trying to explain what training in Zen Buddhism does to change human consciousness. And I showed that it takes away our ingrained tendency to block ourselves in thought and action by the mechanisms of self-consciousness. It doesn't mean that a person can't be self-conscious anymore, that he can't think about what he has to do and how to control himself. But he no longer experiences his observing self, you know, the self that says, what will other people think? Do I make sense? Am I right? He no longer senses this as an obstacle. And he receives training in acting spontaneously rather than deliberately. And as I pointed out, that is a way of action which we are not ordinarily taught. All our education consists in knowing how to act and think deliberately. And this gives a certain stickiness or artificiality to everything that we do. But when he has been put through this training, which involves a kind of dying to himself, that is to say, he gets in a situation where he's faced with an unanswerable question, the koan, the Zen problem for meditation. And all his wits are exhausted in trying to answer this question, the question being, in effect, however it is phrased, to perform a perfectly spontaneous, genuine, natural act. Express your true self. And nobody can do that intentionally. You know, there's a proverb in India that if you think of a monkey while you're drinking medicine, The medicine doesn't cure you. So imagine a person trying not to think of a monkey while taking medicine. Well, that's the sort of bind we get into when we try intentionally to be natural. And it's only when all our intentional wisdom, our contriving wisdom, is frustrated and brought to an end, brought to a kind of death, at any rate temporarily, that a completely genuine action is possible. As a Western saying goes, man's extremity is God's opportunity. Now, you might raise the question, how does a person express this kind of freedom? I finished last time on the note of the Zen student being as free as the clouds in the water, the image of the clouds drifting unobstructedly through the sky, the water flowing on, always taking the line of least resistance, but always overcoming even the hardest obstacles. If a person acts without inner conflict, and he acts with true spontaneity, how does he act? What does he do to express himself? And I think one of the very best examples of this is from the influence of Zen upon Far Eastern painting. The art of China and Japan has been very, very profoundly influenced by Zen. Now, I suppose most of you know that Chinese painting is intimately connected with Chinese writing, which was originally a pictographic language. You can see, for example, here how at the top left, the pictogram of mountains has become the formal symbol written with a brush, which now means mountain or hill in Chinese characters. It's pretty obvious how concrete objects can be represented by a pictogram, and it's interesting to see how abstract ideas can also be conveyed. The next drawing you see there shows at the top right the pictogram of a lizard, and below the formal brush character, as now written, which means change, perhaps because this was a chameleon who changed color according to his background, or perhaps because the movements of the lizard are so slippery and rapid. And then again, you can see another abstract idea conveyed. The pictogram at the top shows a mat with a pattern on it. And the formal brush-written character below means cause, because just as a mat is a firm basis for something, so it represents the cause of a certain situation. Now, every child brought up in China learns the discipline of writing these characters. And to learn, as it were, the alphabet of characters, how, for example, to make a cross stroke, which should look something like a bone, or he learns perhaps the character which is supposed to contain all the strokes, the character meaning eternal. A lot of you have seen this writing and work done by Mr. Mikami, who's a real artist. And I don't pretend to be any great calligrapher, but I'm just showing you that the art of the brush involves endless practice to get these things correct. In other words, I haven't done this very well here because the top of this character should be more stubby. But of course I'm doing something I shouldn't really do at all, and that's touch up. But just as there is in learning, or all the characters are made up of certain basic elements, there are certain basic strokes. This is supposed to involve about 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know where the 7th is. But in learning these basic strokes, which are practiced again and again and again, the person studying Chinese writing acquires, as it were, not an alphabet in our sense, but an alphabet of strokes. Now, in exactly the same way, in the art of painting, Chinese painting is made up of an alphabet of various strokes that convey various things. And you can see, for example, how the brush lends itself quite naturally to drawing certain forms. If we take, for example, that's rather wiggly, but here is the leaf of a bamboo. See? The brush draws them naturally. And it even conveys, with the part at the end where the ink runs a little dry, the tip of the leaf where it may get a bit ragged. And so, with immense rapidity, all kinds of different sorts of leaves can be drawn with a brush, little leaves, or wisps of grass. And there is a book called The Mustard Seed Garden, which is published in this country under the title The Tao of Painting, T-A-O, of Painting, by Mei Ze, which shows all the formal executions the artist goes through to convey different shapes, clouds, so on, all in accordance with the nature of the brush. Now here, for example, is a painting by the Japanese artist Josetsu, showing a very masterly study of bamboos. If you look a little bit over to the left of the painting, you can see a spray of bamboos almost just within view. And actually the painting shows a rather amusing subject. It's a man trying to catch a fish in a gourd. And this is suggestive of the futile attempt to grasp life in intellectual terms, to catch the mystery of being in words. And in the same way, there is a Chinese proverb which says, "One picture is worth 10,000 words." You see, the problem is, painting is perhaps a little closer to the real world than talking. If I wanted to show you, for example, how to do something rather complex like tying a knot, it would be very difficult to explain in so many words how that knot is to be tied. But in an instant I can show you. And in this way, a picture shows us far more than words ever can. And so it's closer to nature. But then the question arises, is painting something purely representational? Is it an activity, in other words, in which man confronts nature, looks at it, and copies it? And this is a problem that arose not only in the Far East, but also arises today in the world of contemporary art, contemporary painting, which incidentally has felt to some considerable extent the influence of Far Eastern ideas, and particularly of Zen. Now, very often now we go to our museums and art galleries, and we see something on the walls, which a kind of ordinary Joe says, "That doesn't look to me like a painting." No, because he has expected to see a representation of something. He is expected to see the artist do by hand what the camera does mechanically. And it doesn't strike him that a painting does not have to be a picture. It doesn't necessarily have to copy nature. And thus, in the Far East, under the influence of Taoism and Buddhism, there has been evolved what you might call the natural art of painting, or painting considered not as a copy of nature, but as a work of nature. And this has been shown in an exemplary way by artists who were trained in Zen. In other words, they would master a technique by all kinds of careful training. And then, when that mastery of technique First of all, learning to write Chinese characters. After that, learning the basic alphabet of strokes necessary for painting. When they had mastered that technique, they would give themselves up completely to spontaneity. One of the most interesting examples of this is a great Japanese master of the 13th century called Sesshu. And if you look closely at this painting, you can see two things. First of all, there's its undoubted technical excellence. And secondly, if you look closely, you can see its relationship to writing, to the use of the brush for drawing letters, what you might call the calligraphic. Perhaps you know the word calligraphic simply means beauty of writing. So calligraphy is beautiful writing. But you can see the calligraphic character of this painting. And you can see that Sesshu had the most astonishing technique. I mean, he was no one who, like some people suspect some contemporary artists of being, a person who couldn't draw and therefore did something formless instead. But now what happens when a man like Sesshu really lets himself go? What is it? It's not perhaps until you begin to move up the painting a bit and see what lies above that you begin to recognize that this is a mountain landscape. And this is done with incredible speed. Sesshu sometimes, in order to get a kind of rough effect, would use straw with the ink on instead of a brush. Now, what happens when the same thing is done in writing? The formal character of writing gives way to a purely spontaneous way of writing in what is called grass style. Here's a poem which says, "The morning dawns, but the dusky night follows soon. So is life like a crystal drop of dew. Unconcerned, the morning glory goes on, blooming, blooming, its short yet full life." Well, I happen to know the translation, but I can assure you that when you get into that kind of grass style of writing, which looks almost like the tendrils of the morning glory, Japanese has almost as much difficulty in reading it as we have. Now, let us consider the medium more carefully with which this work is done. First of all, consider the brush. A great deal of our painting is, of course, done with rather firm brushes, the kind of bristles in use for oil. But the Chinese brush is an astonishingly flexible thing. And notice that it is used with the wrist unsupported. You don't use it like this and sort of scratch your drawing away, as we do with a pen. Your arm is free, and therefore, as it were, the dynamics of your whole body go into making a brush stroke. And in this way, the brush, being so responsive to your slightest motion, reveals character more strongly than anything else. Next, consider ink. Actually, although this is black ink, rubbed from a solid stick of ink, you might say that it's capable of enormous variations in color. You can mix it with varying degrees of water and show all kinds of depths of black, so that it has tremendous variation. And also here, where the brush runs dry, you get a kind of what they call flying hairlines, which show the motion of the stroke. You know, sometimes when we want to show motion, in somebody, say, is moving his hand, and here we've got an arm and somebody is hitting somebody over the head with it. Well, to show that the arm is moving, we do little things like this. To show, here's a hammer in the hand, you see, and the hammer is coming down. Well, to show motion, we do this. But in this way, motion is shown in Chinese painting and writing by the flying hairlines of the brush, which give a dynamic quality. Now, another thing that's very important about the medium for purposes of Zen art is the quality of the paper or silk upon which the painting or writing is done. This is absorbent paper, and therefore you notice that if I don't draw a line smoothly, but I hesitate, in a little while you will see that becomes an area where the ink, too much ink has run onto the paper and you get a bulge. And therefore, unless you intentionally want a bulge at a particular point, your motion, writing with the brush, must be entirely smooth. There, I want it to bulge. And in this sense, there is a kind of parallel between painting and life. You know, as Omar Khayyam says, the moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Not all thy piety nor wit can lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash out a word of it. And so in the same way, the painter or the writer in this medium has to move without hesitation. As our own proverb says, he who hesitates is lost. And thus, it involves particularly the quality of what is called in Zen mo chur chu, going straight aheadness without doubt. And this quality, when it is ingrained in our character through learning to trust our own spontaneity, becomes the greatest instrument of the artist. And a man, in other words, who has that character can, however he goes at this, hardly make a mistake. His character is revealed in everything that he does. And as his action is completely unobstructed, so there is a kind of flowing vitality in all of his work. So in this sense, the man who is, as it were, dead to himself. There is a Zen poem which says, while living, be a dead man, thoroughly dead. And then whatever you do, just as you will be right. So a man who has this becomes a superb artist. Now, one of the most interesting characteristics of Zen art is its kind of playfulness. Because you see, a person who has died to himself doesn't take himself seriously any longer. He has a sense of life, as we say in our own slang, not being any longer a drag. He's not in conflict with himself. He has already, as it were, given himself up to death. And so here is his spirit in a painting by Sengai, a great Zen master of the 17th century, which shows Hotei. You know, you often see him as the so-called fat Buddha. You can buy figures of him in any Chinese artwork store. Hotei. He's a kind of a tramp. And here he's waking up from his sleep, and the poem written above him on the painting says, Buddha is already dead. Maitreya, who's supposed to be the next Buddha to come in many years, Maitreya has not yet come. I have had a wonderful sleep and didn't even dream about Confucius. It seems, you see, a kind of irreligious attitude. For just as the art of Zen is artless art, so the religion of Zen is religion without religiosity. The masters are never drawn in a kind of pompous, sacred style, but always looking more like hobos and bums. This painting, There's a Chinese painting entitled Zen Master in Meditation, but he looks more as if he was asleep. And this I would call, this drawing of the saint meditating as if he were asleep, a kind of religion of no religion which doesn't take itself seriously. There was once a Zen student who asked his teacher how he was getting along in his study of Zen. The teacher said, "You're all right, but you've got a trivial fault." "And what's that?" "You've altogether too much Zen," he replied. "Well," he said, "if you're studying Zen, isn't it very natural to talk about it?" "Oh," he said, "when it's like an everyday conversation, it's somewhat better." And here you see in another painting by Sengai, it's an everyday matter, just blossoms. And yet this is Zen. Or these marvelous persimmons by the great Chinese Zen monk Mu Chi. Just persimmons sitting there in a spirit of what is called in Japanese sonomama. Sonomama means just like that. I can perhaps illustrate the spirit of sonomama by a haiku poem which says, "Weeds in the rice field, cut them down, and sonomama, just as they are, fertilizer." Or again, Sengai, showing the two Buddhist hermits, Hanshan and Shirta, looking like a pair of idiots. Because again, just as Zen represents its religion in the secular, its holiness in a kind of fat tramp looking as if he was fast asleep, and its wisdom as the behavior of a lunatic, you see, it doesn't take itself seriously. Here is a Zen painter of modern times, Saburo Hasegawa, a self-portrait. And the writing underneath is a quotation from Lao Tzu. "The people of the world seem so satisfied, as if partaking of a formal dinner, as if climbing a terrace in springtime. I alone am mild, like one with nothing to do, like a baby that cannot yet smile, unattached, as if without a home. The people of the world seem to have everything, but I seem to have lost everything. Mine is the heart of a fool." And here again is another piece by Hasegawa. It's a print from an old boat that was washed up on the beach. And the character written over it is time. And here again, you see, in this marvelous arrangement of the natural grain in wood, we have the artist expressing, once again, that character I showed you in the last talk, Li, which means the infinitely complex patterning of nature. And so, it is playing on. And you may ask, what does it mean? What do the stars mean? What does the wind say? Where are the clouds going?
Once upon a time, there was a country parson making his rounds of the village. And he stopped at the cottage of a farmer and looked over the fence to where the farmer was working in his garden and said, "Well, my man, that's a wonderful job that you and the Lord have done on that piece of land." And the farmer said, "Yes, Reverend, but you should have seen it when the Lord had it to himself." I don't think that farmer realized that the Lord still had it to himself. We think of ourselves as so separate from the doings of the Lord or the doings of nature, and as a result of this, when we go to work on the land, we are apt to force patterns on it. As, for example, in this old Italian print of a stately garden where the plants are practically drawn up on parade ground and made to look, shall we say, as artificial, as city-like as possible. This is a garden made by someone for whom man was the boss of nature and not in nature. I remember once seeing a cartoon of a retired army sergeant gardener standing by a bed of tulips, all arranged, and there he was with his arms stiff beside him, calling out, "At hand, shun!" But in the gardens of China and Japan, there's an entirely different philosophy, where the gardener regards himself, as it were, as a new plant introduced into the area. Not one, however, that is rooted to the ground. A mobile plant with an intelligence. And he doesn't regard his intelligence and his artistry as something different from those processes by which leaves grow and ferns achieve their patterns and water its ripples. He regards his intelligence as something of the same kind. And therefore, when he looks at a piece of so-called rough ground, which he is going to turn into a garden, the first thing he asks is not, what sort of a pattern am I going to impose on this piece of land? In other words, he doesn't move in with a bulldozer and shove all the mounds of earth around. He asks, what would this piece of land, in collaboration with me, like to become? And this is, of course, the essence of Taoist philosophy, upon which Zen Buddhism is founded, a principle which is also illustrated in the art of Judo, which I shall be talking about in the next program. The principle that the Taoists call Wu Wei, or non-interference, which doesn't actually mean doing nothing in the face of nature, doing nothing in the face of problems that have to be handled. But it means not just taking the line of least resistance, but, as it were, finding out the grain of the situation and going with it. And this whole philosophy of nature, of man as an integral part of nature, not separated from it and dominating it, but in it and moving with it, his own intelligence representing the same force that moves in mountains and stars and plants and trees, is to build works of art that are at the same time works of nature rather than works of artificiality. Now, one of the most sublime examples of the Japanese garden is that at the Katsura Palace in Kyoto. And this garden was created somewhere around 1620 or 1624. And in these crowded city areas, the Japanese have exhibited a perfect genius for achieving, in a very small space, the atmosphere of the vast lakes and forests and mountains. Creating them in the city is a kind of symbolism, too, of the Zen saying, if the mind is not overlaid with wind and waves, you will always be living among blue mountains and green trees. If your true nature has the creative force of nature itself, wherever you may go, you will see fishes leaping and kites flying. And so, in the densely crowded cities of Japan, the gardener and the architect have together conspired to use minute spaces to create the atmosphere of peace and solitude and naturalness. Of course, this garden here is a very, very wealthy garden attached to an old imperial palace, with its great lakes and spacious landscapes. But the same thing, of course, is often done on a tiny scale, so that you might think that a space of a few yards is a day's journey. Now, the art of the gardener can very well be illustrated by a number of anecdotes about the old masters of gardening, and these were often, incidentally, masters of what is called the tea ceremony. The tea ceremony is a ritual of drinking tea in quiet seclusion with friends, and arises from the practice of Zen monks who a long time ago used to drink tea to keep themselves awake during their long hours of meditation. One of the famous masters of the tea ceremony in Japan was Senno Rikyu. And a tea master is a kind of coordinator of arts. For the tea ceremony involves not only simply the drinking of tea, but also the ceramic and other utensils connected with it, the building of the house in which the tea ceremony is held, and the construction of the garden in which the house is placed. And so a tea master is a man who has supervision of all these various arts and casts over them the influence of his exquisite taste. Now, when Rikyu was studying the art of the garden, his master one day directed him to sweep the path. And religiously and dutifully he swept it, and the master said, not quite good enough. And so he swept it again. And the master looked at it and said, still not good enough. And so he swept it again. But the master said, still not good enough. Well, said Rikyu, look, I've swept it 3 times and it's perfectly clean. No, that's not the point, said the master. And grabbing the branch of a tree, he shook it, and some leaves scattered on the path. That, said the master, is a clean path. A similar story is told about Rikyu himself, when he attained the full stature of his mastery. He was patronized by one of the great feudal lords of Japan, the Prince Hideyoshi. And one day Hideyoshi came to him with a golden lacquer bowl and some plum branches, and asked Rikyu to make an arrangement. You know the Japanese art of ikebana, or flower arrangement. But what Rikyu did was simply to knock the blossoms off to float on the water. And the pattern of random blossoms on the surface of the water, with the gold light of the bowl beneath, was a perfect creation, but done, as it were, in an accidental way. This, too, is the spirit of Wu Wei, or non-interference with nature. Let me give you another illustration of this, which is rather fascinating. It's also a story connected with Rikyu. There was a feudal lord of some kind, I forget who he was, a noble, who owned a tea caddy that he was very proud of, and it was a ceramic tea caddy. And he invited Rikyu to have tea with him one day and used the caddy. But Rikyu made no comment about it. And so the nobleman thought, well, it really isn't a very good one after all, and he was so angry that he smashed it. But a friend of his procured all the pieces and had the tea caddy mended. Now, there's an art of mending broken ceramics with molten gold. and little lines of molten gold showed all over the caddy wherever the cracks had been, casting this wonderful network. And when Rikyū saw that, he said it was absolutely superb. And consequently, the value of this caddy went up to a phenomenal figure. Now, this is the art of what the great modern Japanese painter Saburo Hasegawa called the controlled accident. And you see there is the combination in the idea of the controlled accident. The accident being the spontaneity of nature, the control being the contribution of man. But actually, in the philosophy of Zen, these two things are not thought of as different, as representing different realms, control from the realm of mind and spirit, and accident from the realm of matter and brute energy. They look upon the two as one energy, and therefore the intelligence of man working in nature simply being a more elaborate form, a more complex form of the same forces that are, as I said, shaping the trees and the ferns. Now, the Katsura garden, which I showed you, as I said, was a very elaborate one. And for my taste, the extremely simple gardens that you often find in Zen monasteries are still more marvelous. And there is a particular garden in Kyoto at a temple called Daisen-in, which is a peculiarly magnificent example of this art. These are just a few initial pictures of stone walks in the neighborhood of this garden. And here is a part of the monastery with a monk strolling through it into the garden. These gardens are made primarily of rock and sand, and you see in this painting of Sesshu's, which is shown here, the marvelous feeling for rocks, which inspired both the painter and the gardener. And here, in the garden of Daisen-in, there is created, as it were, a stream, but the stream is made of sand. And the rocks selected for it could well be called living rocks. I think nothing shows the absence of alienation between man and nature more than the Zen artist's treatment of rocks. You see, rocks, minerals, are the part of nature that we think most dead. And here they are shown as most alive. You know, the art of bonseki, or the cultivation of rocks, is a very, very highly regarded artistic pursuit in Japan. And the gardener will search for days and days in mountain streams and places where fantastic rocks may be found and bring them to the garden. That once he gets them to the garden, he wants to get them accustomed to their new environment. And so he goes very carefully about placing them and getting, for instance, moss to grow on them in the way that he wants. He wouldn't dream, for instance, of simply getting some moss and plunking it on a rock. He will rather put the rock in a moist place where moss will form upon it naturally. It may take 3 or 4 years. But then when the moss has grown, he will remove the rock to the place in the garden where he wants it. So you could almost say that bonseki is the art of growing rocks. Do you know the Japanese national anthem says something like this: "May our emperor reign 1,000 years, reign 10,000 years, until little stones grow into mighty rocks, thick velveted with ancient moss." Now, this attitude to the inanimate, or to the sub-intelligent, as we deign to call nature, is the key of the whole thing. I remember a Western story which illustrates the same point very well. There was a competition in sculpture at the Chicago Art Institute some years ago,
And the competition consisted in seeing what the students could do with a cubic foot of plaster of Paris. Now, can you imagine anything more uninviting than a cubic foot of plaster of Paris, a textureless, white, flat material? The person who won the competition looked at this object for a long time, utterly unable to decide what it wanted to be. So finally she picked it up and flung it on the floor, and this mashed it up and put all sorts of cracks through it and odd, jagged edges. Then she looked at it again. And now, because it had some texture to it, she could feel, she could look into it and see what that plaster block wanted to become. You know, it's rather the same way, perhaps when you're lying in bed early in the morning and roving your eyes over cracks and blotches on the ceiling or patterns in a cretonne curtain, and you begin to see figures in them that were not put there intentionally. And in this way, the rough surface that has come there by nature begins to suggest ideas which you take up and develop. And this faculty, which we call eidetic vision, is what the gardener and the artist, the rock artist, inspired by Zen, employs. Now, what about the dwellings that are put near these gardens? Here too, man does not put up buildings which make him look a stranger in his environment. The whole art of Zen is to put up buildings that look as if they belonged in their place. As, for example, this temple, a Zen temple in Kyoto, which with its thatched roof and the particular style of roof architecture perfectly fits in with its surroundings. It doesn't, as we say proverbially, stick out like a sore thumb. It isn't that man is so, as it were, humble or masochistic that he doesn't, as it were, have the spirit to assert himself. His assertion of himself is subtle, along the lines of human nature, and thus compare this temple with a stately temple of the West, piercing the sky with stone walls shutting out the day and the surrounding country. Canterbury Cathedral, where, as a matter of fact, I lived for many years. Noble, austere, grand, but nevertheless contrary to nature. Here is the interior of a temple tea room, and I want you particularly to notice the marvelous use of emptiness in this kind of architecture. Perhaps it isn't easy to see clearly, but in the very center of the picture there is a pillar, and that pillar is a tree trunk with nothing more than the bark removed. It has hardly been finished in any other way, so that the twist of the trunk and the grain are still there to be seen. And the feeling for emptiness that you find very prominently in this kind of architecture is also a major feature of Chinese and Japanese painting, as in this particular example, where you can see that the summer house and the pine tree at the bottom right are balanced against a vast area of space in the top of the picture and over to the left. Now, the point of this use of space is not that it's simply background. I mean, if you take a sheet of white paper and you draw a figure bang in the middle of it, the rest of the white paper simply serves as background. But space in Far Eastern painting and gardening is intended to be part of the composition. Not something as in this Ryoanji garden, which shows off the rocks, but together with the rocks constitutes the area. And this philosophy of space, again, is connected with Zen, because very often in Zen it is said, this universe of form is fundamentally emptiness, or all things come out of emptiness. And this doesn't mean a kind of philosophy of nihilism, but the idea that emptiness is creative. In just the same way, when a small boy is confronted with a vast white wall, he seems to be drawn irresistibly to take a piece of charcoal or something, or a crayon, and make marks on it. Nothing is more fertile than emptiness. And so you see in these Japanese interiors, there is a feeling of total freedom from clutter. These houses very largely dispense with furniture. They don't have great awkward bedsteads and tables and cumbersome things to be moved around every time one pulls up one's stakes. You sleep on the floor with quilts thrown down that can be rolled up and put in closets during the day, and so have your bedroom space free for other things. And I think the point of this is that, really, you can only live in such surroundings with comfort if you're at peace in yourself. In other words, you know how some people, when they get out in the spaces of the desert, they feel uncomfortable. Or if there's a long period of silence, many of us feel positively uncomfortable. And so in the same way, we tend to like our living spaces cluttered, full of all sorts of things to distract our minds and our eyes. And this is simply symptomatic of our lack of interior peace. To be able to live in such surroundings, you must be as serene as these surroundings. This, incidentally, shows the tokonoma, or alcove, in a tea room. This alcove is rather important because it is a sort of survival in the secular house of the altar space in a Buddhist temple. And it's of great interest for the feeling of Zen that the altar space is no longer occupied by a specifically religious object. In this particular tokonoma here, there is a piece of calligraphy hanging, of writing, but very often the principal decoration of the tokonoma will simply be a flower arrangement. Flowers instead of an image, emphasizing the particular Zen point that when the master is asked, what is the fundamental principle of Buddhism? He may well reply, a branch of plum blossom. This is it. And we see now how this feeling for the spacious architecture of Japan, which flows into its surroundings, is increasingly being taken up by American architects. Houses, particularly on the West Coast, have for several years been showing the influence of Japanese and Chinese design, but more particularly Japanese. The increasing merging of the house with its surroundings, the increasing use of empty space. But there is one respect, I think, in which the Western architect is not quite understanding the spirit of Japanese architecture, and this is because the culture in which he works does not quite understand the spirit too. You know, many of our new homes showing Japanese influence are just pretty much a roof covering a living area with perhaps some partitioning for the bathroom. But there's no privacy in so many of our modern homes. We have what we call togetherness. That means human beings treated as sardines in a can, all lumped together. And this absence of privacy, this absence of seclusion in these great barns where the whole family lives on top of everybody else, is not at all in the spirit of Zen. Notice that the Japanese house, as I showed it to you, is full of screens and partitions. The whole idea of creating houses like this, with gardens like this in small areas, with all sorts of screens dividing areas off, is to create privacy and peace and an atmosphere of solitude in a densely populated area. And so where we use this kind of architectural feeling to throw people together, you know, we're not really putting them together. You don't get human people to cooperate with each other by throwing them at each other's heads. Just in the same way, you don't get the full development of human personality by trying to cultivate personality. Did you ever hear of anybody who had true personality, who got it through taking a course on how to win friends and influence people, or how to be a real person? You never did. It's rather when you forget about your personality and you become interested in something else that you become interesting to other people. And so in the same way, it's when you learn to love solitude that, paradoxically it may seem, you're able the better to get on with others. This is an example of what's sometimes called a paradox. I simply call it the backwards law, which runs all the way through Taoist and Zen philosophy, that contrary things come from actions, unexpected things. That is to say, when you would be strong, very often the best course is to be weak. When you would be powerful, the best course is often to withdraw. Man at his birth is supple and tender, but in death he is rigid and hard. Thus suppleness and tenderness accompany life, but rigidity and hardness accompany death. I was quoting Lao Tzu. The philosophy of the strength of weakness. You know, it's a strange thing how I think men in the West, and particularly men in the United States, don't realize how much softness is strength. One of old Lao Tzu's favorite analogies was water. And he spoke of water as the weakest of all things in the world. And yet there is nothing to be compared with it in overcoming what is hard and strong.
You know you can cut water with a knife. It lets the knife go right through, but when the knife is withdrawn, there's not even the trace of a wound. And Lao Tzu also said that while being a man, one should retain a certain essential feminine element, and he who does this will become a channel for the whole world. The ideal of the 100% tough guy, the rigid, rugged fellow with muscles like rocks, is really a weakness. Probably we assume this sort of tough exterior as a hard shell to protect ourselves not so much from the outside as from fear of weakness on the inside. What happens if an engineer builds a completely rigid bridge? If, for example, the Golden Gate or the George Washington bridges didn't sway in the wind, if they had no give, no yielding, they'd come crashing down. And so you can always be sure that when a man pretends to be 100% man, he's in doubt of his manhood. If he can allow himself to be weak, he can allow himself what is really the greatest strength not only of human beings, but of all living things. And so it is upon the philosophy of the strength of weakness that came from China to Japan through the migration of Zen Buddhism, that there has largely been inspired one of the most astonishing forms of self-defense that the world knows, what is called Judo, or perhaps more popularly, Jiu-Jitsu. The word Judo is fascinating because it means Ju, the gentle, Do, way. Do is the Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese Tao. And so it is the gentle Tao, the philosophy of the Tao as applied to self-defense. Now, this philosophy has various components. And one of the most basic things to the whole practice of judo is an understanding of balance. Balance, indeed, is a fundamental idea in Taoist philosophy, because, as I've pointed out from time to time in these programs, the philosophy of the Tao has a basic respect for the balance of nature. You don't upset that balance. You try to find out what it is and go along with it. In other words, you avoid such mistakes as wholesale slaughter of an insect pest, or introducing rabbits into a country like Australia without thought as to whether the rabbit has a natural enemy. And through such interferences with the balance of nature, you find yourself in trouble. So the philosophy of balance, respect for balance, is number one thing that all students of judo have to learn. And sometimes this is illustrated with a ball. You see, wherever I push it, the ball yields. But the ball never loses its balance. It's the safest form in the world, completely contained and never off-center. And thus to be completely contained, never able to be put off-center, never fazed by anything. This is what is aimed at in Zen. This is also symbolized sometimes in the figure of the legendary founder of Zen, Bodhidharma. And Japanese toy makers represent him as a little dumpy toy figure like a shmoo, weighted in such a way that however you hit it, it always comes upright. And so in the same way, the expert in Zen, as well as in Judo, as well as in the Japanese art of fencing, must be a man who is never phased. That is to say, he is never brought to a point of doubt where he hesitates, where there's an interval between the action of life and his response to it. Now, if we look at these principles of Judo, the problem of balance is easily demonstrated with the question of lifting a heavy roll of material. We would be foolish to try and just pick it up like this, because that shows no understanding of the laws of balance. If you want to lift such a thing, you go below its center of gravity, put your shoulder to it, and you see undermine it, and so lift it. And that principle goes throughout Judo. Also involved as part of the understanding of balance in Judo is to learn to walk in such a way that you're never off center. That is to say, your feet, your legs rather, form a triangle and your body is on the apex of it. And when you turn, you always try and keep your feet approximately underneath your shoulders. And in this way, you're never off balance. Now then, the second principle, beyond keeping balance and understanding balance, is not to oppose strength to strength. When one is attacked by the enemy, you do not oppose him. You yield to him just like the ball, and you use his strength and the principle of balance to bring about his downfall. Supposing, for example, there is a blow coming at me from this direction. Instead of defending oneself and pushing the blow off, the idea in Judo is to carry the blow this way. The knee goes out below the adversary's point of balance, and he goes bang on his own initiative, and you're cunning. The same attitude of, as it were, relaxed gentleness is most beautifully seen, for instance, in watching cats. When a cat falls off a tree, the cat lets go of itself. The cat becomes completely relaxed and lands on the ground with a heavy thud. And thus, if, for example, a cat were about to fall off a tree and suddenly make up its mind that it didn't want to fall at all and go all tense like this, you know, it would land and be just a bag of broken bones when it hit the ground. And so in the same way, it's the philosophy of Zen that we are all falling off a tree. That is to say, the moment we were born, we were kicked off a precipice. And we're falling, and there's nothing that can stop it. And so instead of going into a state of tension all the time and clinging to all sorts of things which are actually falling with us because the whole world is impermanent, be like a cat. And so this cat-like attitude to falling is all through Judo. If I, for example, fall straight forward, I learn to land like a cat. No trouble. So in a way, this is the philosophy which is illustrated in a Zen poem which says, "While living, be a dead man, thoroughly dead. And then whatever you do, just as you will be right." It's again what I called in the last program the backwards law, the law of paradox, that in one sense, the more dead you become, the more alive you become. The more soft you become, the stronger you become. Because this is the principle of bend and survive. It's illustrated by the image of the pine tree and the willow. In the snow, the pine tree's trunk stands rigid, and the snow piles up and piles up and piles up. The branch doesn't give, and finally, crack, and it's done for. But the willow, as soon as a little snow accumulates on the branch, down it goes. The snow falls off, and the branch springs up again. So this isn't quite the idea of limpness. It's not softness in the sense of being just limp and flaccid, but of being springy, of having give. And thus, in this way, you might say that judo would turn around our ordinary proverb, necessity is the mother of invention, and say, laziness is the mother of invention. How to achieve what you want to achieve by the easiest possible way, by letting go. And this, after all, is the height of intelligence. Now, I think it would be interesting to see this in a more practical demonstration than I can give by watching one of the great modern masters of judo, Mr. Mikune, in contest with a number of pretty tough customers. A little old man of 70 years old. Here he's in contest with a husky young Britisher by the name of Palmer, who's been studying judo in Japan for about 10 years. And little Mr. Mikune, who is 70, and very frail, he only weighs just a little over 100 pounds. Watch him work with this tough guy. No? Watch his balance and how he bent to survive, pretended defeat, and overthrew his opponent. No, he can't catch him off balance. He's trying to trip him, but Mikune's feet are always in the right place. That was one of the most astonishing throws I've ever seen, because there was practically no body contact. Mikune simply seemed to do it with his wrists. Again, notice how he goes below the point of balance with the knee underneath the hips. They salute one another. And then another contestant comes out. Look at this one. This is a Japanese, but pretty close to 7 feet. A real husky fellow. And incidentally, by virtue of wearing a black belt, that means that he's attained at least the rank of first dan. Actually, I think he's fourth dan, as it's called. The ranks go higher. You start with 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can get up to about 14. Again, his efforts to put Mr. Mikune off balance are absolutely to no avail. This man cannot be fazed. Again, he goes down, he stoops, and that's the end of the big fellow. Now, you'll notice throughout this that the important, central, fundamental thing in Mikune's technique is he never stops. He never hesitates. He responds to the attack without any interval. This also would be a characteristic of dancing. Good dancing partners look as if they were one single organism. There is no interval between the man's lead and the woman's following. And when you are accustomed to a partner with whom you've worked some time and who is expert in dancing, it almost feels as if she were part of your own body, because she moves so completely responsively to your initiative. In just the same way, the leaf on a tree responds to the wind. The wind blows, and the leaf doesn't stop and think, well, shall I get around to wagging? Immediately the wind comes, the leaf goes with it.
And the same way when you watch a ball floating on water, it responds instantly to the slightest modulation of the waves. And this attitude of there being no interval is what is the real meaning of the Buddhist ideal of detachment. It doesn't mean that a man is detached from the world, who has no emotions, who has no appetites. What are attachments are almost in the surgical sense of an attachment or a lesion inside the body, where something sticks together where it shouldn't stick. Stickiness is the best translation of attachment in Buddhism. And so the expert in judo has to be without sticking. He has to flow with life in the same way that the ball responds to the movements of the water. And then he's never caught out. Aside from judo, Zen has had perhaps even more influence on the Japanese art of fencing called kendo. Ken is the sword, do, the way of the sword. And this surprises many people because they think, how can the Pacific philosophy of Buddhism be connected with anything so ferocious as the art of fighting? But it was. Shortly after Zen Buddhism was introduced into Japan, it became the favorite way of life of the samurai, those feudal Japanese warriors who were, for many centuries there, involved in perpetual civil war between the various feudal lords. And as they lived in constant danger, constant insecurity, they took up Zen as a way of peace in the midst of fighting. But what about the ethics of this? Seems to me quite a simple problem. Either we're going to have fighting and war, or we're not. Now, if we've made up our minds that it's necessary to fight, that there must be soldiers, then surely there is no alternative but to do it well. In other words, if you're going to chop somebody's head off, chop it off with complete decision, because a half-hearted chop is very agonizing for the victim. So in the same way, as somebody said, if you're going to tell a lie, make it a good one. Don't shilly-shallying about these things. And that's the attitude of Zen. If you're going to do an evil deed, really do it. If you're going to make a mistake, make a good one. And so the whole philosophy of the sword is deeply imbued with Zen. Let's take a look at one of these Japanese swords. They venerate these things. Look how beautifully this is wrapped in its silk case with brocade on it. It's a lovely thing. This one has a blade, probably about 400 years old, and was lent to me by Mr. Shibata. It's a terrifying instrument, just a great big, heavy, two-handed razor. Look at this. Worn at the side, you don't draw it and then go into action. You can draw it and go into action at one moment. And its principle of balance is such that the right hand holds it at its convenient center of balance, and the left hand can simply control the movement very rapidly with a good principle of leverage, so that practically all the defense of blows from either side is simply accomplished by slight movements of the blade from side to side, giving great economy of movement. There is sometimes only one rather startling and dramatic-looking form of defense used against the blow to the head, which is one that turns into a cut. Thus, the principal movements of the sword, always taking the center of gravity as what is called in Japanese saikatanden, or the belly center, the solar plexus. The blows are to the neck this way, to the neck that way, to the side, the wrist cut, and only one thrust straight at the throat. And then the blow to the head. Ho! You probably heard that shout on samurai films. And you wonder perhaps what that is. That comes from Zen. There was an old Chinese Zen master called Rinzai. And when people asked him, what is the meaning of Buddhism? He'd say, ho! They were profoundly disconcerted. One simply, if you're a philosophical gentleman, you don't answer polite questions like that. But that again is a trap, to see if the questioner can be phased and thrown off center. And so in the same way, the samurai in attack uses the same terrifying shout, as it were, to startle his opponent into losing his balance and thinking for a moment. And if he thinks and hesitates, he's lost. Now, of course, the practice of this is carried out with bamboo swords. And we can watch a young Japanese fencing student putting on his bamboo armor and getting ready for a bout. They wear this helmet, which is somewhat like the old-style steel helmets worn by the samurai in medieval times, and they wear breastplates of lacquer and heavily padded gauntlets. And then in the fencing room, they salute one another and start in. And now you can see this two-handed sword in use. This, then, again, as in judo, one must move without stopping. So in fencing, there is to be no interval between attack and defense. Watching good fencers, they seem to dance together and to, as it were, be going through the motions as one body. And then there's just that critical moment when one man loses his guard and he's done for. So the attitude is called, in Chinese, mo chi chu, which means going straight ahead. A Zen poem says, under the sword lifted high is hell making you tremble. But go straight ahead, and there is the land of bliss. No stopping. Complete response to the moment. And this is particularly true, for example, if a single man is surrounded with several opponents. He can't hesitate and wonder, what is this fellow going to do next? Because when he's defending himself here, and he, as it were, his mind is stuck on an opponent here, he can be caught unawares from an opponent over there. So what he has is what is called an unstuck mind, an ability to be alert to the whole situation around you, so that if your mind gets fastened at any particular point, you're caught by that point. And so this unstuck mind is the fundamental requirement, not only for the artist in fencing, but also for the practitioner of Buddhism. Now, in the hands of a man who is really both adept in Zen and adept in fencing, the sword of destruction can in a curious way become a symbol of mercy. For the highest school of Japanese fencing is called the no-sword school. To be able never to use the sword. A good story about this is that there was a great samurai traveling on a ferry boat. And just as they were putting off, another drunken, rowdy samurai stepped on and started bragging about his powers. And he turned to the first samurai and said, "Well, what's your school of swordsmanship?" And the first samurai politely answered, "Mine is the no-sword school." "Ha ha," he said, "I'd like to see your no-sword school." And immediately he challenged him to a fight and pulled out his sword. The first samurai said, "Excuse me, but if we fight on this boat, we may hurt innocent bystanders. Why don't we go and fight on that island over there?" So they got the boatman to move over to the island, and as they arrived, the ruffian jumped off onto the island, all ready to begin the fight. And at that moment, the other samurai grabbed the oar from the boatman and pushed the boat away into the water and left the rowdies stranded. There, he said, is my no-sword school. This applies too, even in the actual making of the sword, by the swordsmiths whose craft in Japan is something of a ritual. And as an example of no sword in the work of a very skilled swordsmith, let me tell this story. There were two swordsmiths in old Japan, one who was considered the greatest and the other just a little inferior. And they had a test one day as to which of them made the best blade. And they first took the blade of the second best swordsman and put it in the stream like this and set a piece of paper floating down towards it. And the sword simply slid through the piece of paper and it joined together and went on. How could that be improved? They put in the sword of the greatest swordsmith. How could he go better than that? Well, what happened was the piece of paper came down like this and it went round it and went on. When we compare Christianity with Buddhism, the first thing to remember is that we're talking about two very different things. And it's really confusing when you try to treat both of them under the name of religion. Of course, there are many books about comparative religions. But somehow, when you see put together under the same class things which are so different as Christianity on the one hand or Buddhism on the other, it gives me at any rate the same kind of shock I would get as if I were reading a book about geology and suddenly came upon a chapter on birds. And I think the lack of understanding that the functions, the aims of these two traditions are so different. If we could understand this clearly, it would make for a great deal less recrimination between people who like to say, well, my religion's better than yours. You see, the word religion is a very vague word. And it's used for so many different things. And if we will agree to use the word religion for Christianity and for things like Christianity, such as Judaism or Islam, then we would have to find another word altogether for Buddhism, because otherwise the word religion would mean so many different things as to mean nothing. Now, strictly, the word religion comes from a Latin verb meaning to bind back. And thus, the essence of a religion is a rule of life. If you use the word religion in its very, very strict sense, and you say of someone that he's gone into religion, this doesn't mean that he suddenly got converted. It means that he joined a religious order, that is to say, became a monk or a nun. And that is one, in other words, who submits himself to a rule
or law of life. On the other hand, Buddhism is not a submission to a rule. And I have called Buddhism a way of liberation instead of a religion. And we can see the difference most effectively if we look at Buddhism and Christianity with regard to their different social functions. A religion like Christianity serves the social function of cementing a community together, giving that community its laws, its principles of ethics, and its common objectives. The function of Buddhism, on the other hand, as a way of liberation, is, as it were, to provide a cure for the inevitable ill effects of making the conventions of a community too strong, making the bonds of a community too strong. We all realize nowadays that it's very unhealthy for a society to be too conformist, to rule out all kinds of eccentricity, individuality, and independent thought. At the same time, it would be equally unhealthy to go to the other extreme and have everybody acting, talking, and thinking at cross purposes. And so, in this way, a religion and a way of liberation complement one another. And a way of liberation can prevent a religion from becoming too great a burden. You know, there's a wonderful Chinese proverb which I always enjoy. Do not swat a fly on a friend's head with a hatchet. And thus, when the law is laid down too firmly, and all religions have the temptation to do this, it puts the observance of the law in danger, just as swatting the fly on a friend's head with a hatchet puts his head in danger. Now, you see, a religion, then, as I've defined it, comes into being because of the necessity for someone to lay down the law in order that there shall be a human community. And so if we go back to the social origins of religion, I can think we can understand how this purpose works. And so let's go and look at the board, and I want to try and put this in a diagrammatic form. Religions as a phenomenon seem to have arisen historically with the transition from what we might call hunting cultures to agrarian cultures. In the type of life which we'd call the hunting or nomadic culture, we don't really have religion in any institutional sense. Instead of the priest, there is the shaman. And a shaman is a man who has a religious experience of his own. He goes out into the forest and he meditates, he encounters the forces of the unknown, the spirits or whatever it may be. And from his own experience, he acquires his magical powers, which give him a certain respect in the community. And also in the hunting culture, every male member of the culture knows all the culture. In other words, he knows all the arts and skills necessary for survival. But a very different situation arises where a settled agrarian culture comes to birth. And rather naturally, such a culture comes to birth at a place where people meet. You might say, at crossroads. And where people meet and settle, they tend, of course, to build a village and a protection round it. A stockade, which not only is the physical stockade protecting them from enemies and wild animals, but also the stockade
of the rules of behavior by which that community must abide. In addition to the necessity for a settled community to agree about ways of behavior and laws, it must also agree about language. But furthermore, in the more complex life of an agrarian community, there must be a division of labor and a division of functions, so that the male members of the community no longer are masters of the whole culture. And we find there is a tendency to divide the specializations or functions of people into four main groups. So that if we look at ancient Hindu society, we shall find the groups named as follows: the four castes. The caste called Brahmana, that is a priesthood. The caste called Kshatriya, nobility. A caste called Vaishya, those would be merchants and farmers. And finally, a caste called Shudra, the laborers, the hewers of wood and the drawers of water. And then in this way, as I said, a community is constituted. Classes are divided, and the classes originally correspond not so much to questions of prestige and rank, but simply to divisions of function. Later on, of course, problems of rank and prestige arise. But this is the fundamental pattern of Hindu society, and we can compare it with almost exactly the same fundamental pattern of medieval Western Christian society under the feudal system. For here you have an exactly similar division of functions. The lords spiritual, or the priests, the church, the nobility, the kings, princes, and dukes, and feudal lords, the agriculturists and merchants called the commons, and finally the serfs, corresponding exactly to the Shudra, the slaves. And so you see that in order to maintain this kind of arrangement, the uncultured individual, the spontaneous type of man who would be your nomadic hunting type, has to submit himself to a rule. He has to be put under a yoke. And so he has to sacrifice himself for the common welfare. And this might be called a kind of cruciformation or crucifixion of man. And thus, in this way, the crucifix, the central emblem of Christianity, becomes a symbol of this particular function of religion. But you will see, when you look at this crucifix, that it has a rather rich quality, that it is almost regal. And this is the situation, you see, when a society and the religion are at one, as when in feudal Europe, Christianity was the religion of the ruling class and of everybody in the society. And so the symbol of the suffering Christ becomes, as it were, identical with the spirit of sacrifice for the common good. And you will see also that if you look at, say, a painting such as this, The Annunciation by Martini, from approximately the same period, that the setting of the personages in the picture is extremely luxurious. Look in at a detail of the Virgin Mary's face and see the rich garment that surrounds her and the glorious aureole behind her head. Not a peasant woman at all, but a queen. And this is the point of view of the artist of a conception of Christianity, when Christianity and the social order are identical. When, in other words, the symbol of the divine being is at one with the social order. But of course, there is a kind of double nature about Christianity in this respect. Because on the one hand, we will speak of Christianity in a society where Christianity is firmly established as being the religion which upholds the society. In other words, to be a good Christian would also to be a good member of the society. But there is something paradoxical in the whole history of Christianity, because Jesus himself was not acknowledged by his own society as being a particularly good member of it. In fact, it put him to death. And this was because he was in the great tradition of Hebrew prophetism. The prophet was always the man who came, a sort of wandering dervish, as a matter of fact, who came in from the wilderness, who came in from outside society to say to the priests and the nobles and the merchants and the serfs, you have fallen away from the will of God, and you are not doing right. And he would condemn that society, but of course with the object of restoring the order of society to the order of God. And so Jesus is in a way thought of in Christianity in both these roles, or has been thought of, as on the one hand the upholder and Lord of the Christian society, and on the other hand as the prophet, the one despised and rejected of men, the suffering God coming into human society in order to change it. And of course, as the feudal system of Europe broke up and Western society tend to turn against it, you pass from these somewhat regal representations of Christ to the representation of him in intense suffering, as for example in the fantastic Isenheim altarpiece by Grunewald, where Christ is depicted crucified on the most rough, brutally wooden cross, tortured completely, and those around him showing every emotion of agony. This is Christ, the revolutionary prophet, condemned by the world as distinct from Christ, the triumphant ruler, the pillar and mainstay of the Christian society. And so, in a way, both Hindu society and Christian society have this paradoxical element in them. For the Hindu society always recognizes the right of an individual to break from society. You see, there's a kind of pattern of life in India whereby when you've fulfilled your work in society, in whatever caste you happen to be, and you, say, have raised a son who can carry your work on, you can then leave caste and go back to the forest. That is to say, you can become a holy man. And the holy man is called in Sanskrit Vanaprastha. That means a forest dweller. The man who, in other words, returns back again to the state of nature. Only he is a very different kind of man from the man who came out of nature into this. He has undergone a discipline. He has been forced to fit into one of these compartments. He has, in a way, been crucified. And so he returns out of this to find out again who he really is. He no longer identifies himself with the Reverend so-and-so the priest, or with the Lord so-and-so the noble, or Mr. so-and-so the merchant, or Bill Smith the laborer. But he seeks again to find his true identity. And so, in a parallel way, but with rather different ideas involved, in the West, outside these four castes, there could always be the hermit, or the cloistered monk, outside society. And it's interesting that when the Hindu monk or the Christian monk leaves society, he renounces his class and he takes on a new name. And the character of that name is usually a divine name. He becomes, instead of Joe Dokes, Brother Peter, taking the name of Peter the Apostle. Instead of being Mr. Mukhopadhyaya in India, he comes Krishnananda, the name of Krishna and bliss. He takes a divine name, indicating, you see, a transformation of his personality. He's no longer, as it were, a chopped up person. He's no longer divided, because this division of labor divides man. He becomes again one. He becomes again integrated. He is, in a sense, remembered, having been dismembered. And so it's interesting then, against this background, to see a very important difference between Jesus and the Buddha. From what caste did the Buddha come? He came from the Kshatriya caste, the class of nobles. He was a prince. He was heir to his father's throne, and he renounced that throne. Jesus was a carpenter and came from the class of the laborers. And this makes an enormous difference. Look for a moment at Rembrandt's conception of the crucified Christ. Here is no regal figure, but a strong, muscular laborer suffering. A man, as a matter of fact, who in the world has never had authority, and who stands always for the underdog, the depressed. And for this reason, the emphasis of Christianity is constantly upon transforming society and improving it and making it better. But look at this very typical face of Buddha, typical of so many Buddha images, because the face is unquestionably regal, aristocratic, calm, but in a way resigned. And this speaks a great deal for the difference between Christianity and Buddhism. On the one hand, Christianity is vitally concerned with the transformation of the world. It is fundamentally a revolutionary doctrine, and also a historical doctrine. That is to say, when you consider what Christian doctrines are, they are really the telling of a story. The doctrine can be summed up so briefly by saying that in the beginning there was God who created the world, but that through the evil one and through the fall of man, the world fell away from the perfection in which he made it. To restore it to that perfection, God the Son himself entered into the world and became man in the historical Jesus of Nazareth. and took upon himself all the tragedy, all the evil, and all the suffering of the world in the act of being crucified. And in doing this, he, as it were, united the divine nature and the divine power with death itself in such a way as to transform death. He rose from the dead and founded a church. Note this, he founded a community. And this community has as its purpose, as it were, the bringing together of the whole universe back to the sovereignty of God. So it is a historical religion, looking for its fulfillment in the course of time. But in the end, its objective is to put God, or to acknowledge God rather, not to put him, as ruler of the universe. For it is fundamental to the whole conception of Christianity that God is the ruler. And here one sees the figure of God the Son, the eternal Word, in the act of creating the world. Notice how he is measuring it out with his compasses, creating it, as it were, as an artifact. And so the goal of Christianity is the kingdom of God. And you see in, say, Dante's Paradiso, where the final vision of the perfection of the world is shown, that it is a vision of the rulership of God over all. For he says in the end, "But my volition now and my desires were moved like wheel revolving evenly by love that moves the sun and starry fires." So the monarchical ideal of everything perfectly submitted to the will of God is contrasted with the ideal of the Buddha, who, having been a monarch, is not so interested in monarchy. Having been a monarch, he has seen the difficulties of rule and is not anxious to rule. And in the Buddhist conception of the universe, there is no ruler, there is no king, but the universe is self-ruling. It goes by itself.